the way you think, the way you view the world. Have you ever wondered what would happen if you stopped thinking in your own language? What if the words you speak, the thoughts you think, are not what they seem? It sounds strange, doesn't it? But trust me, this is a journey you'll want to go on. Because, just like the forest, the unknown is full of mysteries. And today we will uncover one of those mysteries together. This journey is about breaking the walls of your mind. It's about thinking beyond your language, your comfort zone, and stepping into a world that is bigger, brighter, and more beautiful than you ever imagined. Now, let me take you to a different place. Picture yourself in a room full of people who don't speak your language. They talk to each other, laughing, sharing stories, and yet you don't understand a word. The more they speak, the more isolated you feel. A promise to give you the tools and tips. You try to speak, but your words seem lost in the air. They don't reach anyone. The frustration builds inside you. You want to be a part of their world, but the language barrier is just too high. This is a feeling many people experience when they are learning a new language. The fear of not being understood. The fear of being lost in translation. But what if I told you that this fear is not something to be afraid of? What if I told you that in those moments of uncertainty, you are actually discovering something extraordinary? Let's think about it for a moment. When we think in our own language, we are trapped in a bubble of familiar thoughts. Our minds are shaped by the words we've always used. We see the world through a lens that is narrow and limited. But when we start to think in another language, something incredible happens. We break free from that bubble. We open our minds to new possibilities. We begin to see the world in a completely different light. This is not just about learning words. This is about learning to think differently. It's about breaking free from the chains of your own language and stepping into a world where anything is possible. Imagine the freedom of being able to communicate with anyone, anywhere, without fear of being misunderstood. Imagine the doors that will open for you, the opportunities that will come your way. But here's the catch: you cannot do this if you keep thinking in your own language. You have to let go of the comfort zone you've built over the years. You have to step into the unknown, just like you did when you were in that dark forest. It's scary, I know. But trust me, it's worth it. There are moments in life when we are faced with challenges that seem too big to overcome. We feel like we're stuck, unable to move forward. But it is in those moments that we must remember the power of our minds. Our thoughts shape our reality. If we keep thinking in our own language, we will remain in the same place. But if we challenge ourselves to think in new ways, to break free from the old patterns, we open up a world of possibilities. Now, let's take a moment to reflect. Think about a time when you were afraid to try something new. Maybe it was learning a new skill, meeting new people, or stepping into an unfamiliar environment. How did that feel? The fear, the excitement, the anticipation of what could happen. It was like standing at the edge of that dark forest, not knowing what was waiting for you. But you took that step, didn't you? You pushed through the fear and embraced the unknown. And that moment changed you. This is what happens when you stop thinking in your own language.
In a distant town.
You step into the unknown, and that's where the magic happens. You discover new things about yourself. You learn to see the world from a different perspective. And in that process, you grow. You become more confident,
At a bustling
more
railway
open,
station.
and more capable of facing whatever challenges life throws your way. I know it's not easy. It's not easy to let go of the comfort of your own language, to embrace something new. But think of the rewards. Think of the people you'll meet, the places you'll go, and the experiences you'll have. When you stop thinking in your language, you open yourself up to a world that is waiting for you. A world full of opportunities, adventure, and growth. And here's something even more beautiful. When you stop thinking in your language, you begin to think in emotions. You stop relying on the words and start relying on the feelings. You understand people on a deeper level, not just through their words, but through their emotions. You connect with them in a way that goes beyond language. It's a bond that transcends words, a bond that is stronger than any language barrier. In this world, words are important, but emotions are even more important. They are the true language of the heart. When you stop thinking in your own language and start thinking in emotions, you begin to understand the world in a way that is truly profound. You begin to see beyond the surface, to feel what others are feeling, to connect on a deeper level. I want you to think about that for a moment. Imagine living in a world where you no longer have to rely on words to communicate. Imagine understanding people without them having to speak. Imagine connecting with someone so deeply that words are no longer necessary. This is the power of stopping thinking in your language. This is the magic that happens when you break free from the chains of your own thoughts. Now, I know this might sound like a dream, but it's not. It's a reality that is waiting for you. All you have to do is take that first step. Stop thinking in your language and start thinking beyond it. Open your mind to new possibilities, new experiences, and new connections. The world is waiting for you, and it's up to you to make that leap. As you take that leap, remember this: the only limits that exist are the ones you place on yourself. When you stop thinking in your language, you stop limiting yourself. You start to see the world in a whole new way. You begin to understand people in a way that goes beyond words. You become a part of something bigger than yourself, a part of a world that is constantly changing, growing, and evolving. So, the next time you find yourself standing at the edge of that dark forest, don't be afraid. Take that step. Embrace the unknown. Because when you stop thinking in your language, you are not just stepping into a new world. You are stepping into the best version of yourself. And before I leave you today, I want you to remember one thing: the world is full of endless possibilities. And those possibilities are waiting for you to discover them. So, stop thinking in your language and start thinking beyond it. The adventure of a lifetime is waiting for you. Take that first step and see where it takes you. If you feel inspired by this journey and want to take more steps towards a new way of thinking, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Join us in discovering the power of language, of thought, and of emotions. Together, we can break free from the limitations of our minds and create a world that is full of endless possibilities. The air was thick with tension. The room was dark, the only light coming from a flickering candle on a small wooden table. The audience sat in silence, holding their breath, as they waited for the speaker to begin. In the corner, a shadow moved. Was it the wind, or was something watching? The speaker slowly walked to the center of the room, their steps echoing in the stillness. And then, without warning, they spoke. Do you know the secret to making people listen to you? To capturing their attention in a way that no one else can? What if I told you that all the great speakers, the ones who leave an unforgettable mark on your heart and mind, have something in common, something you cannot see but can only feel? The audience leaned in, drawn by the mystery. Was it power? Was it charisma? The words seemed to float in the air, thick with anticipation, as the speaker continued. I know the secret. The secret that has been hidden for centuries. The secret that has turned ordinary people into legends. And today, I am going to share it with you. But there's a twist. It's not as simple as it seems. You see, in the world of speaking, there are two paths, one that leads to the light, to success, and the other. Well, the other is a dark path, one that many fear to tread. Will you choose the right path? Or will you let fear and doubt keep you from reaching your full potential? The audience could hardly breathe. What was this secret? Why was it so mysterious, so filled with danger and promise? They could not look away. Let me take you on a journey, the speaker continued. A journey into the heart of what makes a speaker truly confident. Imagine standing in front of an audience, the lights bright, your heart racing. The fear, oh, it grips you like nothing else. You can feel your hands shake. Your mind goes blank. The world seems to spin around you, and for a moment, it feels like you might collapse. But then, something shifts. The room seemed to grow colder as the speaker's voice lowered. You see, there is a moment just before you speak when everything becomes clear. It is in that moment that the power of confidence can either make you or break you. The secret, my friends, lies in how you choose to react. It's not about being perfect. It's about being real. It's about showing the world who you truly are and letting them see your heart. The suspense was unbearable. What did the speaker mean by showing the world who you truly are? Was it that simple? Could it really be about being real? Imagine, the speaker said, standing in front of that crowd, but instead of fearing them, you embrace them. You look into their eyes and you see, not strangers, but people just like you, each with their own fears, their own hopes, their own dreams. You realize that you are not alone. The very people who you feared are your greatest allies. And in that moment, you feel something change inside you. The room was electric with energy. It was as if the audience could feel the shift. The fear that once held them back was slowly beginning to dissolve, replaced with a glimmer of hope. This is where the real magic happens, the speaker said, their voice rising with excitement. Confidence is not something you are born with. It is something you create, step by step, moment by moment. It is in how you carry yourself. It is in the way you speak. It is in the stories you tell. And it is in the way you face your fears, no matter how dark or terrifying they seem. The audience was on the edge of their seats, their hearts racing. What was this magic? How could they find it? The truth is, the speaker said softly, almost whispering, we are all afraid. We all have doubts. We all worry about what others will think of us. But the confident speaker, the one who commands attention and earns respect, they have learned to embrace those fears. They have learned to use fear to fuel their passion, their voice, their message. The speaker paused, allowing the weight of their words to sink in. The air was thick with emotion, as if everyone in the room had suddenly realized something profound. Do you want to know the secret? It's not about being perfect. It's not about having the perfect words or the perfect delivery. The secret to being a confident speaker is knowing that it's okay to be imperfect. It's okay to stumble. It's okay to feel scared. What matters is that you keep going. You keep speaking. You keep sharing your truth, no matter what. The speaker's voice was steady now, full of conviction. The audience, now fully engaged, hung on every word. There are moments when you will feel afraid. There are times when you will doubt yourself. But I promise you this, if you keep pushing forward, if you keep believing in yourself, something magical will happen. You will transform. And when that transformation happens, you will see the world differently. You will see yourself differently. And the most beautiful part is, others will see you differently too. The speaker's words resonated deep within the hearts of those listening. It was as if the entire room had come alive with possibility. "There is no greater power than the power of belief," the speaker said softly. "When you believe in yourself, when you trust in your voice, you can move mountains. You can touch hearts. You can change the world, one word at a time." For a moment, the room was completely still. The audience was lost in thought, reflecting on the power of those words. The fear, the doubts, the worries, they all seemed so small now. The path ahead was clear. Confidence was not a destination. It was a journey that began with a single step, the step of believing in yourself. And just when the audience thought the speaker had finished, a final, heart-stirring thought echoed through the room. "Remember this," the speaker said, their voice filled with emotion. "The greatest speakers are not the ones who are flawless, but the ones who are willing to be vulnerable. The ones who are willing to stand in front of others, open their hearts, and speak their truth." So I ask you now, are you ready to take that step? Are you ready to become the confident speaker you were always meant to be? The silence that followed was not empty, but full of possibility. The audience was no longer just listening. They were waiting for the courage to step forward, waiting for the moment when they would embrace their fears and find their true voice. As the speaker left the stage, a quiet excitement filled the room. The journey had only just begun. And so, my friends, if you want to unlock the power of your voice, if you want to become the confident speaker that everyone listens to, remember this. It is not the words that make you powerful, but the belief that you are worthy to speak them. Your voice matters. Your story matters. And most importantly, you matter. So, what are you waiting for? Take the first step. Believe in yourself. And never stop speaking your truth. If you enjoyed this story, if it touched your heart, don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's keep this journey going, because together we can all find our voices and become the speakers we were always meant to be. The room was still humming with the energy of what had just been shared. The silence was not an empty void, but rather, it was a space filled with reflection, a space where each person seemed to be searching within themselves for the courage to move forward. The thoughts of fear, uncertainty, and doubt were no longer as powerful as they had once been. They had been replaced with something much stronger, the spark of belief, the flicker of hope, and the whisper of possibility. The speaker knew that the journey ahead for each person would not be easy. Confidence doesn't come overnight. It is not a magical switch that can be flipped, but rather a muscle that must be exercised and strengthened day by day. Every moment of hesitation, every tiny step forward, every choice to speak when silence feels safer, all of these are part of the path. It's a path that requires patience, courage, and above all, self-compassion. But here's the thing, every step, no matter how small, brings you closer to the person you were always meant to be. Every time you stand before an audience, whether it's just one person or 1,000, there's an opportunity for growth, an opportunity to connect. And the most incredible part is that with every word you speak, you are leaving a piece of yourself behind, creating an impact that will ripple out into the world in ways you cannot yet imagine. Imagine the first time you spoke in public. Perhaps you were nervous, maybe even terrified. Your palms were sweaty, your heart raced, and you struggled to keep your thoughts from spiraling. But here's the beautiful part, that fear, that vulnerability, is what makes you human. That is where the connection begins. When people hear your story, when they feel the emotion behind your words, that is when they truly see you. And in that moment, you are no longer just a speaker. You are a beacon, a light shining brightly in the darkness. Now, close your eyes for a moment and think about the people who have inspired you the most in your life. What made them so unforgettable? What was it about their words, their energy, their presence, that made you listen so intently? Was it their perfect speech, or was it something deeper? Was it their honesty, their authenticity, their willingness to show up as they truly were? This, my friends, is the essence of confidence. It is not about being flawless. It's not about always having the right words. It's about showing up, being real, and owning your story. It's about speaking from the heart. Even when you're scared, even when you're unsure, it's about being vulnerable, because that vulnerability is what makes you relatable. That is what draws people in. When you speak with authenticity, you invite others to do the same. You create a space where everyone feels heard, seen, and understood. And in that space, confidence is born not because you are perfect, but because you are brave enough to be yourself. But the journey doesn't end there. To be a confident speaker, you must also learn to handle the moments of fear. Fear is not the enemy, it is the teacher. The more you face your fears, the more you realize they have no power over you. The more you speak, the more you realize that the world does not crumble when you make a mistake. In fact, mistakes are not the end, they are the beginning. They are the lessons that will shape you into the speaker you want to be. And what about the people who judge you? The critics, the naysayers, the ones who doubt your ability? They will always be there, waiting in the shadows, ready to tell you that you're not good enough. But here's the truth, their opinions don't matter. The only opinion that matters is yours. When you believe in yourself, when you know deep down that you have a message to share with the world, no amount of criticism can stop you. There will be times when you will feel defeated, when you'll question your worth, when the fear will seem too great to overcome. But in those moments, remember this: you have everything you need within you. You have the power to speak your truth, to share your message, and to change the world. Every time you speak, you are making a difference. Every time you stand up and share your voice, you are creating an impact. But the most powerful thing of all is this: the world needs your voice. There are people out there who are waiting to hear what you have to say. There are hearts waiting to be touched by your words, minds waiting to be inspired by your story. So don't hold back. Don't let fear keep you silent. The world is waiting for you to speak, to stand tall, and to be confident in who you are. As you move forward on this journey, remember that confidence is a choice. It is a choice to believe in yourself, to trust in your abilities, and to embrace the power of your voice. It is a choice to speak even when it feels uncomfortable, to stand tall even when your knees are shaking, to be real even when it feels easier to hide. You are a speaker. You have a story to tell. And your voice matters. So, my friends, take a deep breath, square your shoulders, and step into your power. The world is waiting for you. And when you begin to speak with confidence, when you begin to embrace your true self, there is no limit to what you can achieve. Before we finish, I want to leave you with one final thought. It is a thought that I hope will stay with you, a thought that will guide you through every challenge, every fear, and every doubt. Your voice is a gift. It has the power to heal, to inspire, and to change the world. Don't ever underestimate the impact of your words. Speak your truth, and the world will listen. If this message resonated with you, if you feel ready to embrace your confidence and step into your power, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this with others who might need to hear it. Together, we can build a community of confident speakers, each supporting one another as we find our voices and share our stories with the world. The journey is just beginning.
In the heart of South America.
Are you ready to take that first step? I believe in you, and I can't wait to see the incredible things you will achieve. Imagine this: a dark room, the sound of a clock ticking. The air is thick with silence, yet there is a sense of danger hanging like a heavy cloud. You hear footsteps, slow, deliberate. Each step feels like it could be the last. Then, the door opens. A figure steps inside. Their face is hidden in shadow. You feel your heart race. Who is this mysterious person? Why are they here? And more importantly, why is your mind screaming that something big is about to happen?
Jungle, a world cloaked in mystery.
This is the feeling that
Amazon,
every confident
natural
speaker
paradise.
experiences.
It holds secrets even
Not the
scientists
dark
haven't
room
uncovered.
or the footsteps,
Beneath its dense
but
canopy,
the
plants glow
thrilling,
faintly at night,
mysterious
whispering
force
of
that
ancient
makes
powers.
people lean
Rivers
forward,
twist like veins, some
eagerly
boiling with
waiting for the
unearthly
next
heat,
word to
while
escape
others
their
sparkle with
lips.
strange bioluminescent life.
What makes them so
Legends speak
confident?
of a golden city
What
hidden
is
deep
their
within,
secret?
guarded by creatures half
Why do
seen,
they seem
half
so
dreamed.
comfortable while you
Indigenous
struggle to
tribes
find
tell
your
tales
own
of a vine
voice?
that whispers in the wind, showing
The
travelers
truth
visions of
is,
the past and future. In this
every great
paradise,
speaker
beauty
has
meets
a
the
secret
unknown.
and unspoken
Thousands of
power.
undiscovered species call it home, Making the
like the
Amazon the
mysterious
planet's
figure
treasure
stepping
chest.
into that
Each
dark
step
room,
feels like walking into
it's
another
hidden.
world. But the jungle guards its mysteries
It's
fiercely.
buried deep
And one
inside,
question lingers. What
waiting for
secrets
the
is
right
the
moment to
Amazon still
reveal
hiding
itself.
from humanity? The answer
And
remains
today,
lost in its
you and I
shadows.
will uncover these secrets. The keys to unlocking your own confidence. The keys to making your voice something people cannot ignore. Let's start with a thought. Confidence is not something you are born with. It's something you choose to create.
In the
When
heart
you
of South
first
America
stand in
lies the
front of an
Amazon
audience,
jungle, a world
the
cloaked in
fear
mystery.
feels like it's
Known as
suffocating
Amazon,
you.
in the heart of South America
The
lies
butterflies in
Amazon
your
secrets
stomach are
even
like a
scientists
storm
haven't
raging
uncovered.
inside.
Beneath its dense canopy, plants
Your
grow.
hands might tremble, your voice may quiver, and your thoughts may scatter like leaves in the wind. But what if I told you
ever
that you
wondered
don't
what's-
need to be perfect to speak confidently? What if you knew that everyone, even the most powerful speakers, once
In the
felt
heart
the
of South-
same fear and doubt? The truth is, confidence is not about being fearless, it's about speaking despite the fear. The mystery behind confident speakers is that they have learned how to face their fears and use them. They've learned that fear is not the enemy, it's a signal that something important is about to happen. And they embrace it. They don't push it away or run from it. Instead, they allow their nerves to fuel their performance, to drive their passion, and to make their words even more powerful. Imagine standing in front of a room full of people, your heart beating wildly. But instead of feeling afraid, you feel alive. Every word you speak is like a thread weaving a story that connects you to every person in that room. They hang on to your every word, your every pause, your every breath. You feel their energy, their curiosity, their anticipation.
Have you ever wondered what secrets
And
the
you know,
Amazon jungle hides?
deep down,
Imagine stepping
that
into
you
a
have
world where
them.
nature is both beautiful
You've
and
captured their
mysterious.
attention.
Deep in the heart of the Amazon,
This is what confident
animals that you've never
speakers
seen
do.
before roam freely.
They make their
each with
audience
their own
feel
hidden
something.
powers. In the shadowy trees,
They make
the
their
jaguar
words
moves
come to
silently,
life.
its eyes glowing in the dark.
Now,
But here's the twist.
you
This
might
mighty
be
predator
thinking,
is also an expert
how
at
can I
disappearing
ever
without
get
a
to that
trace.
point?
And the electric eel?
I'm not a
It's
natural
not just any
speaker.
fish. It can generate
I'm
enough
scared to even
electricity
speak
to
in
light up
front
a
of a
room.
small group.
Now that's powerful. But did you know
Here's
the
the
Amazon
thing,
is home to
confidence
creatures
is not
that are
about
yet to be
being
discovered?
perfect from the start.
What else lies beneath the thick
It's
jungle
about
canopy?
embracing the
Stay
process,
curious, because the
taking
Amazon's
one small
wildlife
step
is
at a
full of
time.
mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Who
The
knows
secret
what
is
you'll
to
discover
practice,
next? Maybe
but
even
not
a
just
creature
practice
you
your
never
words.
imagined existed.
Practice the feeling you
Keep
want
your
to
eyes
create in
wide
others. When confident speakers speak, they are not just talking. They are sharing a part of themselves, a piece of their soul. They speak with passion because they care about the message they are delivering. They care about the impact they can have on their audience. This is why their words have such power.
Have you ever wondered what
They are not
secrets
just
the
speaking to
Amazon
be
jungle
heard,
hides?
they are speaking to connect, to inspire, to change something inside their listeners. But this emotional connection doesn't happen by chance. It happens because confident speakers have learned how to understand and manage their emotions. They know how to control the fear that rises within them and turn it into fuel. They know how to use the silence between their words to build suspense, to make their audience hang on to every word. This is not something they learned overnight. It took time, effort, and most importantly, self-belief. Speaking is not just about words. It's about the energy you bring, the emotions you evoke, and the story you tell. When you speak, your voice becomes an instrument, one that can create excitement, fear, hope, and joy. A confident speaker knows how to use their voice to change the mood in the room, to lift spirits, or to make the audience lean forward in suspense. It's like being a magician, a storyteller, and a leader all at once. But how do you start? How do you begin this journey of becoming a confident speaker? The answer lies within you. You have everything you need already. You just need to believe in yourself. You need to trust that your voice is enough. Start small. Practice in front of a mirror. Speak to a friend.
Amazon forest
Or
in
record
numbers.
yourself.
A mystery unveiled in the heart of South America
Listen to
lies the
your voice.
Amazon.
Feel
A jungle
the power
so
in
vast
your
it
words,
whispers secrets older than
and
humanity.
learn to see yourself the way
Covering
your audience
5.5
will.
million square kilometers, it breathes 20% of
Confidence
Earth's
doesn't
oxygen.
come from being
But
perfect.
why does it seem alive? Every step
It
in its
comes
shadowy
from
path
believing
reveals a
that you are
staggering
enough,
number.
just
Over
as you are.
390 billion trees, yet
And
no two
here's
leaves
the
look
most
the same.
beautiful secret
Home
of
to
all
10% of all
confident
known
speakers
species, it hides
are not
creatures
born,
no one
they
has
are
ever
made.
seen. Legends speak of rivers
They
within
are
the forest
made
running
through
gold at dawn,
practice,
but science
persistence,
claims it's the
and
reflection
the
of
courage to
countless
stand up
undiscovered
and
minerals.
speak.
Beneath its
Even when their
canopy,
heart is
the earth
pounding in
pulses
their
with life
chest,
and secrets.
they are made
Why
through
do
the
certain
decision
areas
to
of the
keep
jungle
going,
grow quiet?
even
Is it
when
nature's
it feels
way of
impossible.
protecting its treasure? Numbers tell part of
In
the story,
those moments
but the
of doubt, remember this: confidence is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. And with every word you speak, you are building your confidence. Step by step, word by word, you are becoming
Amazon
the
forest in
person who can
numbers.
stand before any audience and speak with power, with passion, and with purpose.
Have you ever wondered Amazon
And
deep in the heart?
now, my friend, it's time for you to take the first step. The path to becoming a confident speaker is waiting for you. It's waiting for you to embrace the fear, to step into the unknown, and to trust that your voice matters. Remember this: your voice is your power. Your words can change the world. Believe in them, and they will believe in you. Before I leave you, I want to leave you with one final thought. Picture yourself standing in front of a crowd. Your heart races, but your voice is steady. You speak, and the room falls silent.
Deep in the heart of the
Everyone is listening. They feel the emotion in your words, the passion in your voice, and the truth in your message. In that moment, you know you have them. You know that you are not just speaking, you are making a difference. If you want to make that difference, if you want to speak with confidence and power,
deep
I
in the heart
invite
of the
you to
Amazon
subscribe,
jungle,
to
where
like,
sunlight barely touches the ground,
and to keep
lies
following
a world
this
full of
journey
secrets
with
and
me.
mysteries. Did you know the Amazon
Together,
produces
we will unlock the secrets of confident speaking and take your voice to places you never thought possible. As you stand on that stage, feeling the weight of the moment, there's a sudden calm, a quiet confidence that wraps around you like a cloak,
deep in the heart
shielding
of
you
the
from
Amazon
all
jungle,
doubt.
where sunlight barely touches the ground,
The room
lies
may
a
be
world full of
full,
secrets and mysteries.
but in that moment, it feels as if it's just you and your words,
Amazon forest in
your thoughts flowing
the heart of
effortlessly
the
from your heart. This is the moment. Every great speaker dreams of the moment when the audience feels like they are on a journey with you, hanging on every word, eager to follow where you lead them. But getting here wasn't easy, was it? You've had to face your fears, your insecurities, and countless moments when you doubted yourself. But each time you stood up, despite the trembling hands, despite the nerves twisting in your stomach, you grew stronger. Each time you spoke with more clarity, more passion, and more confidence. And now you stand at the threshold of something incredible. What makes this journey so beautiful is that you don't have to be perfect to be powerful. Perfection is an illusion. The real beauty lies in your authenticity, your willingness to be vulnerable, and your ability to connect with others. When you speak from the heart, your audience feels it. They don't care if your words are perfectly polished or if you occasionally stumble over them. What they care about is that your message is real, that it's sincere, and that it matters. Think of the greatest speeches in history. Think of the words that have inspired millions, moved nations, and changed the course of time. Were those speakers flawless? No. They were human, just like you.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle,
What set
secrets
them
are
apart
hidden beneath the
was
dense
their
canopy,
belief in their message and their ability to
waiting
speak
to be
with
uncovered.
such emotion and conviction that the world couldn't ignore them. And this, my friend, is your greatest strength, your story, your voice, your ability to make an impact. No one else can speak the way you do, because no one else has lived the life you've lived. No one else has the same experiences, the same perspective, the same dreams.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle,
This is what makes you unique.
secrets are
This is
hidden
what
beneath the
makes your
dense
voice
canopy,
invaluable.
waiting to be uncovered. Did you know that this
Confidence
vast
comes
forest,
when you
which
stop
spans
comparing
across
yourself
9
to
countries,
others.
is home to over 400 billion
Stop worrying
trees?
about how you
It's
measure
so
up
expansive
or whether
that it
you are as
produces
good as the
20%
next
of the
person.
world's oxygen. But here's the mystery.
Instead,
Scientists have only explored about
focus on
10%
what
of
you
the jungle.
bring to the table,
What might be lurking in
what
those
you can
unexplored
offer,
areas? Rare
and
species,
how your voice
ancient
can create change. When you speak, speak for yourself. Speak from the heart, and speak with the knowledge that your voice matters. There will be moments when you falter. There will be times
In
when
the heart of
doubt
the Amazon
creeps
jungle,
in,
secrets are hidden.
when your confidence feels like it's slipping away. In those moments, remember that every speaker, no matter how successful, has faced those same struggles.
Deep in the
What
heart
makes
of the
them great is not their
in the heart of
perfection,
the
but their resilience. They've fallen, they've stumbled, and they've kept going. And so can you. But here's the twist, the truth no one tells you. It's not enough to simply be confident. It's not enough to simply speak well. To truly make an impact, you must also listen. Listening is the key to understanding your audience, to knowing what they need, what they want to hear, and how to connect with them. A great speaker doesn't just speak, they listen deeply, and they adjust their words to meet the hearts of their listeners. You can't speak confidently if you don't know your audience. So, before you ever step up to speak, take the time to listen. What are they feeling? What are they struggling with? What do they need from you in that moment? Your ability to listen and adapt will elevate your speaking in ways you cannot even imagine. This is the most powerful secret of all. The best speakers don't just talk, they listen. They feel and they respond. They speak with empathy, with understanding, and with a deep connection to the people they are addressing. And this is why their words have such power. Now, as you prepare to take your next step
In the
toward
heart of the
confident
Amazon
speaking,
jungle, legends have been
remember
whispered
that
for
the
centuries.
path is not always
Some
easy.
say it's home to creatures that defy nature.
There will be
Others speak
times
of
when
hidden
you feel like giving
civilizations
up,
untouched by time.
when the fear feels
what if-
too big, when the doubts feel too heavy. But I promise you, it will be worth it. Every moment of struggle, every challenge, every failure is just another
In the
step
heart of the
toward
Amazon-
becoming the speaker you are meant to be. So,
In the
what
heart
will
of the
you do now?
Have you
Will you stand back and let fear control you? Or will you step forward, knowing that within you lies everything you need to succeed? The choice is yours. As I leave you with this thought, I want you to remember the world is waiting to hear your voice. There are people out there who need to hear your story, who need to hear your truth, and who will be changed by the words you speak. You have a message that no one else can deliver the way you can. And once you realize this, once you believe in the power of your own voice, there is nothing that can stop you. Your journey to becoming a confident speaker begins today. And just like the mysterious figure in the dark room, the world is waiting for you to step into the light and show them who you truly are. So, are you ready? If you are, I invite you to take the next step with me. Subscribe, like, and keep following this journey, because we are just getting started. Together, we'll unlock the secrets to confident speaking and make your voice one that the world will never forget. The world is waiting. Go ahead, speak your truth. Once, on a dark, stormy night, a young traveler found himself lost in an unfamiliar forest. The trees towered above him, their branches twisting and groaning in the wind. The air was cold and thick with fog. Every step he took seemed to pull him deeper into the unknown, as though the forest was swallowing him whole. As he stumbled through the trees, the sound of whispers filled the air. The whispers were soft, like a gentle breeze, but somehow they carried a message, an urgent message. He couldn't make out the words, but he could feel that something was trying to warn him. The tension grew as he quickened his pace, hoping to escape whatever was out there. But just as he thought he might find safety, the whispers grew louder. Suddenly, they stopped. Everything was silent. And then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared, a shadowy figure, half hidden in the mist. His heart raced, his breath quickened, and his eyes widened in terror. The figure didn't speak, but it pointed a finger toward a small clearing ahead, where something glowing brightly could be seen. The traveler's fear was mixed with a strange sense of curiosity. What was that light? Why had the figure appeared? Was it an omen of danger or something else? The traveler didn't know, but he felt drawn to the clearing, as though his very existence depended on it. Now, imagine this feeling, this mixture of fear, excitement, and curiosity, but this time, instead of a dark forest, You are navigating the world of English learning. English, like the forest, can feel like a maze full of twists, turns, and mysterious paths. There are moments when you feel lost, uncertain, and perhaps even frightened by how far away your goal seems. But then, there is that light, the key to success, the secret you are about to uncover. You may not know it yet, but you are closer to mastering English than you think. And just like the traveler, you too will soon discover the path that leads to your ultimate goal. Learning English can feel like an adventure, but there is one thing that can make your journey smoother, more exciting, and even a little less scary: listening. Yes, listening is the light in the mist. It's the key that unlocks the door to understanding, to fluency, to confidence. And in this speech, I am going to reveal some of the most powerful listening tips that will make your learning journey faster, easier, and more enjoyable than you ever imagined. Imagine the traveler in the forest, standing in front of the glowing light. It represents understanding, the moment when everything clicks. That moment can come when you practice listening. Listening to English not only helps you improve your speaking skills, but also brings the language to life. It makes the words, the sentences, and the grammar real. You hear the rhythm, the tone, and the emotion behind each word. Just like the whispers in the forest, every sound you hear in English carries meaning and emotion. You can learn so much from just listening. It's like a hidden treasure chest, waiting to be discovered. The more you listen, the more you unlock. But let's be honest, listening in English can be tough. The language sounds so fast, so complicated, so mysterious, just like the forest the traveler wandered through. And sometimes it feels like you'll never reach that glowing light, that moment when everything becomes clear. But fear not, for I am here to guide you. There are simple, effective ways to improve your listening skills, and I promise, by the end of this journey, you'll feel more confident, more prepared, and more excited than ever. First, let's talk about something crucial: patience. Like the traveler, you can't expect to find your way through the forest without taking your time. You need patience to truly listen and understand. When you first start listening to English, it might feel overwhelming. The words might blur together, and you might not catch everything. But that's okay. It's all part of the process, just like the traveler had to walk through the forest step by step. You too must take your time and listen carefully. Over time, things will start to make sense. The sounds will no longer be strange, and the words will no longer be a mystery. One of the most powerful ways to improve your listening is by listening to content that interests you. Think about the traveler again. If he had been stuck in the forest, cold and miserable, he might have given up. But because he was curious about the glowing light, he kept going. Similarly, if you listen to English content that you enjoy, you'll feel more motivated to keep going. Whether it's movies, music, podcasts, or stories, choose something that excites you. This will make your listening practice feel less like a chore and more like an adventure. You'll be more eager to listen, and as a result, you'll improve faster. Now, let's talk about a little secret repetition. Repetition is like walking the same path through the forest over and over until it becomes familiar. When you listen to the same content multiple times, it helps your brain remember the sounds, words, and phrases. At first, you may not understand everything, but with each listen, things start to click. The words start to feel familiar, and the meaning becomes clearer. Eventually, you'll be able to listen to new content with greater ease. This is where the magic happens. You're not just learning English, you're absorbing it. It becomes a part of you, just like the forest becomes a part of the traveler's journey. Another important tip is to focus on the sounds, not just the words. When the traveler heard the whispers in the forest, he didn't understand every word, but he could sense the urgency, the emotion behind the sounds. The same goes for English. Sometimes you may not catch every word, but you can still understand the general meaning. Pay attention to the tone of voice, the rhythm, and the pauses. These subtle cues will help you understand more than just the words themselves. You'll start to understand the message, the emotions, and the intentions behind the speech. This is the true power of listening. One more tip is to practice active listening. Active listening means you're not just hearing the words, but you're engaging with them. You're thinking about what they mean, how they fit together, and how they connect to what you already know. It's like solving a puzzle. The more you practice active listening, the better you'll get at piecing together the meaning of what you hear. This will help you listen faster and more accurately. And here's something that might surprise you: listening can actually help you speak better. Just like the traveler learned about the forest through his experience, you'll learn to speak English more naturally by listening. When you hear how native speakers use words, phrases, and intonation, you start to mimic them. Your brain picks up patterns and starts to recognize what sounds right. This is why listening is such a powerful tool. It doesn't just help you understand English, it helps you speak it with confidence and fluency. So, what is the secret to learning faster? It's simple: listen. Listen with intention, with curiosity, and with patience. The more you listen, the more you will unlock the mysteries of the English language. And just like the traveler who discovered the glowing light in the forest, you will soon discover the power of listening. The fog will lift, the path will become clear, and you will find yourself speaking and understanding English more easily than you ever imagined. As you embark on this journey of learning English, remember this: the forest may be dark and the path may seem unclear, but every step you take brings you closer to your goal. Every moment of listening brings you closer to understanding, to fluency, and to confidence. Don't be afraid of the unknown. Embrace it. Like the traveler, follow the path that excites you and trust that with each step, you are moving closer to the light. And now, as we near the end of this journey, let me leave you with this beautiful thought. Learning English, like any great adventure, is not about rushing to the destination. It's about enjoying the journey. It's about every word you hear, every phrase you understand, and every moment of growth along the way. So take a deep breath and listen. Let the language wash over you, and know that with every sound, you are one step closer to mastery. If this story has sparked your curiosity, if you feel that excitement to learn, I encourage you to stay on this path. Keep listening, keep practicing, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more tips, tricks, and stories that will help you on your English learning journey. You are capable of more than you know. Now, go ahead, take that first step, and let the adventure begin. As you continue on this journey, remember that every single step forward, no matter how small it seems, is progress. Think back to that traveler in the forest. With every new direction he took, he gained more understanding of the forest, more confidence in his ability to navigate it. The same goes for you. With every moment you dedicate to listening, you are stepping closer to a world where English no longer feels like an impossible maze. It will feel like a language you can control, a world you can master. The key here is consistency. Just as the traveler did not give up when the path was unclear, you must keep going. There will be times when you feel frustrated, when the words still seem jumbled or too fast to catch. But this is normal. The forest, like learning a language, can sometimes feel overwhelming. The important thing is to keep walking, keep listening, and keep believing that every moment of effort brings you closer to your goal. Remember, the traveler didn't stop when the shadows were too dark or the whispers too mysterious. He listened carefully, he adapted to the environment, and in time he uncovered the truth. This same approach will help you in your learning. The more you embrace the challenge, the more you will find that the language opens up to you in ways you never expected. Along the way, it's crucial to make listening a part of your daily life. Don't just listen when it feels like you have the time or energy. Make it a habit, a routine. Like the traveler who didn't wait for the perfect moment to move, you too should incorporate listening into the flow of your day. Whether it's listening to a podcast while you make breakfast or watching an English movie before bed, make listening a constant companion. The beauty of learning through listening is that it doesn't need to be complicated. You don't have to sit for hours with a textbook or force yourself into uncomfortable situations. Instead, by listening to English in ways that fit into your life, you turn learning into something enjoyable, something you look forward to. There is a magic to this when you let the language become a part of you. When you listen without pressure, it begins to flow naturally. Your brain starts to pick up patterns without you even trying. It's as if you're slowly learning the language by osmosis, without the effort feeling like work. This is the power of listening. It makes English feel like a language you can effortlessly understand. You stop translating in your head, and instead, the words start to make sense in the moment. The traveler found his way through the forest, not by searching for shortcuts, but by walking, step by step, becoming familiar with the terrain. You too will find your way to fluency through consistent, enjoyable listening. However, just as the traveler encountered moments of fear and doubt, you too may face challenges along the way. There will be days when the words sound too fast or the meanings seem out of reach. But this is part of the journey. Fear and uncertainty are natural. What matters is how you respond. If the traveler had given up at the first sign of fear, he would never have reached the clearing. If you give up when you don't understand something, you will miss the beauty of the journey. In those difficult moments, take a deep breath and remember why you started this journey. Think about the excitement you felt when you first decided to improve your English. Hold on to that feeling. It will guide you through the tough times. And don't forget, you are not alone in this journey. Just like the traveler, who was guided by the figure in the mist, you too have support along the way. Whether it's friends, family, or teachers, there are people around you who want to see you succeed. Reach out when you need help, ask questions when you're confused, and share your progress with others. Support can come from many places, and sometimes the simplest encouragement can make all the difference. Keep in mind that your path to fluency is a shared experience, not a solitary one. You are part of a global community of learners, all striving for the same goal, and together we can overcome the fear, the doubts, and the challenges. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about something special, the way listening to English can deeply impact your heart. There is a certain beauty in the way the language sounds. When you listen to someone speak, you are hearing more than just words. You are hearing their emotions, their story, their personality. English, when spoken with passion, can stir your heart. Imagine listening to a beautiful story in English, and as the narrator shares their emotions, you feel them too. That's the magic of language. It's more than just communication, it's connection. Through listening, you connect with people from different cultures, backgrounds, and experiences. You begin to understand them not just on a logical level, but emotionally as well. This is the power of listening in English. It opens your heart. It connects you to the world. Every conversation you hear, every story you listen to, is a chance to experience life from another person's point of view. You learn empathy, understanding, and appreciation for the diversity of human experiences. English is not just a tool for communication, it's a bridge between you and the world. And as you continue to listen, you will not only learn the language, but you will also grow as a person. Your world will expand, your heart will open, and you will see the beauty in the connections you create. So, as you embark on the next chapter of your journey, remember this: every time you listen, you are not just improving your English, you are building bridges. You are connecting with the world, with the stories, the emotions, and the people that make up this incredible, beautiful language. Every step you take brings you closer to mastering English, but more importantly, it brings you closer to understanding and appreciating the world around you. Now, if this journey has sparked something inside you, if you feel that excitement and curiosity growing, then don't stop here. Keep listening, keep learning, and keep embracing the adventure. There is so much more waiting for you. Every day is an opportunity to grow, to improve, and to become the best version of yourself. And remember, I am here to help you every step of the way. So, if you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe and continue this journey with me. Together, we will explore the many facets of the English language, uncover the beauty in every word, and build a connection that will last a lifetime. Stay curious, stay excited, and above all, keep listening. You are capable of achieving greatness, and this adventure is just beginning. Every moment of listening, every word you hear, and every lesson you learn is a step toward the light. The forest is no longer dark, and the path is no longer unclear. The world of English is yours to explore. So, take a deep breath and step forward with confidence. Imagine standing in front of a large crowd, the lights dimmed, the room full of silent anticipation. Your heart races. The audience is waiting for you to speak, but all you feel is the heavy weight of fear in your chest. You open your mouth, but no words come out. Then, a strange thing happens: your voice cracks. It's as though the words you wanted to say have suddenly disappeared. The room feels colder, the air thicker, and every eye in the crowd seems to be watching you, judging you, waiting for you to fail. The tension in the air is so thick, you can almost touch it.
In the heart
Every
of the
moment feels like an eternity. But what if I told you this is not the end of the story? What if there's a secret to turning that fear of speaking, into something more powerful, something that can make your voice soar with confidence and strength? What if I told you that the key to speaking English confidently is not just about learning words or grammar, but about transforming yourself into a person who can stand tall, speak clearly, and make an unforgettable impression on everyone around you? Now, let's take a step into the unknown, where fear can be overcome and confidence can rise from within.
speak of ancient
Picture this: you're walking into a room where everyone speaks English perfectly. You feel a sense of doubt creeping into your mind. What if I can't keep up? What if I make a mistake? But then, something inside you stirs. A little voice says, I can do this. I am ready for this challenge. And just like that, You begin to speak, and the words flow from you with
Have you
ease.
ever wondered what lies hidden beneath the surface
The
of the mighty
fear
Amazon
melts
River?
away,
This river,
replaced
flowing
by a
through the
deep
dense
sense
heart
of
of the
calm
Amazon
and
jungle,
strength.
holds secrets that have baffled scientists for
The
centuries.
room, which once
Legends
felt
speak of ancient
intimidating,
civilizations that
now
once
feels
thrived
like an
along its
arena
shores,
where you are the
leaving
star.
behind clues in the form of mysterious
The
ruins,
audience is not
unknown
judging
plants,
you,
and
but
even
cheering
strange
you
creatures. In the depths of the
on. Does
river,
this sound impossible? Or do you feel that something inside you is awakening, ready to learn how to speak confidently, to stand in front of others without hesitation, and to express yourself in a way that feels powerful? There's a mysterious power that lies within you, just waiting to be unlocked, and it all starts with the way you believe in yourself when you speak English. You might be wondering, how do I unlock this power? The secret is not some magical formula, but a journey where you transform your thoughts, your emotions, and your fears into the strength that carries you forward.
Have you ever wondered what lies hidden beneath
It's a
the
journey
surface
where
of
you
the
begin to
mighty
speak with
Amazon
clarity, passion,
This
and
river,
confidence,
flowing through
even when the
dense
world
heart of
around
the
you seems
Amazon
uncertain.
jungle, holds secrets that have baffled
Let's
scientists
take a
for
closer
centuries.
look at the moment
Legends
when you
speak of
step
ancient
into that room,
civilizations that once
where the
thrived along its
audience waits
shores,
for you to speak.
leaving behind clues in the form.
What if, instead of fear, you felt excitement? What if your heart didn't race with anxiety, but with the thrill of the moment? You are not just delivering words, you are sharing a part of yourself with the world. Every word you speak
Deep in the heart.
can be a reflection of who you are, what you believe, and what you want others to understand about you. But here's the catch: if you want to speak with confidence, you need to believe in your own worth. You need to know that your voice matters, that your words have power, and that you are worthy of being heard. You need to take a deep breath and step forward, even if the fear still lingers. Because the moment you take that first step, you break free from the chains of self-doubt that have held you back for so long. You take control of your own destiny, and you decide that
Deep in the
nothing,
heart
not
of the-
fear, not failure, not even mistakes will stop you from speaking your truth. Now, picture yourself in a room full of people. You are not nervous anymore. You don't care about making a mistake,
Deep in the
because
heart
you
of the
know
Amazon
that
jungle,
mistakes are part of the
towering
learning
trees stretch
process.
high into the sky, some over
You
200
stand
feet
tall,
tall. But what if I
shoulders
told you
back,
that these massive
with
trees
your head
hold
held
secrets
high.
far beyond their size?
You begin
Hidden
to
within their
speak,
trunks and branches,
and the words
they
come
shelter
out
thousands
smoothly,
of undiscovered species,
like a river flowing
creatures
without
that the world has never
hesitation.
seen. It's believed that the Amazon's
There's no
trees can
stopping you
communicate
now.
with each other through an
The
underground
energy
network
in the
of
room
roots,
shifts, and people start listening intently,
sending
drawn to
signals
the
about threats
confidence
like
in your
fire or
voice.
drought. Some scientists
They
claim
are
these trees
captivated
even
by
share
your
water during
words,
dry.
but more than that, they are inspired by the way you speak with such belief in yourself. But how do you get to this point? How do you stop feeling like a prisoner to your fears and doubts? How do you take the first step
Deep in the
toward
heart of the
mastering
Amazon
your own
jungle.
voice? The key to this transformation
Have you ever
lies in
wondered what-
practice and self-belief. The more you practice, the more confident you become. But it's not just about repetition, it's about believing that you are capable of great things, even when you make mistakes. It's about trusting the process and knowing that each step you take brings you closer to your goal. Now, let's talk about something even deeper. It's not just about speaking English confidently in front of a crowd. It's about how you speak to yourself. The way you talk to yourself when no one is around is the most important part of building confidence. Do you tell yourself that you can do it, or do you constantly doubt yourself? Do you encourage yourself when you struggle, or do you give up? The relationship you have with yourself is the foundation of your confidence, and if you want to speak with power, you need to start by speaking kindly to yourself. Every time you catch yourself thinking, I can't do this, replace it with, I can do this.
This
I am
vast
capable.
rainforest is home to
I am
some of
learning,
the rarest species on Earth,
and every mistake
many
is
of
a
which
step
are still
forward.
waiting to be discovered. One such
It's
creature
this
is the pink river
mindset
dolphin. This
that will
intelligent,
propel you
elusive
forward,
animal navigates the murky
even on the days when you feel like giving up. The road to confidence is not a straight path, but with each small victory, you will find yourself getting stronger, more resilient, and more fearless.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle,
There's a beautiful
world full
truth
of
about
secrets lies
speaking
hidden
with
beneath the dense
confidence.
canopy.
It's
Few-
not about perfection. It's about showing up, being
Deep
present,
in the heart of the
and
Amazon,
expressing yourself with honesty
deep
and
in the heart of the
courage.
Amazon jungle,
You don't need to have the perfect accent, the perfect grammar, or the perfect vocabulary. What you need is the courage to speak, the courage to make mistakes, and the courage to believe in yourself. But here's the most powerful part: when you speak with confidence, you invite others to do the same. Your courage, your belief in yourself, becomes a beacon of light for others who may be struggling with their own fears and doubts. When you speak confidently, you inspire others to find their voice too. You become part of a community where everyone is lifting each other up, encouraging each other to speak, to express, and to share. So, how can you become a confident English speaker? It all starts with believing in yourself,
deep in the heart.
embracing your mistakes, and showing up every single day. The more you practice, the more your confidence will grow, and the more you will feel empowered to speak, not just in English, but in every area of your life. As you walk this journey, remember one thing: you are not alone.
Deep in the heart of
There
the
is a
Amazon
community
jungle,
of people
where sunlight
just
barely
like
kisses
you,
the ground,
working
lies
to
a mystery
overcome
that
their
has puzzled
fears
explorers
and
for
become better
centuries.
speakers.
Hidden beneath the dense canopy
You
are
are
ancient
part of
geometric
something much
patterns carved
larger
into
than
the earth.
yourself.
These massive
Together
designs,
you
visible
can
only from
support
above,
each other,
hint at a
cheer
lost
each other
civilization,
on,
a
and
society so
celebrate each
advanced.
victory, no matter how small. Because every step you take toward speaking with confidence is a step toward becoming the best version of yourself. And now, as we reach the end of this speech, I want to leave you with one final thought: confidence is not something you are born with, it
Deep in the heart of
is
the
something
Amazon,
you build. It is like a muscle that grows stronger with each challenge you face.
in the heart of
The more you work on it, the more natural it will feel. So, take a deep breath, believe in yourself, and step forward. The world is waiting for your voice, and there is nothing that can stop you from sharing it. Thank you for joining me today on this journey. If you want to continue learning how to speak with confidence, to overcome your fears, and to unlock the power within you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
in the heart of the
Together, we can continue this journey and help each
Amazon
other
jungle.
become the best speakers we can be. As you stand there, ready to take the next step on your journey to confidence, It's important to remember that no one else has walked the exact same path as you. Each of us has a unique story,
Amazon jungle,
a unique
hidden world
voice,
thrives, filled with
and a
secrets waiting to
unique
be
way of
uncovered.
expressing
The
ourselves.
dense green canopy hides mysterious creatures.
And that is the beauty of it. The way you speak, the way you express yourself, is something no one else can replicate. It is yours and yours alone. Now think for a moment about the last time
In
you
the
spoke
heart of the
in front
Amazon
of
jungle,
others.
a hidden
What was it like? Was there a sense of hesitation or uncertainty? Or were you full of energy, excited to share what you had learned, what you had experienced? What if every time you spoke, you could carry that excitement, that energy, into your words? Imagine how different your life could be if you weren't afraid of speaking up, of being heard. Think of the opportunities you would seize, the relationships you would build, the experiences you would create. But here's the truth. No one is born speaking with perfect confidence. Every great speaker, every successful communicator has faced fear at some point. They've had moments where they doubted their abilities,
But here's the
questioned their worth, and feared failure. But what separates those who succeed from those who do not is their ability to push through that fear, to continue even when it feels difficult, and to grow stronger with each challenge they face.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle.
If you want to sound more confident in English, you must first accept that mistakes are part of the process. Every mistake you make is a stepping stone towards mastery. Every time you stumble over a word or forget a sentence, you are learning. You are becoming more skilled, more fluent, and more confident. The fear of making mistakes can hold you back. But the truth is that every great speaker has made mistakes along the way. It's how they've learned and grown that makes them great.
Hidden.
So, take that first step, no matter how small it seems. Say the words out loud, even if they are imperfect. Speak with passion, even if you are nervous. Because each time you speak, you are becoming better. You are becoming more confident. And as you continue this journey, you'll begin to notice something extraordinary. The fear, the anxiety, the doubt, they start to fade away. They lose their grip on you, and you find yourself standing taller, speaking more clearly, and feeling more at ease. Imagine a moment when you're able to express yourself in English without hesitation. You're talking to a friend, telling a story, or even giving a speech. Your words flow effortlessly, your confidence shining through, and you feel proud of yourself. You know that the effort you've put in, the practice, the courage to keep going despite your fears, has led you to this moment of success. You've reached a place where speaking is no longer a challenge, it's a joy. A joy that comes from knowing that you've worked hard and grown, and that you can share your voice with the world. The most important part of this journey is not about reaching perfection. It's about progress. It's about continuing to move forward, even when the path feels difficult. Every time you speak, you are improving. Every time you express yourself, you are building confidence. And that is something no one can take away from you. Confidence isn't a trait you either have or don't have. It's a skill you can develop and improve day by day. Now,
Deep in the heart
let's
of the
take a moment
Amazon
to look
jungle,
at the emotional
where
power of
sunlight
speaking
struggles to
confidently.
pierce the dense canopy,
When you speak with
mysteries
confidence,
stir in the shadows.
you not only change the way people
Paul,
hear you,
a
you
young
change the way you hear
researcher,
yourself.
had heard whispers
You
of
begin to see
creatures
yourself as
unknown
someone
to
who is
science,
capable,
beings
someone
locals
whose voice
called shadow
matters.
spirits. One night,
This shift
while
in
mapping an
perspective can
uncharted
transform
river,
your entire
he noticed
life.
glowing eyes
It
watching
can
him
change
from
the
the
way you
trees.
approach challenges,
The creature vanished,
the way
but
you
the
set
silence
goals,
that followed
and
was
the way you
deafening.
interact with others.
The next morning, Paul found claw marks on his
When
camp's
you
gear,
believe in your
unlike
own voice,
anything he'd ever seen.
you begin to
Locals
see that you can
described a creature
achieve
that shifted
anything you
forms,
set your mind
half
to.
serpent, half panther,
But
silent but deadly. Its venom,
let's
they
face
said,
it,
paralyzed not the body but the
it's
mind,
not always easy.
trapping victims in their
There will
darkest
be
fears.
times when you feel overwhelmed,
Determined, Paul set
unsure
cameras
of
in the
yourself,
jungle. But when he
or
reviewed the
afraid to
footage,
take the next step.
it showed nothing, except his own
But in
terrified
those
reflection.
moments,
Were these
remember
creatures
the
real,
only way
or
to
was the
grow
Amazon
is to
guarding
push through
secrets
that
no man was meant to
discomfort.
uncover?
Confidence comes from practice, from repetition, and from believing in your own potential. So when fear rises up, embrace it. When doubt creeps in, acknowledge it, but don't let it stop you. Because you are stronger than you realize, and you are capable of more than you think. As you continue to practice speaking English, take every opportunity to use it. Whether you're talking to a friend, practicing in front of a mirror, or even speaking to a stranger, every time you speak, you are growing. And when you feel ready, don't be afraid to share your voice with a larger audience. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be you. And when you show up as your true self, with confidence and passion, others will be drawn to you. Speaking with confidence isn't about impressing others. It's about expressing yourself authentically, sharing your thoughts, your ideas, and your emotions with the world. It's about embracing your voice and using it to create change, to inspire others, and to build meaningful connections. When you speak with confidence, you are not just talking, you are creating a space for yourself and others to grow, to connect, and to learn. So, I ask you, are you ready to take the first step toward becoming a more confident English
Deep
speaker?
in the heart of the Amazon jungle,
Are you ready to transform your fears into strength, your doubts into determination, and your hesitation into courage?
the Amazon
The journey may not always be easy, but every step you take will bring you closer to your goal. And in the end, you will not only become a confident speaker, you will become a stronger, more empowered person. Remember, confidence is not about being perfect. It's about being brave enough to speak, even when you're afraid. It's about having the courage to make mistakes and learn from them. And it's about knowing that your voice matters, no matter how imperfect it may seem. So take that first step. Believe in yourself and watch as your confidence grows. The world is
Guarding
waiting
her
to hear
secrets.
your voice, and there is no one better to share it than you. And as you continue to grow and learn, remember this: the most powerful tool you have is your voice. Use it wisely, use it boldly, and never, ever doubt that you have something incredible to
Guarding her
offer the
secrets.
world.
Only the brave dare to find out.
If you've enjoyed this journey today and want to continue learning how to speak with confidence, make sure to like, share, and subscribe. Together, we will continue to unlock the power of our voices and speak with the confidence that we deserve. Thank you for being here. And remember, the world
The
is listening.
Amazon's giant river deep in the heart
It's
of the
time
Amazon
to speak
jungle.
up. It was a dark and stormy night. The wind howled like a hungry wolf, and the rain beat against the windows like 1,000 tiny hands. Inside a small, quiet room, a young man sat alone at a desk, his fingers trembling as he reached for the phone. He had been preparing for this moment for days, even weeks. The time had finally come. With a deep breath, he dialed the number. But as the phone rang, something strange happened. The air grew colder. The silence around him seemed to thicken, as if the world itself were holding its breath. He didn't know it yet, but in that moment, something life-changing was about to happen. As the phone clicked, a voice on the other end whispered, "Are you ready?" What was the man ready for? Was it an important business deal? A life-altering conversation? Or something much deeper? The voice on the phone didn't say. It only asked, "Are you ready?" The young man's heart raced.
Welcome to
He
the
had been
giant
preparing
Amazon
his
jungle.
whole
In the heart
life
of
for
Amazon
this.
mystery breeze with
A
every
story
rustle
flows
of
what
the
was it?
currents of
Did
the
you
mighty
know that over
Amazon
10%
River.
What did he need to be
Locals
ready
live here,
for?
the river's spirit, but that's just the
known as
beginning.
Yara.
His
The
mind
Amazon
raced
guard
as
is
he
secrets
wondered
that
if he had
scientists
what
are
it
still
took to
Amazon,
face
over
whatever
4,000
was about to
miles
come.
long, holds
Animals that are
mysteries
yet to be
science
discovered.
can't
His
explain.
hand
And a
shook
river
as he
needs
brought the phone closer to his ear. What happened next? That's the mystery. This young man, like many of us, was about to experience something profound. You see, in life, we are all faced with a series of conversations, some big, some small.
Welcome to the heart of the Amazon
Yet,
jungle.
in each moment, there is an incredible power, the power of words. Conversations are not just about sharing thoughts, they are about understanding, connecting, and growing. The most ordinary of conversations can change our lives in ways we can't even imagine. And that's what the man would soon discover. But it wasn't going to be easy. To master everyday conversations, he had to face his fear. Fear of making mistakes. Fear of sounding foolish. Fear of being misunderstood. We all know that feeling. We've all been there. When you speak, you hope the words come out right. You hope the other person listens. You hope they understand you. But sometimes we don't say the right thing. Sometimes our words stumble. And in those moments, we fear the worst, that we'll be judged, laughed at, or ignored. But here's the thing, mastering conversations isn't about being perfect. It's about being real. It's about being true to yourself and
The
being
mighty
brave
Amazon
enough to
basin
speak,
is a world of mystery, where
even
the
when
Earth's
the
most
words
powerful
don't come
river
out as
twists and
planned.
turns through an untamed jungle, hiding
And
secrets.
let me tell you something powerful: each time you try, you grow. Each time you speak, you build your confidence. And with every conversation, you become a little bit better. The young man on the other end of the
The
phone was
mighty
about to
Amazon
learn this
basin is
truth.
a world.
The voice on the phone wasn't just testing him, it was guiding him, helping him see that the true power of words isn't in perfection. It's in connection. It's in how you make the other person feel. And once you understand this, you hold the key to unlocking a world of powerful, meaningful conversations. Now, imagine this. You're standing in a crowded room, a room full of strangers. Your palms are sweaty, your heart races. You want to speak. You want to join the conversation, but the fear holds you back. What will they think of you? Will they listen? Will they care? You feel trapped inside your own mind, stuck in the quiet corners of your thoughts. This fear is real. It's terrifying. But here's the beautiful truth: every great speaker, every person who has ever made a difference, has faced this fear. They've stood in that very room, feeling the same way you do. And they've done it anyway, because they knew, deep inside, that the key to mastering everyday conversations is not about getting it perfect. It's about having the courage to speak, no matter what. Now, let's return to the young man. As he listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, something incredible began to happen. He started to feel the weight of the fear lift. The voice wasn't judging him. It wasn't criticizing him. Instead, it was encouraging him. It was telling him that it was okay to feel nervous. It was okay to make mistakes. What mattered was that he kept going. And that's when it hit him. The true power
Deep
of
within the
mastering
Amazon jungle,
conversations
the world's
isn't about
largest
knowing all the
rainforest,
right words,
shadows
it's
move
about
in ways
knowing
that
the
seem
right
alive.
feelings.
Isabella, a young explorer,
Conversations are not
walked
just
carefully through the
exchanges of
dense
words.
trees. The air was heavy, and strange
They are
calls echoed from
exchanges of
unseen
energy.
creatures. "Do you hear that?"
When you speak
whispered
with
Daniel,
passion,
her guide.
when
His
you
eyes
speak
darted
with heart, people feel it. They don't just hear your words, they feel your emotions, your energy, your truth. That's what makes a conversation memorable. That's what connects us. Let's pause for a moment. Imagine the most heart-touching conversation you've ever had.
Deep within the Amazon jungle,
It wasn't the
world
perfect words that made it memorable, was it? It was the feeling behind those words. The emotion, the vulnerability, the honesty. Maybe it was a moment with a friend, when they shared their deepest fears with you. Maybe it was a conversation with a loved one, when they told you how much they cared. Or maybe it was a quiet moment, just you and someone else, exchanging words that meant everything. Those are the moments that stick with us. Those are the moments that remind us that mastering everyday conversations
deep
is
within the
about
Amazon
more
jungle.
than just speaking. It's about listening, connecting, and sharing emotions. Words can heal. They can bring hope. They can change lives. And you hold that power in your hands every single day. But it's not always easy. There will be times when you speak and the words fall flat. There will be times when you try to connect and you don't know how. There will be times when you feel alone, even in the middle of a conversation. But don't let that stop you. Don't let that fear win. The fear will always be there. It will always try to
The
hold you
Amazon
back.
jungle, also known as the lungs of the
But
earth,
here's the most
holds a
powerful
mysterious
thing I can
power
tell
unlike
you: you
anywhere
are
else on the
stronger
planet.
than your fear. Every time you speak, you break down that fear, piece by piece. Every time you engage in a conversation, You build the courage to face the next one. And here's the most
The Amazon
beautiful
jungle
part.
also
When you master the art of everyday conversation, you don't just change yourself, you change the world around you. You create connections.
deep in the
You
heart of
build bridges.
the Amazon jungle,
You
where sunlight
open
barely
hearts.
touches the forest.
And in a world that sometimes feels disconnected, that is a power
Deep
worth
in the heart of the
mastering.
Amazon jungle, where sunlight barely touches
So,
the forest floor. Secrets are
To
hidden.
the young
Secrets
man on the phone that night, and to each of you reading this, remember this truth: mastering everyday conversations is not about the perfect words, it's about speaking from the heart. It's about being brave, even when fear whispers in your ear. It's about taking that first step, even when you don't know where it will lead. And it's about knowing that every conversation you have is a chance to change the world, one word at a time.
It's very
As
nice.
I finish this speech, I want to leave you with one last thought. The most important conversations you will ever have
Felt extremely
are the ones
nauseous
that happen
and
when you
started
stop
to worry
worrying
that I
about
might
being
be
perfect
pregnant. I
and
didn't
start
know
being
whether
real.
this was a good or bad thing. Should I be
So,
happy
are you ready
about
to
becoming
take that
a
first
mother
step?
or upset because I got pregnant by
Are you
two
ready to
people
break free
and
from the
didn't
fear?
even know who the father was?
Are
Or
you
could it
ready to
somehow
master
be both
everyday
of them? You
conversations?
see, I'm in a simultaneous
Because once you
relationship with two
do,
men.
you
My
will discover that you
ex-boyfriend and my
hold the
new
power to
boyfriend.
transform your
I
life
couldn't even
and the
imagine how
lives
they
of
would react
everyone
if I
around
told
you.
them. What if they got
The
angry?
truth
What if they
is,
insisted I terminate?
most of us walk through life believing that the power of words belongs to the few, the public speakers, the leaders, the famous figures. But I'm here to tell you that every single person has the ability to speak with power, to change the direction of a conversation, and to make an impact. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, or what you've been through. You, too, have a voice, and it is a voice that deserves to be heard.
Amar,
But here's the thing: your voice isn't just a tool to speak.
Sheru.
It's a mirror that reflects your
अच्छा, इनकी
emotions,
चमड़ी तो बहुत
your
मजबूत होगी फिर।
thoughts, your fears,
जैसे अगर
and
सर
your
इनके अंदर कोई
dreams.
कूद गया कि उसको नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे।
When you speak, you share a piece of yourself with the world. And that is why conversations, even the smallest ones, are so important.
वाह,
Every time you engage with someone,
Good.
you're inviting them into your world.
यहाँ से लेंगे
And
ना
in
दोनों।
return, they invite you into theirs.
वो भी छूटेगा।
It's a dance, an exchange that requires trust, vulnerability, and
अच्छा,
courage.
यहाँ अपने यहाँ एयरपोर्ट।
Imagine this: you're sitting across from someone, maybe a friend, maybe a stranger. The room is silent for a moment, and you feel the weight of the moment.
एक है सर इसमें बंगाल
You
टाइगर
want
और
to
दूसरा है
speak, but there's a
White
hesitation. It's
Good.
not fear of speaking the wrong words, it's fear of being misunderstood. But here's the secret: true connection happens not when we say everything perfectly, but when we allow ourselves to be imperfect. When we give others the chance to see us for who we truly
जैसे
are,
मांसाहारी भी तो होते हैं।
beyond the polished version we often try to present.
ओमनीवोर्स होते हैं,
अच्छा,
मछली खा
You
लेंगे,
don't need to have all the
कीड़े मकोड़े खा
answers.
लेंगे, दीमक खा लेंगे,
अच्छा, हाँ,
You
दीमक
don't
बहुत
need to
दिन
know
खाते हैं।
exactly what
छोटे-मोटे
to
कीड़े मकोड़े
say.
खाते हैं। हर्बीवोर्स
मछली उछली।
What matters most
अच्छा, आदमी
is
को
that you're
नुकसान
willing to
पहुंचाएंगे।
speak,
नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे, इंजरी
even
कर
when
देंगे,
you don't have all
चोट
the
लगा देंगे,
answers.
काट लेंगे। But
What
काटने
matters
का उद्देश्य ये
most
नहीं
is
कि
that
उनको
you're
खाना।
willing to be
हाँ, हाँ।
open,
अच्छा, ये
to listen,
मछली पकड़ के खा लेंगे।
to
ये व्यवस्था
learn,
है इनकी।
and to grow from every conversation you
ये
have.
तो क्लाइंबर होते हैं ना, चढ़ते भी हैं।
It's a
चढ़ते हैं।
बहुत तेज
process,
चढ़ते हैं।
तो अभी अगर
It's a
इसको एक कोच
journey.
मिल जाएगा तो इसी को चढ़ के इस पर आ जाएगा फिर।
and along the way, you'll discover that mastering everyday conversations
आ जाओ।
is not just about improving your speaking skills. It's about improving your life. every conversation is a chance to learn something new, to gain a new perspective, and to build a deeper connection with the people around you. Imagine how much more fulfilling your life would be if every conversation you had helped you grow just a little bit more. Imagine the confidence you would gain,
नहीं
trust
इसका
you
अंदाज
would
क्या है मालूम
build,
है?
and the
इसका
relationships you
अंदाज
would
क्या है
nurture.
लेपर्ड का मेरी भाषा में।
But here's the catch, it won't always be easy.
ठीक से।
ठीक है सर
There will be moments of discomfort. There will be times when you say the wrong thing, or when the words don't come out right. There will be moments when you feel like you failed. But the beauty of mastering everyday conversations is this: every failure is a lesson. Every mistake is a step forward. And every awkward moment is an opportunity to grow. You see, there is no perfect conversation. There is no such thing as flawless communication. But there is such a thing as authentic connection. And that is what makes all the difference. In those quiet, uncomfortable moments when you're unsure of what to say, remember this: you don't have to be perfect. You just have to be you. Speak with honesty. Speak with kindness. Speak with an open heart.
इसकी कितनी
And
प्रजातियां होती हैं
listen.
सर?
Truly listen to the words of others.
हाँ।
And when you do this, something magical happens. The fear begins to fade away. The walls around you start to crumble. You start to realize that every conversation is a gift, an opportunity to connect, to share, to learn, and to grow. The young man on the phone, who started with so much fear, is now speaking with a newfound confidence. He is no longer afraid to make mistakes. He is no longer afraid to speak from the heart. And as he continues to talk, he begins to realize that the power of conversation is not in saying the right words, but in saying the words that matter. The words that come from the heart.
ये राइनो
And so, as you walk through your day, remember that you too have this power. Every conversation you have is an opportunity to connect, to make someone feel heard, to make someone feel valued. Don't be afraid to speak. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable. And don't be afraid to listen with empathy and understanding. Because when you master everyday conversations, you unlock a world of
वैसे आर्टिफिशियल
possibilities.
लग रहा है ना सर?
You unlock the ability to connect with others in ways you never imagined. You unlock the ability to transform your relationships, your career, and your life. So are you ready to take
अच्छा ये
that
मेल
first
फीमेल
step?
है।
Are you ready to face your fears, to break through the walls, and to speak with authenticity?
अच्छा इनके
I
सर
promise you, the
मीटिंग के
rewards
समय
are
कब
worth
तक होते
it.
हैं?
अभी नहीं, अभी इनकी उम्र उतनी नहीं है।
The world is waiting for your voice.
सामान्यतः जो समय होता है ये लगभग
And
जब
the
ये 9-10
more you
साल के उम्र हो
speak,
जाते हैं
The
तब आता
more
है।
you'll
तभी ये जो
discover
बच्चे
the
हैं, अभी
power
हमारा
you hold
दोनों
within
का उम्र
yourself.
लगभग 6 साल के आसपास है।
कितने छोटे हैं ये?
And as you continue on this journey, remember this: every conversation you have is a chance to learn, to grow, and to become the person you were always meant to be. Speak with confidence,
अच्छा इनकी
speak with
चमड़ी तो बहुत
kindness,
मजबूत होगी फिर।
and speak
जैसे
with
अगर सर इनके
heart.
अंदर कोई कूद गया कि उसको नुकसान पहुंचाएंगे?
And above
कोई भी
all,
वन्यजीव ऐसा नहीं होता
never
जिसके पास
forget
आप जाएंगे तो वो
that
निशान
your
नहीं छोड़
words
सकता।
ये क्या
matter.
कर सकते हैं?
किसी को
मारेंगे
मार
ये।
सकता है, कुचल सकता है।
Now,
तो वन्यजीव
as
होता
we
है।
wrap up
हमारी
this
पहली
message,
यही होती है कि जब भी कोई
I
वन्यजीव
leave you with one
वो
final
वन्यजीव
thought.
इसीलिए है कि वो उसके अंदर
It's a thought
जो एक
that will
कहते हैं
stay
कि
with you
पालतूपन
long
नहीं है,
after this
तभी वो जंगली
conversation
जानवर है।
ends.
तभी वो वन्यजीव है।
And it's this: the greatest gift you can give someone is the gift of your words, the gift of connection, understanding, and love. So, be afraid to speak. Don't be afraid to share your story. Your voice is powerful, and it deserves to be heard. Like, subscribe, and share this message with others. Together, let's master the art of everyday conversations. Because in the end, it's not just about speaking, it's about connecting. And that's where the magic happens. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the silent town.
अब बोलिए अमर
The streets were
Amar.
empty, save for the echo of footsteps that seemed to follow from behind, though no one was there. A woman hurried down the alley, her heart racing. Her breath came in quick, shallow bursts. She could feel it. The eyes watching her, waiting for the moment when she would falter. Suddenly, she stopped.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle,
A figure
a hidden
appeared in
world
the
thrives,
fog.
filled with secrets waiting to be
Tall,
uncovered. The dense
shadowy,
green canopy
its
hides
face
mysterious
obscured.
creatures, some never before
Her
seen by
heart
human
skipped
eyes.
a beat,
Birds with
She
in the
wanted to
heart of the
scream,
Amazon jungle,
but
a
no
hidden
sound
world
came
exists,
out.
untouched by time.
What was
Welcome
she
to the realm
supposed
of
to
the
do?
Amazon natives. Guardians of
How
the
was she
forest's
supposed
greatest
to
scene opens
respond?
with lush greenery and the sound of
How could
distant
she
thunder in the
understand this
Amazon
stranger's
rainforest.
language?
Narrator,
This
mysterious
unfamiliar
tone.
voice.
Deep in the heart of the Amazon,
In
a
that
world
very
of
moment,
unimaginable power
she
lies
realized
hidden.
something
A
shocking.
rainforest that holds secrets,
She wasn't
mysteries,
speaking in her
and
own language anymore.
superpowers. Deep in the heart of
She
the
wasn't
Amazon
even
jungle,
translating.
where sunlight struggles to
She
pierce the
wasn't
dense
thinking in
canopy,
words at all.
mysteries stir in the shadows.
What happened
the
next?
Amazon's giant river
You'll
deep
find
in the
out.
heart of the Amazon jungle.
But
a story
first,
floats along the currents of the mighty Amazon
think
River.
about this. What if you
Locals
could speak
whisper of the
without
river's
translating?
spirit, known as Yara. Welcome to the
What
heart
if your
of the Amazon
thoughts,
jungle.
feelings, and
The mighty
ideas could
Amazon
flow
basin is
freely?
deep within the Amazon
without
jungle,
the barrier
the
of
world's
words in
largest
between.
rainforest, shadows move in ways that
In
seem
our
alive.
world,
Isabella,
language is a bridge.
young explorer, walked carefully through the
connects
dense
us,
trees. The air was
allowing us
heavy,
to share
and strange
thoughts,
calls echoed from unseen
experiences, and
creatures.
ideas.
Do you hear that?
But
Whispered
when that
Daniel,
bridge is
her guide.
broken,
His eyes
when the
darted
words
nervously.
don't come,
The Amazon
everything
jungle,
falls
also known
apart.
as the lungs of the earth,
And
holds a
that's
mysterious
exactly what the
power
woman
unlike
felt.
anywhere else on the planet.
in her fear,
Hidden
in
deep
her
within its
uncertainty,
dense green
she had to find a way to
layers
speak
lies
without
the
translating.
Amazon rainforest holds secrets.
Could it be
The
done?
Amazon jungle. The Amazon
Could she
jungle.
make herself
Deep in the heart
understood
of the
without thinking in
Amazon,
a different
where
language
sunlight
first?
barely touches the forest floor.
Think about this.
Whispers
How
of life
often do
echo
we
through the
find
dense
ourselves
greenery.
lost in translation? It happens to all of us. When we try to speak in a language that isn't our own, the first thing we do is translate in our minds. We think in our native tongue, then try to find the right words in the second language. This takes time, effort, and sometimes it feels like the words never quite match. We start to feel trapped, like the woman in the alley, unable to express what we truly mean. But here's the mystery. What if you could break free from that trap? What if, instead of translating, you could speak directly from your heart, your soul, your deepest thoughts? What if the words you need are already there, waiting, ready to flow effortlessly? You might be thinking, this is impossible. How can I speak without translating? I have to think in my own language first. But let me ask you this. Have you ever had a dream where you understood everything, even though no words were spoken? Have you ever felt a connection with someone where language didn't matter at all, and you understood each other perfectly? This is the key to speaking without translating. To speak without translating is to tap into something deeper, something more universal than the words we use. It's about connecting with the essence of what we want to say. Not just the surface level translation of words. It's about learning to trust our instincts, to speak with our emotions, and to let the language of the heart guide us.
In the heart of the Amazon jungle,
Imagine this: you're in a room full of people who don't speak your language, but when you speak, they understand you. They don't need to translate your words, they feel your message. They see your passion, your excitement, your fear, your joy. They know exactly what you mean, even though you never had to struggle to find the right words. This is the magic of speaking without translating. It's about breaking down the walls between you and the people around you. It's about speaking with your entire being, not just your mouth. It's about using your body, your eyes, your voice, and your heart to communicate something much deeper than words alone ever could. But how can you do this? How can you learn to speak without translating, to connect on a deeper level with others? The first step is to stop thinking in terms of words. Stop seeing language as a barrier that separates you from others. Instead, start thinking in terms of feelings, emotions, and images. When you stop translating, your mind becomes free to focus on the essence of what you want to communicate. Next, practice listening. Truly listening, not just to the words people are saying, but to the emotions behind those words. When you listen deeply, you start to understand more than just the surface level meaning of the language. You start to hear the unspoken, the things that can't be translated. And in that space, you'll begin to speak without translating as well. It's not easy. It's not something that happens overnight. But the more you practice, the more you'll begin to see the world through a different lens. You'll start to realize that language is not just a tool for communication, it's a living, breathing force that connects us all. And when you tap into that force, when you let go of the need to translate, you'll find that speaking becomes effortless. Now, I want you to think back to that woman in the alley. She was terrified, uncertain, and lost. But when she stopped translating, when she let go of her fear and listened with her heart, she realized something incredible. The person she was afraid of wasn't a stranger at all. It was a reflection of her own fears, her own doubts. And when she spoke, she didn't need words at all. She simply reached out with her heart, and the connection was made. In life, we all face moments of fear, of uncertainty. We all feel trapped by the limitations of language, unsure of how to express ourselves fully. But when we let go of the need to translate, when we speak from the heart, we find that we are never truly alone. We are always connected to others, and we can always find a way to communicate, even without words. So, what will it be? Will you continue to rely on translation, on the barriers that separate you from others? Or will you take the leap, trust your instincts, and learn to speak without translating? The choice is yours. But remember, the journey to speaking without translating is not just about language, it's about connecting with the world around you in a deeper, more meaningful way. As you take that first step, know this: you are not alone. You are part of something bigger, something that transcends language. And when you speak without translating, you will find that your voice is heard, not just in words, but in the very essence of who you are. So, my friends, as you move forward in life, remember this: the most beautiful conversations are not those that happen in words, but those that happen in silence. The most meaningful connections are not those that rely on translation, but those that speak directly to the heart. And if you found this message inspiring, if you're ready to start your own journey of speaking without translating, then I invite you to stay with us. Like, subscribe, and join me in this adventure. Together, we'll discover the magic of true communication, the kind that doesn't need translation, the kind that speaks directly from the soul. Imagine walking into a crowded room, full of people speaking in languages you don't understand. At first, you feel out of place, lost in the noise of unfamiliar words. You try to listen, but the words don't make sense. They're just sounds, disconnected from meaning. But then, something shifts. You stop trying to understand the language with your mind, and instead you begin to feel the energy in the room. You feel the warmth of a smile, the strength in a handshake, the joy in a laugh, the sadness in a sigh. Without realizing it, you're speaking and understanding in a way that doesn't require translation. The more you connect to the emotions and energy around you, the less you rely on words. The truth is, words are just a small part of communication. They're the surface of a much deeper ocean. When we begin to look beyond words, to focus on the deeper currents of emotions, body language, and shared experiences, we start to understand each other on a level that no language can express. Think about a time when you've had a conversation with someone and felt completely understood, even though there was no need for a translator. Maybe it was a moment when you shared a silent look, a gesture, or even just a simple smile that said more than any words could. These moments are the heart of speaking without translating. They are the moments when we transcend the limitations of language and communicate from a place of deep connection. But how do we reach this level of understanding? How do we make sure that we're speaking without translating, connecting with others on a deeper level? It begins with intention. When you approach a conversation with the intention to understand and connect, the need for translation diminishes. You start to listen, not just to the words being spoken, but to the emotions and energy behind them. Think of it like tuning into a radio station. At first, the signal might be fuzzy, unclear. But as you adjust the dial, as you focus your attention, the signal becomes stronger and clearer. In the same way, when you focus on the deeper layers of communication, the need for translation disappears. The words are no longer the most important part. What matters is the connection. This kind of speaking without translating isn't just about how you communicate with others. It's also about how you communicate with yourself. We often translate our own feelings and desires into words that don't fully capture their depth. We try to explain our dreams, our fears, our passions, but the words always feel incomplete. What if, instead of translating, we simply allowed ourselves to feel, to experience without trying to put it into words? It's the difference between telling someone you love them and simply showing it without saying a single word. It's about letting your actions, your presence, your energy speak for you. In those moments, language becomes secondary. The connection is immediate, powerful, and undeniable. But this isn't always easy. We live in a world that relies heavily on words, on translations, on explanations. It's easy to get caught up in trying to be understood, to make sure our message is clear. But when we focus too much on the words, we miss the deeper truth that exists beyond them. We forget that the most important messages are often the ones that can't be put into words at all. When you stop translating, you open yourself up to a world of possibilities. You allow yourself to be vulnerable, to speak from the heart without fear of miscommunication. And when you do this, something incredible happens. You start to see the world differently. You begin to understand that there is so much more to communication than the words we speak. There is the energy we put out, the way we listen, the way we connect without even realizing it. This is the true power of speaking without translating. It's the ability to connect with others in a way that transcends language. It's the ability to express yourself authentically, without the fear of being misunderstood. It's about finding a deeper truth, one that exists beyond words, and allowing that truth to guide your conversations, your relationships, and your life. So, I challenge you to take this journey with me. Let go of the need to translate everything. Start listening with your heart. Speak with your soul. Trust that the words will come when they're needed, but that the true connection lies in what's not said. And remember, the most meaningful conversations you will ever have are not the ones that rely on translation, but the ones that come from a place of deep understanding, where words are just the beginning. You see, communication isn't just about getting your point across. It's about creating a space where both people can feel seen, heard, and understood. It's about breaking down the barriers that language often creates and tapping into a deeper form of connection. When we speak without translating, we remove the walls between us. We communicate not just with words, but with our hearts, minds, and souls. And as you embark on this journey, I want you to remember something: you are never truly alone. Even when you don't have the right words, you can still communicate. Even when you feel misunderstood, you can still connect. The power to communicate without translating lies within you. It's there, waiting to be unlocked. As you move forward, Remember that every conversation is an opportunity to connect on a deeper level. Every interaction is a chance to speak without translating. So don't be afraid to take that first step. Don't be afraid to speak from the heart, to listen with your soul, and to trust that true communication goes beyond words. In a world that often feels divided, speaking without translating can be the bridge that brings us all together. It's the key to building deeper, more meaningful relationships, and it's the path to true understanding. So, my friends, let's embrace this journey together. Let's explore the world of communication that exists beyond language. Let's open our hearts, trust our instincts, and speak without translating. If you found this message inspiring, if you're ready to take the first step towards speaking without translating, then join me. Like, subscribe, and together we'll uncover the beauty of communication that transcends words. This is just the beginning. Imagine this. It's dark. You are standing in a quiet, dimly lit room. The clock on the wall ticks, its sound echoing, growing louder and louder. Suddenly, a voice whispers your name from the corner of the room, but there's no one there. Your heart races, your hands start to sweat, and your mind begins to question everything. Was it real? Was it just in your head? You turn around, your eyes darting, trying to see what's lurking in the shadows, but there's nothing. The tension builds. You take a step forward, your foot silently touching the cold floor. Then you hear it again, but this time it's not just a whisper, it's a full sentence. Clear, chilling, you are not prepared. The room feels colder. Your breath comes out in visible clouds. You don't know whether to scream or to run. But in that very moment you realize something, it's all in your mind. You are caught in a web of your own thoughts. And then, like the flicker of a light, it hits you, your mind has the power to control everything. What if I told you that this very moment, your mind holds the key to a powerful secret? A secret that could unlock your greatest potential. The key to thinking in English like a pro. But that key doesn't just open any door, it opens the door to confidence, fluency, and freedom. For a long time, English may have seemed like a puzzle, a mystery you couldn't solve. You tried to speak, but words didn't come out the way you wanted. You read, but couldn't understand. You heard, but couldn't respond. Every time you tried to think in English, it felt like running through fog, every step blurry, every word hard to catch. But what if you could break through that fog? What if you could think, speak, and understand English like a native speaker? What if you could feel the flow of words, the rhythm of thoughts, as if your mind and the language were one? I'm here to tell you that this is possible. You can think in English like a pro. And today I'll show you how. Let me take you on a journey where language doesn't feel like a barrier, but a bridge. A journey where your mind can run free, thinking in English without hesitation, without fear, without self-doubt. This journey begins with a simple truth: thinking in English is not about translating. It's about immersing yourself in the language, letting it surround you like the air you breathe. Every time you try to speak in English, you are standing on the edge of a cliff. The wind howls around you, the world beneath seems far away, and the fear of falling, of making mistakes, grips you. But here's the thing: every time you make a step forward, you get closer to the sky. The wind feels less threatening. The view becomes clearer. You start to see the world in a whole new way. And with every new word, you rise higher, reaching new heights of confidence. But there's another challenge. There's a voice inside your head. A voice that whispers, "You can't do it." It tells you that you are not good enough. It tells you that you'll never be fluent. It tells you that you'll never reach your goal. That voice, it's the enemy of your dreams. And the only way to silence it is to fill your mind with something stronger. The voice of determination, the voice of action, the voice of belief. So, what do? How do you silence that voice and start thinking in English like a pro? You start by immersing yourself in the language. You don't wait for the perfect moment. You don't wait for the conditions to be right. You dive in, head first. Think about it. Have you ever learned to swim by standing on the shore, afraid of the water? No. You jump in and you learn by doing. English is the same. The more you surround yourself with English, the more you hear it, speak it, write it, and think it, the more natural it will feel. Now, let's talk about the magic of thinking in English. The moment you start to think in English, the world around you starts to change. Your brain begins to process words differently. It's like unlocking a hidden door. Everything you do, everything you say, begins to feel more effortless. Your confidence grows. You begin to see that thinking in English is not a struggle, it's an adventure. But here's the most beautiful part. When you think in English, you're not just speaking a language, you're connecting with the world. You're opening up to new experiences, new people, new ideas. English is not just words on a page, it's the gateway to endless possibilities. And the more you practice, the more you immerse yourself, the more that gateway opens. The road to fluency may be long, but every step you take brings you closer. Every word you speak is a victory. Every sentence you write is a milestone. And with every moment of fear, with every moment of doubt, you are growing stronger. You are building something within yourself that no one can take away. But let's pause for a moment. Think about the first time you spoke in English. Maybe you were scared. Maybe you were shy. Maybe your heart was racing in your chest, your hands trembling. But you did it anyway. you took that first step. And that step, that one small decision, led you to where you are today. It led you to this moment where you are deciding to take your English skills to the next level, to think in English like a pro. This is the moment where everything changes. This is the moment where you stop fearing the language and start embracing it. This is the moment where you realize that the only thing holding you back is your own mind. And once you conquer that fear, once you push through those barriers, the world is yours. As you continue on this journey, remember this fluency is not about being perfect. It's not about speaking without mistakes. It's not about sounding like a native speaker. Fluency is about confidence. It's about feeling comfortable with the language. It's about thinking in English naturally, effortlessly. And that comes with time, practice, and belief. You might face moments when you feel like giving up. You might face moments when the progress seems slow, when the fear creeps back in. But remember, every great achievement requires persistence. Every great success comes from overcoming challenges, and you are capable of doing just that. So, what's the secret to thinking in English like a pro? The secret is simple. It's practice. It's consistency. It's immersing yourself in the language and making it a part of your daily life. It's believing in yourself, even when it's hard. And it's taking that first step, even when the road ahead seems uncertain. And one last thought before we end. Imagine a world where you can speak English with ease. Imagine a world where you think in English, where your thoughts flow naturally in the language. Imagine a world where the fear of making mistakes is replaced with the thrill of learning. That world, it's waiting for you. But it's up to you to take the first step. So, take it. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Don't wait for the conditions to be right. The time is now. And remember, every journey begins with a single step. Take that step today. Think in English like a pro. If you enjoyed this journey, if this speech has touched your heart and sparked the fire within you, make sure to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with others who are on their own journey to thinking in English. Together we can break down the barriers and we can all reach new heights of success. As you sit with your thoughts, take a moment to reflect on everything you've heard so far. The journey we're talking about thinking in English like a pro is not just about mastering a language. It's about unlocking a part of yourself that's been waiting to be discovered. It's about unleashing your full potential, pushing beyond the limits that your mind has set for you. You see, fluency in English doesn't happen overnight. It's a process of beautiful, sometimes challenging, but always rewarding process. But here's something important to understand. The path to fluency isn't just about words. It's about what those words mean. When you think in English, you start to connect not just with the language, but with the world itself. Every word you speak or hear carries emotion, thought, and purpose. You start to feel the power behind each sentence. You begin to understand how those words can change the world, shape your thoughts, and even influence the people around you. Think about the times when you've heard someone speak English fluently, whether it was a teacher, a friend, or someone on TV. You didn't just hear the words, you felt them. You understood their emotions, their excitement, their sadness, or their joy. When you think in English, you'll begin to communicate not just with your mind, but with your heart. Let me take you back for a moment to that feeling of fear, that moment when you stood on the edge, about to speak, and the words seemed so far away. But now, think about how different things are. The fear is still there, yes, but now it's not a wall. It's a challenge that you are more than capable of overcoming. It's like facing a storm. At first, it seems terrifying, but once you learn to navigate through it, you realize that you've grown stronger. You've become someone who no longer fears the storm. You've become someone who can dance in the rain. And that's what you're doing every time you speak in English. Every time you think in English, you're learning to dance in the rain of self-doubt, of hesitation. You're learning to embrace the language not as a challenge, but as a companion, something that helps you express your deepest thoughts, your wildest dreams, your truest emotions. You no longer just speak English, you live it. Now, let's think about what it feels like when you truly understand something. Not just when you know the words, but when you feel the meaning behind them. Have you ever had that moment when you suddenly understand a joke in English, or when you hear a phrase and it clicks in your mind? It's like a door opening to a whole new world. That's what happens when you think in English. You stop translating words in your head. You stop trying to piece things together. You just know. It's the most beautiful, freeing feeling in the world. But even more than that, when you start thinking in English, you start to see yourself differently. You begin to see your capabilities, your strengths, your potential. You begin to understand that you're not just someone who speaks another language, you're someone who is in the process of becoming fluent, becoming confident, becoming unstoppable. You realize that you can speak the language of the world. You can communicate with anyone, anywhere, at any time. The world is suddenly open to you in ways you never imagined. And then, one day, it happens. You find yourself thinking in English without even trying. You wake up, and the first thought in your head is in English. You go through your day, and English comes naturally, without effort. It's as if your mind has fully embraced the language. And in that moment, you realize you've done it. You've become someone who can think in English like a pro. But here's where it gets even more exciting. Once you reach this point, once you can think in English without hesitation, something magical happens. The language stops being a tool. It becomes a part of you. It's no longer something you have to practice. It's a way of thinking, a way of living. You don't just speak English, you experience it. You feel it. You connect with the world on a deeper, more meaningful level. This is when the magic begins. This is when you unlock the true power of thinking in English. When you get to this level, you can begin to express yourself more freely, more clearly, more confidently. Your voice becomes stronger, your thoughts clearer, your emotions more authentic. You become someone who is fully equipped to face any challenge that comes your way, with the power of the English language at your command. But remember this: the road to fluency, the road to thinking in English like a pro, is not easy. It requires time, effort, and persistence. There will be days when you feel like giving up, when you feel like the progress is too slow, when the fear of speaking holds you back. But in those moments, remember why you started. Remember the thrill of that first step, the excitement of the journey, and the promise of what lies ahead. Keep going. Keep pushing through, because the reward is worth it. Every challenge, every mistake, every moment of doubt is just another step on your path. They are the lessons that will shape you into someone who not only speaks English but thinks in it, lives in it, breathes it. And when you finally reach that point, when you've conquered your fears and mastered the language, you will realize that the real reward is not just fluency. It's freedom. Freedom to express yourself, to communicate with anyone, to share your ideas with the world. So, as you continue your journey to think in English like a pro, remember this: you are not alone. You are part of a global community of people who are all striving for the same goal. You are not just learning a language. You are learning to think in a way that will open doors, break down barriers, and change your life. And as you stand on the edge of this journey, remember that the only limits that exist are the ones you place on yourself. The only thing standing between you and your dreams is the belief that you can't do it. But if you believe in yourself, if you keep pushing, if you keep learning, then nothing is impossible. Now, take that first step. Embrace the challenge. Think in English. Live in English. And watch as the world around you begins to change. Because the world is waiting for you to unlock your full potential. And with English, you'll have the key. So if you've found value in this message, if it's ignited something within you, then take action. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with someone who needs to hear this today. Together, let's continue this journey, and let's unlock the power of thinking in English like a pro. Thank you for being part of this journey. The adventure doesn't end here, it's just beginning. The wind howled through the trees like a whisper of forgotten secrets. Deep in the silence of a small village, something strange was happening. People were afraid to speak, their words locked inside like prisoners. It wasn't the wind that caused this silence, no. It was something darker, a mystery no one could solve. In the village lived a boy named Arian. Arian was not like the others. His eyes always looked at the world with curiosity, like he was searching for answers in places where no one else dared to look. He dreamed of speaking fluently, of telling stories that could make people laugh, cry, or even believe in magic. But Arian had a secret: he was afraid of words. Whenever he tried to speak in English, his voice shook. His words stumbled and fell apart like fragile glass. People would laugh, and his heart would sink. "You will never speak fluently," they teased, their words sharp like knives. Arian would return home, his eyes heavy with tears, whispering to himself in the dark, "Why can't I be better? Why can't I speak like them?" One evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and darkness spread like ink across the sky, Arian heard a voice. It was soft, almost like a song carried by the wind. "If you want to find the fluency formula, follow the shadows." The fluency formula? Arian's heart pounded. What could it be? Was it a book, a secret code, or maybe something magical? He could feel his skin prickle with excitement and fear. He decided he would follow the shadows, no matter where they led. That night, Arian packed his bag. He slipped out of the house, the moonlight guiding his steps. The village was silent, except for the sound of his breathing. The wind whispered again, and Arian saw shadows moving, pointing towards the forest. He hesitated. The forest was dangerous, filled with stories of monsters and ghosts. But then he remembered the teasing voices of his classmates. He remembered his dream of speaking beautifully, like the heroes in stories. Taking a deep breath, Arian stepped into the darkness. The forest was alive. Leaves rustled like secrets, and owls hooted in the distance. Arian's heart raced, but he pushed forward, following the shadows until he reached an old, crumbling house. Its windows were broken, and the door creaked open, as if inviting him inside. Arian stepped into the house, his footsteps echoing. The room smelled of dust and forgotten dreams. And then he saw an old man sitting by the fire, his face hidden under a hood. "I've been waiting for you," the man said, his voice deep and mysterious. Arian's mouth went dry. "Who are you?" he whispered. "I am the keeper of words," the man replied. "I know why you're here. You seek the fluency formula, don't you?" Arian nodded, his heart pounding. "Can you teach me how to speak fluently?" The man leaned forward, and Arian could finally see his eyes. They were kind, yet filled with wisdom and sadness, like they had seen thousands of stories unfold. "The fluency formula is not what you think, boy. It's not magic or a single answer. It is a journey. A journey, Arian asked, confused. Yes, the man said. It will test your heart, your mind, and your courage. But first, you must pass through 3 trials. Arian's chest tightened. 3 trials. The man nodded. Each one will teach you something important. Fail, and you may never find your voice. Are you ready? Arian swallowed his fear. I am ready. The old man smiled and handed Arian a small candle. Light this, he said. It will guide you. The first trial, the Cave of Echoes. The candle flickered as Arian followed the man's instructions to a dark cave on the edge of the forest. The cave was cold and silent, but as Arian stepped inside, whispers began to fill the air. They were soft at first, but then they grew louder and louder until the echoes became deafening. You're not good enough. You'll fail. Everyone will laugh at you. Arian covered his ears, tears stinging his eyes. These were the same voices that haunted him every day, the same voices that made him afraid to speak. But then he remembered the old man's words. Face your fears, he had said. Do not run from them. Arian took a deep breath and shouted into the cave, I am not afraid anymore. The echoes stopped. The cave fell silent again, but this time, Arian could hear his own voice clear, strong, and beautiful. He realized something important: the voices of fear only had power if he listened to them. The second trial, the River of Reflection. The old man led Arian to a river that shimmered like silver under the moonlight. Look into the water, the man said. Arian knelt by the river and peered into its surface. At first, he saw his own reflection, but then the water began to ripple. Faces appeared: his classmates, teachers, even strangers. They were speaking to him, but Arian couldn't understand them. Their words were too fast, too confusing. Frustrated, Arian looked up. I don't understand them. How can I ever speak like them? The old man smiled. Patience, Arian. Language is not about speed or perfection. It is about connection. Arian looked back into the water. This time, he focused not on understanding every word, but on the feeling behind the words, the smiles, the kindness, the shared moments. Slowly, the river calmed, and Arian saw his reflection again. But this time, he looked stronger. The third trial, the Mountain of Courage. The final trial was the hardest. Arian had to climb a tall mountain where the air was thin and the winds howled like wolves. Halfway up, his legs gave out. He was tired, afraid, and ready to give up. But then he thought of his dream. He thought of standing in front of a crowd, telling stories that could touch hearts and change lives. He thought of the boy who had once been too afraid to speak, and he knew he couldn't give up now. With every step, Arian whispered to himself, I am strong. I can do this, and slowly he reached the top. The old man was waiting there, smiling. You did it, he said. You passed the trials. The old man handed Arian a book. Its cover was golden, and it glowed in the sunlight. This is the fluency formula. It is not just a book, it is a promise to yourself. Inside, you will find everything you need: words, stories, and tips to improve. But remember, fluency does not come from magic. It comes from practice, patience, and courage. Arian opened the book, and the first page read, Speak every day. Listen with your heart. Believe in yourself, and the words will come. Tears filled Arian's eyes. He looked up to thank the old man, but he was gone, leaving behind only the wind and a feeling of hope. From that day on, Arian practiced speaking every day. He listened to stories, repeated words, and never let fear hold him back again. Slowly, his voice became strong and confident. People listened to him with wonder, and Arian knew he had found the secret. The fluency formula was not a thing, it was a journey of courage, love, and belief in oneself. Tips to improve English fluency: speak a little every day, even if it's just to yourself. Listen to English stories and repeat after them. Believe in your voice. Mistakes are part of the journey. Be patient. Fluency takes time, but you will get there. And remember, you have the power to tell beautiful stories. If this story touched your heart, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more inspiring tales and English speaking tips. Once upon a time, in a small, quiet town, there was a boy named Sam. Sam was like any other kid, curious, happy, and full of dreams. But Sam had a secret. Every day, he would sit on the steps of his house and watch people walk by. He heard them speak English so beautifully, like music. It was smooth, clear, and fast, just like native speakers. But Sam? Sam couldn't speak like that. Every time he tried, the words got stuck. His tongue felt heavy, his voice shaky. People would sometimes laugh, and sometimes they would just smile and walk away. It hurt. Sam would sit there, alone, looking at the sky, wondering, how can I ever speak English like them? How do they sound so confident, so natural? One day, something happened. A stranger came to Sam's town. He wasn't an ordinary man. He had traveled the world, learned many languages, and helped people speak like natives. The man stopped in front of Sam's house, looked into his eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you want to speak like a native, kid?" Sam's heart jumped. Can I really? Is it even possible? The man laughed softly. Of course. You just need to listen carefully, speak bravely, and practice every single day. English is not just a language, it's a feeling, a rhythm, a dance, and I will show you how. Sam was excited. His heart raced. Could this really be the start of something magical? Could he finally speak like the people he admired so much? And guess what? You're here today because you, too, want to speak like a native. You want your English to flow smoothly, naturally, just like a beautiful river. You want people to stop and say, "Wow, how did you learn to speak English so well? You sound amazing." Well, my friend, I'm here to tell you a secret. Speaking English like a native is not about being perfect. It's not about big, difficult words. It's not even about having no accent. It's about confidence. It's about how you feel when you speak. Take a deep breath. Imagine this: you're walking into a room full of people. Everyone's talking in English. You smile. You open your mouth, and your words flow naturally. People turn and listen. They nod. They smile. You're speaking like a native, and it feels easy. It feels right. Doesn't that sound amazing? Doesn't it feel exciting? Now, let me tell you another short story. There was a woman named Mia. Mia loved English movies, English songs, and English books. But whenever she tried to speak, her sentences were slow, and her words didn't sound natural. She felt nervous, embarrassed even. One day, Mia's friend gave her a simple tip. Listen, Mia. Just listen every day. Listen to how native speakers talk. Copy their rhythm. Copy their tone. Don't worry about mistakes. Speak like you're singing a song. Mia did exactly that. She listened to podcasts. She watched movies. She repeated the sentences she heard again and again. And slowly, something amazing happened. Her voice changed. Her words became clearer. Her sentences sounded natural. Mia didn't just speak English anymore. She spoke it like a native. The lesson here is simple. If you want to speak like a native, first, you must listen like one. Listen to the words, the rhythm, and the emotions. Don't just hear, feel. Have you ever noticed how native speakers use their voices? They don't just say words, they add feelings. If they're happy, their voice jumps with excitement. If they're sad, their voice softens like a whisper. English is more than words. It's music. It's art. Let me give you an example. When a native speaker says, "How are you?" it's not just a question. It's a friendly smile. When they say, "Thank you so much," you can feel their gratitude. When they say, "Oh my God, that's amazing," you can hear the excitement in their voice. Now, close your eyes for a moment. Say these lines out loud with feeling. I'm so happy to see you. This is the best day of my life. You can do it. I believe in you. Do you feel the power of these words? When you add feelings to your sentences, you speak like a native. Another secret? Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Do you think native speakers never make mistakes? Of course they do. But they keep talking. They don't stop. Mistakes are not a problem. They are proof that you are trying, learning, and growing. Imagine this: a little baby is learning to walk. It falls 100 times, but it gets up every single time. And one day it takes its first steps. Isn't that beautiful? Your English is the same. Every mistake is a step forward. Every time you try, you're getting closer to speaking like a native. Remember this line: it's better to speak imperfect English than to stay silent forever. Let that line stay in your heart. Repeat it to yourself every day. Now, I want you to think about your dream. Close your eyes and imagine yourself 6 months from now. You're talking to someone in English. Your voice is clear, confident, and beautiful. People are listening to you, smiling and nodding. You sound like a native speaker. You feel proud. You feel happy. And you know what? This dream can come true. You don't need expensive classes. You don't need magic. All you need is to listen every day, to practice speaking every day, to believe in yourself. If Sam can do it, if Mia can do it, you can do it too. Say this out loud right now: I can speak like a native. I will speak like a native. Feel the power in your voice. English is not just a language. It's a key that opens doors to new opportunities, new friendships, and new dreams. Imagine how many lives you can touch, how many hearts you can inspire, just by speaking English confidently. Before I end, I want to leave you with the most beautiful thought. Your voice is unique. Your words matter. Speak with confidence, speak with heart, and the world will listen. Now, if this speech inspired you, if you feel a little stronger, a little more excited to speak English like a native, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to this channel. Because together we will learn, grow, and speak like native speakers. Are you ready? Let's begin this journey, step by step, word by word. And remember, you can do this. I believe in you. Thank you for listening, my friend. I'll see you in the next video. Keep shining, keep speaking, and keep believing in yourself. Tip 1: listen like a baby. Do you know how babies learn their first language? They don't open grammar books or memorize rules. They simply listen. They listen to their parents, family, and the world around them. Slowly, they start copying what they hear. You must do the same. Listen to English every day. Watch movies, listen to podcasts, songs, or YouTube videos. Don't worry if you don't understand everything. Focus on the rhythm, the sounds, and the tone. Play the same sentence again and again. Repeat it out loud. Copy how native speakers say it. Imagine this if you listen to just 30 minutes of English every day in a month. You will have heard over 900 minutes of native English. That's how you make progress. Tip 2. Shadowing. Speak along with the speaker. Shadowing is a magical technique. It's simple. Choose a video or audio clip of a native speaker. Start with short, easy sentences. Play the clip and speak at the same time as the speaker. Try to copy their words, their tone, and their speed. Repeat this exercise daily. Here's the key: you don't need to understand every word. Just copy the sounds. This will help you improve your pronunciation and fluency naturally. For example, if you hear a native speaker say, "What are you doing today?" don't say it like a robot. Say it with feeling. "What you doing today?" That's how natives say it quickly and naturally. Tip 3. Focus on phrases, not just words. Native speakers don't think word by word. They think in phrases. Learn common phrases and practice them often. For example, "How's it going?" instead of "How are you?" "Long time no see." "That sounds great." Repeat these phrases in your mind or out loud throughout the day. It's like learning small pieces of a puzzle. Put them together and you'll sound natural. Tip 4. Record yourself speaking. Here's something most people don't do, but it works like magic. Take a short paragraph or a few sentences in English. Record yourself reading or speaking it out loud. Listen to your recording and compare it to a native speaker's version. Ask yourself, do I sound clear? Am I speaking too fast or too slow? What can I improve? The more you record yourself, the more confident you will become. You'll hear your mistakes, correct them, and get better each day. Tip 5. Use the mirror method. Stand in front of a mirror and talk to yourself in English. It might feel strange at first, but it works wonders. Talk about your day today. "I woke up early. I had breakfast, and I went to work." Pretend you're talking to a friend. Ask questions and answer them. "How are you doing?" "I'm doing great. Thank you." The mirror method helps you improve your speaking skills, body language, and confidence. When you look at yourself speaking English, you'll feel like a star. Tip 6. Learn to think in English. Here's a powerful secret: native speakers don't think in their language and then translate. They think directly in English. Start small. Look at an object and name it in English. "This is a chair." "That's a table." Describe what you're doing. "I'm cooking lunch." "I'm watching a video." Use short sentences in your mind. "It's a sunny day." "I feel happy." The more you practice thinking in English, the faster you will speak like a native. Tip 7. Practice with real people. Language is about communication. Don't be afraid to speak with others. Find an English-speaking partner or join an English-speaking group online. Speak with friends, family, or even strangers. Use simple, clear sentences. Remember, mistakes are your best teachers. The more you speak, the better you'll become. Tip 8. Learn common reductions and contractions. Native speakers use short forms to make their speech faster and smoother. For example, I am going to, I'm gonna. What do you mean? What do you mean? Let me help you, let me help ya. These reductions are natural and common in real conversations. Learning them will make you sound more fluent. Tip 9. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Repetition is the mother of success. If you want to sound like a native, you must repeat. Repeat sentences from your favorite movies. Repeat phrases you hear in podcasts or videos. Repeat conversations you've had in English. Repetition builds muscle memory. The more you repeat, the more natural it becomes. Tip 10. Celebrate your progress. Every small step you take is progress. Celebrate it. Did you learn a new word today? Amazing. Did you speak with someone in English? Great job. Did you understand a movie without subtitles? You're a star. Every step matters. Speaking like a native is not about being perfect. It's about growing every day. And now, let me remind you of something beautiful. English is a journey, not a race. Take it one word, one sentence, one day at a time. Trust yourself, believe in your dreams, and never give up. You are stronger than you think. You are smarter than you believe. And you are closer to speaking like a native than you realize. If these tips helped you, if this journey inspired you, don't forget to like this video and hit that subscribe button. Because this is just the beginning. Together we will learn, practice, and speak like natives. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in yourself. Keep listening, keep practicing, and keep smiling. Once upon a time, in a small, quiet town, there was a boy named Sam. Sam was like any other kid, curious, happy, and full of dreams. But Sam had a secret. Every day, he would sit on the steps of his house and watch people walk by. He heard them speak English so beautifully, like music. It was smooth, clear, and fast, just like native speakers. But Sam couldn't speak like that. Every time he tried, the words got stuck. His tongue felt heavy, his voice shaky. People would sometimes laugh, and sometimes they would just smile and walk away. It hurt. Sam would sit there, alone, looking at the sky, wondering, how can I ever speak English like them? How do they sound so confident? So natural. One day, something happened. A stranger came to Sam's town. He wasn't an ordinary man. He had traveled the world, learned many languages, and helped people speak like natives. The man stopped in front of Sam's house, looked into his eyes, and said with a smile, "Do you want to speak like a native, kid?" Sam's heart jumped. "Can I really? Is it even possible?" The man laughed softly. "Of course. You just need to listen carefully, speak bravely, and practice every single day. English is not just a language. It's a feeling, a rhythm, a dance. And I will show you how." Sam was excited. His heart raced. Could this really be the start of something magical? Could he finally speak like the people he admired so much? And guess what? You're here today because you, too, want to speak like a native. You want your English to flow smoothly, naturally, just like a beautiful river. You want people to stop and say, "Wow, how did you learn to speak English so well? You sound amazing." Well, my friend, I'm here to tell you a secret. Speaking English like a native is not about being perfect. It's not about big, difficult words. It's not even about having no accent. It's about confidence. It's about how you feel when you speak. Take a deep breath. Imagine this: you're walking into a room full of people. Everyone's talking in English. You smile. You open your mouth, and your words flow naturally. People turn and listen. They nod. They smile. You're speaking like a native, and it feels easy. It feels right. Doesn't that sound amazing? Doesn't it feel exciting? Now, let me tell you another short story. There was a woman named Mia. Mia loved English movies, English songs, and English books. But whenever she tried to speak, her sentences were slow, and her words didn't sound natural. She felt nervous, embarrassed even. One day, Mia's friend gave her a simple tip. "Listen, Mia. Just listen every day. Listen to how native speakers talk. Copy their rhythm. Copy their tone. Don't worry about mistakes. Speak like you're singing a song." Mia did exactly that. She listened to podcasts. She watched movies. She repeated the sentences she heard again and again. And slowly, something amazing happened. Her voice changed. Her words became clearer. Her sentences sounded natural. Mia didn't just speak English anymore. She spoke it like a native. The lesson here is simple. If you want to speak like a native, first, you must listen like one. Listen to the words, the rhythm, and the emotions. Don't just feel. Have you ever noticed how native speakers use their voices? They don't just say words, they add feelings. If they're happy, their voice jumps with excitement. If they're sad, their voice softens like a whisper. English is more than words. It's music. It's art. Let me give you an example. When a native speaker says, "How are you?" it's not just a question. It's a friendly smile. When they say, "Thank you so much," you can feel their gratitude. When they say, "Oh my God, that's amazing," you can hear the excitement in their voice. Now, close your eyes for a moment. Say these lines out loud with feeling. "I'm so happy to see you. This is the best day of my life. You can do it. I believe in you." Do you feel the power of these words? When you add feelings to your sentences, you speak like a native. Another secret? Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Do you think native speakers never make mistakes? Of course they do. But they keep talking. They don't stop. Mistakes are not a problem. They are proof that you are trying, learning, and growing. Imagine this: a little baby is learning to walk. It falls 100 times, but it gets up every single time. And one day, it takes its first steps. Isn't that beautiful? Your English is the same. Every mistake is a step forward. Every time you try, you're getting closer to speaking like a native. Remember this line: it's better to speak imperfect English than to stay silent forever. Let that line stay in your heart. Repeat it to yourself every day. Now, I want you to think about your dream. Close your eyes and imagine yourself 6 months from now. You're talking to someone in English. Your voice is clear, confident, and beautiful. People are listening to you, smiling and nodding. You sound like a native speaker. You feel proud. You feel happy. And you know what? This dream can come true. You don't need expensive classes. You don't need magic. All you need is to listen every day, to practice speaking every day, to believe in yourself. If Sam can do it, if Mia can do it, you can do it too. Say this out loud right now: I can speak like a native. I will speak like a native. Feel the power in your voice. English is not just a language. It's a key. A key that opens doors to new opportunities, new friendships, and new dreams. Imagine how many lives you can touch, how many hearts you can inspire, just by speaking English confidently. Before I end, I want to leave you with the most beautiful thought. Your voice is unique. Your words matter. Speak with confidence, speak with heart, and the world will listen. Now, if this speech inspired you, if you feel a little stronger, a little more excited to speak English like a native, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to this channel. Because together we will learn, grow, and speak like native speakers. Are you ready? Let's begin this journey, step by step, word by word. And remember, you can do this. I believe in you. Thank you for listening, my friend. I'll see you in the next video. Keep shining, keep speaking, and keep believing in yourself. It was a cold, quiet night. The clock ticked loudly in the room. A young boy sat near his desk, staring at a book. His hands were shaking, and his heart was racing. He had a dream. He wanted to speak English fluently, like the people he saw in movies and videos. But every time he tried, the words seemed to run away from his tongue. He thought to himself, what if I can never do this? What if people laugh at me? What if I stay stuck forever? These questions were heavy on his mind, and he almost gave up. But then something happened. He remembered a small story his grandmother had told him. She had said, imagine a locked door in front of you. Behind that door is the future you dream about. You have the key in your hand. The only question is, will you turn the key? The boy smiled at that thought. Yes, he said out loud, I will turn the key. I will unlock this door. And that was the beginning of his journey. Today, I'm here to tell you that you, too, have the key. You can unlock your fluency in English, and you can do it faster than you ever thought. How? Let me tell you a secret. Did you know that speaking English is like learning to ride a bicycle? At first, it feels hard. You wobble, you fall. But the more you practice, the easier it gets. And soon, you are riding with the wind in your hair and a big smile on your face. Fluency feels the same way. Once you unlock it, it becomes your superpower. Imagine this: you are speaking in English confidently. People are listening to you, and they are amazed. They say, wow, how did you become so good? You smile because you know the answer. You practiced, you believed in yourself, and you unlocked your fluency. Here's another secret. Fluency is not about being perfect. It is about being brave. Do you know what brave people do? They make mistakes, but they keep trying. Every mistake you make is like a step forward. The more mistakes, the faster you learn. So, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Instead, say to yourself, this is my step forward. And here's the exciting part. Unlocking fluency can be fun. Yes, fun. You can learn by listening to stories, singing songs, and watching videos. You can talk to yourself in the mirror and laugh at your funny faces. You can make it a game. Every word you learn is a point. Every sentence you say is a win. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine your future self. Imagine standing on a stage, speaking in English. People are clapping and cheering. You feel proud, strong, and unstoppable. That future is not far away. It is just one key turn away. Let me tell you about a woman I met. Her name was Sarah. She was very shy and scared of speaking English, but she had a dream of traveling the world. She started small. She practiced 5 words every day. She listened to one English story each night. Slowly, her confidence grew. One day, she traveled to a new country. She spoke English, and people understood her. She cried tears of joy because her dream had come true. You can be like Sarah. Your fluency journey starts today. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. You have the power to unlock it. You are the one holding the key. If you ever feel stuck, remember this fluency is not a race. It is a journey. Some days will be hard, but every step you take brings you closer to your dream. Never give up. Believe in yourself because I believe in you. When you practice, smile. When you learn a new word, celebrate. When you speak a new sentence, feel proud. Every small step is a big victory. You are building something beautiful, your future. And here is the most beautiful thought to take with you: your voice matters. The world is waiting to hear your story. Your English fluency is the bridge that connects you to new friends, new opportunities, and new dreams. Now, I want you to do something special. Close your eyes again. Yes, right now. Imagine your dream life. Imagine yourself sitting in a cafe in a beautiful city. You are talking to someone in English. Your words flow like a river. The person you are speaking with smiles and nods. They understand you perfectly. You feel confident, powerful, and happy. Do you see it? That is your future. It is closer than you think. You just need to take one small step today. Let me share another story with you. This one is about a young man named Arjun. Arjun wanted to get a better job, but every time he went for an interview, he froze. His English wasn't fluent, and his confidence was low. He felt like he was stuck in a dark tunnel with no light at the end. One day, Arjun made a decision. He said to himself, I will stop being afraid. I will start learning one day at a time. He began listening to short English stories every morning. He spoke out loud in English, even when he was alone. He wrote down simple sentences in a notebook and practiced them every day. After 6 months, Arjun's life changed completely. He got the job he wanted. But more than that, he felt free. Free to speak, free to express himself, and free to dream big. Do you know what made the difference for Arjun? It wasn't luck. It was his belief in himself. He realized that fluency is not about magic. It's about making small, steady steps. And guess what? You can do the same. Here's a powerful secret to remember: consistency is the master key. Even 10 minutes a day can change your life. Imagine planting a seed. If you water it every day, it will grow into a strong tree. But if you forget to water it, it won't grow. Your English fluency is just like that. Every word you learn is like watering the seed. And let me tell you something incredible. Did you know that your brain is your best friend? It is always ready to help you learn. The more you practice, the faster your brain learns. Think of your brain as a sponge. It soaks up everything you feed it. So feed it English words, phrases, and sentences every day. Now, let's make this exciting. Imagine learning English as a treasure hunt. Every time you learn a new word, you find a piece of gold. Every time you speak a sentence, you unlock a treasure chest. And at the end of the journey, you find the biggest treasure of all your fluency. You are already on this treasure hunt. Right now, by listening to this speech, you are taking one big step forward. Can you feel it? Your fluency is getting closer. Remember, no one is born fluent. Every fluent speaker you see was once a beginner, just like you. They struggled, they stumbled, but they never stopped. And today, they shine. You can shine too. Sometimes, people might doubt you. They might say, "Why are you trying so hard?" But don't listen to them. Listen to your heart. Your heart knows your dreams. Your heart knows your potential. When you feel tired, when you feel like giving up, tell yourself this: I am stronger than my fear. I am bigger than my mistakes. I am unstoppable. Say it again: I am unstoppable. Let me share one last thought with you. The journey to fluency is not just about learning English. It is about discovering yourself. Every word you speak is a step toward your best self. Every sentence you say is proof of your courage. And here's the most magical part. When you unlock your fluency, you don't just change your life, you inspire others. People around you will see your success and say, "If they can do it, I can do it too." You will become a light for others, guiding them on their journey. So, my friend, take a deep breath. Feel the excitement in your heart. This is your moment. Your fluency journey starts now. You have the key in your hand. All you need to do is turn it. If this speech made you smile, if it gave you hope, show your love by liking this video. Share it with someone who needs encouragement. And don't forget to subscribe. Together, we can unlock fluency fast and make our dreams come true. Your future is waiting for you. Go unlock it. You are ready. Imagine this: what if one day you woke up in a world where everyone spoke perfectly, but you felt like your voice got lost in the crowd? What if you had something important to say, but the words just didn't flow the way you wanted? Have you ever been in a situation where your heart knew the right words, but your tongue stumbled? Maybe someone asked you for directions, and you hesitated, or perhaps at a meeting, your mind raced, but your words didn't match the rhythm. How did it feel? Frustrating, right? Let me tell you a little story. There was a young man named Ethan who lived in a small town. Ethan was bright, full of dreams, and had a gift for storytelling. But there was one problem: he felt shy every time he tried to speak English, especially in front of others. He admired the smooth, flowing American accent he heard in movies and on TV. He would sit quietly and listen, wishing he could speak with the same confidence. One day, Ethan decided to change that. He didn't want to just speak English, he wanted to own it, to feel the words coming alive in his mouth. But the journey? Oh, it wasn't easy. Ethan started with a mirror. Yes, a mirror. Every morning, he would stand in front of it and say, "Good morning, Ethan. Today, you'll speak confidently." At first, it felt silly. He laughed at himself, stumbling over words, but slowly, those words began to feel natural. Why? Because practice creates comfort, and comfort creates confidence. Now, I want you to imagine yourself as Ethan. Look in the mirror. Can you see the dream version of yourself? Speaking English clearly, confidently, like it's second nature. Let that vision pull you forward. Do you know what Ethan did next? He started shadowing. No, not following people around. He would play his favorite American TV shows and mimic the actors, matching their tone, pitch, and rhythm. Shows like Friends or The Office became his daily teachers. And let me tell you, this trick is gold. Why? Because accents aren't about words, they're about music. Every language has a rhythm, and English, especially with an American accent, dances like jazz, smooth, playful, and full of energy. But Ethan faced obstacles too. He was scared of making mistakes. He worried people might laugh. And then, one day, he heard something that changed his perspective forever. A teacher told him, "Every mistake is a sign of progress. If you're making mistakes, it means you're trying." Isn't that powerful? Mistakes aren't the end of the journey, they're just stepping stones. So Ethan started speaking without fear. He talked to strangers, practiced in front of friends, and even recorded himself to listen back and improve. And now, I ask you, what's stopping you from doing the same? Maybe it's the fear of judgment or the idea that you're too old or too young to change. But let me tell you, there's no timeline for learning. English is a river, and you can jump in any time. The secret is to swim with it, not against it. Here's another secret Ethan discovered. He learned to love words. He didn't just practice pronunciation, he fell in love with the language. He started reading simple books out loud, children's books, because they're easy to understand and full of emotion. He read with excitement, pretending he was performing on stage. Soon, the words felt like his own. And you know what's magical about this? The more you speak, the more you feel connected, not just to the language, but to people. It's like opening a door to a new world. You start seeing the sparkle in people's eyes when they understand you. You feel their warmth when your words touch their hearts. Language isn't just about communication, it's about connection. Ethan didn't stop there. He started using tongue twisters to sharpen his pronunciation. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Try saying that 3 times fast. It's fun, challenging, and a great way to train your tongue and lips to move in harmony. Another thing he did, he made English a part of his daily life. He changed the language settings on his phone and watched YouTube tutorials in English. He surrounded himself with the language until it felt as familiar as his heartbeat. Do you feel the spark yet? Can you see yourself taking those steps, just like Ethan? Close your eyes and picture it. Your voice is clear, your words flow effortlessly, and that American accent you've always admired, it's yours. Imagine the confidence radiating from you as you speak. Feels good, doesn't it? Ethan's journey wasn't about perfection. It was about persistence, and yours can be too. Start small. Speak slowly. Listen carefully. Celebrate every little win. Remember, the goal isn't to sound like someone else, it's to become the best version of yourself. Now, I want to hear your voice. Not tomorrow, not someday, today. Take a deep breath and say this with me. I am confident. I am improving every day. My voice matters. Say it again. Feel the words resonate. Believe in them because they are true. This journey is yours to own, and it's waiting for you to take the first step. Are you ready to begin? Or shall I tell you more? Let me know, and together, we'll make this the best adventure of your life. Have you ever felt that sinking feeling when you're in a room full of people and you just can't find the words? You can understand everything they're saying, but when it's your turn to speak, your mind goes blank. You think to yourself, if only I could speak English fluently like them. What if I could speak without hesitation, without fear of making mistakes? But what if I told you that you could master English in just 100 days? Yes, in only 100 days, you could be speaking English like a pro. How would that feel? Imagine the confidence you'd have, the doors that would open, and the opportunities that would come your way. Now, you might be wondering, is this really possible? Can anyone really learn to speak fluently in just 100 days? Well, I have a story for you, a story that will change the way you think about learning English forever. This story begins with a young man named Sam. Sam was just like you. He dreamed of speaking English fluently, but he had always been too shy. He had tried learning English before, but nothing seemed to work. He would study grammar rules, memorize vocabulary, and read books, but when it came to speaking, he felt lost. One day, while sitting in a cafe, he overheard a conversation between 2 people. They were speaking English effortlessly, and the way they communicated, the flow of their words, made him feel a burning desire to speak like them. That very moment, Sam made a decision. He promised himself that he would speak English fluently in 100 days, no matter what it took. But here's the twist: Sam didn't follow the traditional methods. He didn't bury himself in books all day or get lost in grammar rules. Instead, he decided to learn through real-life experiences. He started by listening. He would watch English movies, podcasts, and videos. He didn't worry if he understood everything. He just let the language wash over him. Little by little, he began to pick up new words and phrases. But what really changed everything was when he started speaking every single day. At first, Sam was nervous. He made a lot of mistakes, but he didn't let that stop him. Every time he made a mistake, he would laugh at himself, learn from it, and keep going. One day, he was talking to a stranger at the bus stop when he realized something amazing. He wasn't just speaking English, he was thinking in English. He was no longer translating words from his native language into English. His mind had started to naturally think in English. And that, my friends, is the secret to fluency. Now, let's pause for a moment. Do you want to know the real key to Sam's success? It's not about memorizing thousands of words or worrying about every little mistake. The key is practice. Consistent. I have a secret to daily share with
practice.
you. A letter.
And guess what?
A
You
letter
can do
I
this
wrote years
too.
ago but never sent.
You don't need to be a genius to speak
This
English
letter was meant
fluently.
for someone very special in my life.
You just need to practice.
My son.
And practice the right way.
But as I held the pen
every
that
day for 100
pouring
days,
my heart out onto paper,
focus on these 3
something
simple
stopped
steps.
me from
Listen,
sending it.
speak, and repeat.
Stay with me till the end.
Listening
because this
is the
story
first
might just
step.
change how you see
Surround
life,
yourself with
love,
English.
and the words
Listen
we
to
often
English
leave
songs.
unsaid.
Watch English movies.
You
And
see,
listen to podcasts.
We all have moments when we feel things we
the
can't
more
put
you
into
expose
words,
yourself
don't
to
we?
the language, the more
Times when the
familiar
heart
it
is
will
heavy with
become.
emotions, and
Don't
yet the
worry
words
if you
seem
don't
to slip
understand
away.
everything.
That's what happened to me.
The goal is to get your brain used
But
to the
why
rhythm,
am I telling you this
the
today?
sounds, and the flow of the language.
Because this story isn't
Over
just about
time,
me.
your ear will get sharper.
It's about
and
all
you'll
of
start
us.
picking up words and
It's
phrases
about
naturally.
what we carry in our hearts,
Next,
the love we sometimes
start
hold
speaking.
back, and the power of saying
Find
the things
someone
that
to
matter
talk to,
before it's too
even
late.
if it's just a friend or a family member.
If you're here to improve your English,
don't wait for the perfect moment to
don't
speak.
just listen to the words, feel
the more
them.
you speak, the better you'll
Let
get.
them guide you, not just to speak
and don't
fluently,
be afraid to make mistakes.
but to speak with purpose and heart.
Mistakes are part of the process.
Let me take you back to the moment
Every
I
time
sat
you
at my
speak,
kitchen table,
you're one step
the
closer
letter in
to
front of
fluency.
me, my hand trembling
The more you
as I wrote
speak,
the words.
the more
Dear son,
confident you'll become.
what came
And as
next
your
was a flood of
confidence
memories,
grows,
like
so
a
will
movie
your
playing
ability
in my
to speak
mind.
without hesitation.
I remembered the first time I held
The
him in my
final
arms,
step is
his
repetition.
tiny fingers wrapping around mine.
This is where the magic happens.
The way he laughed as a
The
child,
more you repeat
the way his
words
eyes
and
lit
phrases,
up when he discovered.
the more they'll stick in your mind. Your brain loves repetition, and it's through repetition that you start to internalize the language. Try repeating new words and phrases throughout your day. Speak them out loud, even if you're just talking to yourself. The more you repeat, the more natural it will feel. Now, I know what you're thinking. This sounds great, but I'm really busy. How can I find time to practice every day well? Let me tell you something: you don't need hours of free time to practice English. In fact, you don't need to spend more than 30 minutes a day to see results. The key is consistency. Find small moments throughout your day to practice. Listen to an English podcast while you're cooking, or watch a short video while you're on the bus. Speak with your friends or family in English, even if it's just for a few minutes. These small moments add up, and before you know it, you'll be amazed at how much progress you've made. Let me share with you some of the most powerful tips that Sam used to succeed in his 100-day challenge. These tips will not only help you speak English fluently, but they'll also help you enjoy the journey. Set small goals instead of focusing on being perfect. Set small, achievable goals every day. Maybe today you'll learn 5 new words, or maybe you'll practice speaking for 10 minutes. The key is to celebrate each victory, no matter how small. Be patient with yourself. Learning a new language takes time. Don't expect overnight success. Be patient with yourself and trust the process. Progress might be slow at first, but trust me, it's happening. Surround yourself with English. The more you hear and see English, the more it becomes a part of your world. Change your phone settings to English, watch English TV shows, and read books or articles in English. The more you immerse yourself, the faster you'll learn. Practice speaking every day. Speaking is the most important part of learning a language. Find a conversation partner or speak to yourself in English. Don't worry about making mistakes. The goal is to practice and get better with each conversation. Keep a language journal. Write down new words and phrases you learn every day. This helps reinforce what you've learned and gives you a chance to review later. Use language apps. There are so many language apps that make learning fun and interactive. Apps like Duolingo, Babbel, or Memrise can be great tools to practice vocabulary and grammar. Celebrate your progress. Take time to celebrate your successes. Every time you speak a sentence in English or understand a phrase without translating, give yourself a pat on the back. These little victories add up to big progress. So, how does Sam's story end? Well, after 100 days of consistent practice, Sam was no longer the shy young man who was afraid to speak. He was confidently speaking English, connecting with people from all over the world, and opening doors to new opportunities. He had done it. He had achieved his dream of speaking English fluently in just 100 days. But the best part? The journey didn't stop there. Learning a language is a never-ending process, and Sam continued to grow, continue to speak, and continue to enjoy the adventure of learning. Now it's your turn. Imagine where you could be in 100 days if you commit to speaking English every day. Think of the opportunities that will open up for you. Think of the confidence you'll have. Think of the joy you'll feel when you realize you've reached your goal. This journey is not just about learning a language, it's about discovering your own potential. It's about breaking down barriers, opening your mind, and stepping into a new world. So, are you ready to start your 100-day challenge? The time is now. Take that first step and don't look back. Remember, every mistake is a lesson, every word you speak is progress, and every day you practice brings you closer to your goal. Speak English fluently in 100 days. Yes, you can. And the best part? The journey has just begun. Have you ever wondered why some people speak English with such confidence and fluency, as if it's their native language, while others struggle to put together a sentence? Have you ever felt the deep desire to speak with an American accent, making every word you say sound smooth and natural? What if I told you that with dedication and the right techniques, anyone can speak English fluently with an American accent? Let me take you on a journey, one that will not only inspire you but also reveal some incredible secrets that will help you master the American accent and speak English with confidence. Picture this: a young man named Mark, living in a small village, had always dreamed of moving to the United States. But there was one problem: his English. While his grammar was okay, his accent was holding him back. He was afraid that people might not understand him. Whenever he tried to speak, he'd notice their confused looks and awkward pauses. He felt embarrassed, but then one day he made a decision that would change his life forever. He chose to conquer his fear and transform his English into a language of ease, charm, and fluency. Mark didn't just want to speak English. He wanted to speak it perfectly. He knew that the American accent was his key to unlocking confidence in communication. Now you might be asking, what happened next? How did Mark overcome his struggles? Well, here's where it gets interesting. Mark didn't give up. He started by listening to native speakers every day. He watched American movies, listened to podcasts, and followed YouTubers who spoke with a clear, natural accent. But he didn't stop there. Mark knew that just listening wasn't enough. He began practicing what he heard. At first, it was tough. The American pronunciation felt so different from his own. Words that were once easy to say now felt like a tongue twister. But Mark didn't give up. Slowly, he learned to master the sounds, the rhythm, and the melody of the American accent. One of the most beautiful things about learning a new accent is that it feels like you're discovering a new world within the same language. Imagine this: you're saying the same words, but they sound entirely different. They feel different, almost magical. Every time Mark practiced, he could feel the transformation taking place within him. And you know what? His confidence started to grow. People around him began noticing the change. They were impressed by how natural and fluent his English had become. And here's the best part: Mark didn't just learn to speak with an American accent. He learned to speak with emotion, with passion, and with clarity. His words no longer sounded mechanical or forced. They flowed beautifully, just like a river carving its path through the land. Now, you might be wondering, how can I do the same? How can I speak English like Mark, with that American accent and confidence? Let me share with you some of the most powerful tips that Mark followed to master the American accent and speak English fluently. The first step is listening. Every successful person you know who speaks English fluently didn't get there by just reading books. They listened. Listening to native speakers, whether in movies, podcasts, or conversations, is essential to understanding how the American accent sounds. Pay attention to the rhythm, the intonation, and the way words are pronounced. It's not just about the individual words, but how they are connected in a sentence. For example, in American English, certain words are linked together, almost as if they're one sound. When you listen closely, you'll begin to hear these connections, and that's the first step towards sounding like a native speaker. But listening alone isn't enough. You need to practice what you hear. Repeat after native speakers. Try to mimic their pronunciation and rhythm. Don't worry if you don't get it right the first time. Practice makes perfect. Start slowly and focus on the difficult sounds. Some sounds, like the R sound in American English, can be tricky for non-native speakers. But with practice, your tongue will become more comfortable with these sounds, and your accent will improve. Next, focus on intonation. In American English, the way you say something can be just as important as what you say. Americans have a unique way of stressing certain words in a sentence, which gives their speech a natural rhythm. For example, in the sentence, "I'm going to the store," the emphasis falls on going and store, not I'm, or to learning to stress the right words will make your speech sound more authentic. Now, let's talk about word stress. In English, some syllables are stressed more than others. This is especially true for longer words. Take the word photography, for example. The stress is on the second syllable photography. Knowing which syllable to stress will help you sound more fluent and natural. So, make sure to focus on stress patterns as you practice. Another crucial tip is to practice mouth movements. The American accent requires certain mouth positions that might be different from your own native language. For instance, when pronouncing the T sound, your tongue should be placed between your teeth, not behind them. By practicing the proper mouth positions for different sounds, you'll find that speaking with an American accent becomes easier and more natural over time. A very important part of speaking with confidence is practicing with others. Find a language partner or join a conversation group where you can practice your English with others. It's one thing to practice alone in front of the mirror, but real conversations give you the opportunity to apply what you've learned in a natural setting. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everyone does. What matters is that you keep practicing and learning from those mistakes. Let's go back to Mark for a moment. He didn't just rely on passive learning, he actively sought out opportunities to speak. He found a mentor, an American friend who helped him improve his pronunciation and offered tips. This mentorship gave him the motivation and guidance he needed to keep going. You too can find someone who will support your journey. Whether it's a teacher, a language partner, or even a friend who is fluent, having someone to guide you can make a huge difference in your progress. But here's the secret that Mark learned along the way, the most important tip of all: believe in yourself. When you're speaking English, it's not just about the words you say, but the confidence behind them. If you're confident, your words will carry more weight. If you hesitate or doubt yourself, that's when your accent and fluency will feel off. Confidence is key. So, believe that you can do it and you will see progress. And remember, language learning isn't a race, it's a journey. It's a journey that can bring you closer to new opportunities, new friendships, and even new cultures. Mark's journey didn't end when he mastered the American accent. He continued learning, growing, and discovering new ways to express himself. He learned that learning a language is not just about the words you speak, it's about the emotions, the connections, and the stories you share. So, how can you start your own journey? How can you begin to speak English fluently with an American accent? Start by setting small, achievable goals. Practice every day, even if it's just for a few minutes. Listen to native speakers, mimic their accent, and practice speaking aloud. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. And most importantly, remember that the path to fluency is a lifelong one. Embrace the journey, and the rewards will come. As you continue practicing, you'll start to notice a beautiful change in yourself. Your English will become more natural, more fluent, and you'll feel more confident every time you speak. And just like Mark, you will find that speaking English with an American accent is not just about learning a skill, it's about unlocking new possibilities for your life. You'll open doors to new friendships, career opportunities, and experiences that will shape your future in ways you never imagined. Now that you've started your journey towards speaking English fluently with an American accent, let's dive even deeper into more tips that will help you succeed. These tips are not just about improving your accent, they're about transforming the way you speak, and with it, the way you feel when communicating in English. The next tip is all about shadowing. Shadowing is a technique where you listen to a native speaker and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm, tone, and pronunciation. This method helps you develop your ear for the language and the flow of speech. Pick a short video, an audio clip, or even a scene from your favorite American movie. As you listen, pause the video and repeat after the speaker. Try to match their speed, tone, and energy. It's like being a mirror for the speaker. With time, this will help you internalize the sounds and rhythms of the American accent. Another effective tip is to slow down your speech at first. When you're learning, it's easy to rush through your words, especially if you feel nervous or excited. But speaking too fast can make your accent sound unclear. Instead, focus on speaking more slowly and clearly. This will give you time to pronounce each word properly and emphasize the correct syllables. As you get more comfortable, you can gradually increase your speed. But remember, clarity is more important than speed when you're perfecting your accent. One secret that many language learners don't know is the power of visualizing your words. This means imagining how each word is formed in your mouth before you say it. Visualizing the shapes your mouth makes while pronouncing certain words will help you better understand the mechanics of speaking with an American accent. For example, the R sound is one of the key characteristics of an American accent, and it requires a certain mouth position. By visualizing how to form your mouth to make this sound, you'll be able to produce it more naturally. This technique also works with other tricky sounds like T, E, or L. The next tip is focus on vowel sounds. American English is famous for its variety of vowel sounds. For example, the sound of the letter A in cat is quite different from the A in cake. Understanding how vowel sounds change depending on the word can make a huge difference in how natural your accent sounds. When practicing, pay special attention to how vowels are pronounced. This will make your speech sound more authentic and smoother. Don't forget to practice listening to vowel sounds in native speakers and imitate them. Imagine you're standing in front of a huge crowd, ready to speak your mind. Everyone is watching you, waiting for you to say something. But there's just one problem: you can't speak the language they understand. You're filled with panic, confusion, and frustration. You try, but the words don't come out. You feel stuck. How would you feel in that moment? Nervous? Ashamed? Defeated? Now, let me take you on a journey. This story is about someone just like you. Someone who was once unable to speak English. They couldn't even say hello without getting nervous. But that person, against all odds, became fluent in English. Want to know how? Want to find out how they turned their fear into power? Well, let's begin. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Maya. Maya lived in a small village where people spoke only one language. But Maya had big dreams. She wanted to travel the world, meet people from different cultures, and learn new things. There was one problem, though. She didn't know how to speak English. She saw other people around her speak it so fluently, and it made her feel embarrassed. What if I make a mistake? What if I sound silly? What if they laugh at me, she thought. One day, Maya was sitting near a river, feeling sad. Her dreams of traveling the world felt so far away. She wished she could speak like the people she admired. It was then that an old man came by, carrying a basket full of fruits. He smiled at Maya and said, "You look troubled, young one. What is on your mind?" Maya sighed and said, "I want to learn English, but I'm too scared. I don't know where to begin. What if I fail?" The old man smiled kindly and sat next to her. "Let me tell you something, Maya. When I was a young boy, I also wanted to speak English. I, too, was afraid of making mistakes. But I learned something very important. Learning English isn't about being perfect. It's about being brave enough to try. It's about taking one step forward, even when you're scared. And that's how you grow. Maya was curious. But how do I begin? Where do I start? The old man laughed softly. Start small, Maya. Start with words you already know. Practice speaking with people around you. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, because every mistake is a lesson. Learn from it and keep going. Remember, no one speaks perfectly. Even native speakers make mistakes. But it's the courage to keep going that makes you better. Maya felt a spark of hope. She decided to take his advice. Every day, she practiced speaking English, even if it was just for a few minutes. She started by reading out loud, learning new words, and repeating phrases until they felt natural. It wasn't easy at first. She stumbled, made mistakes, and sometimes felt embarrassed. But the more she practiced, the more confident she became. One day, while visiting a nearby town, Maya met a group of travelers who spoke English. They invited her to join their conversation. Maya felt nervous at first, but she remembered the old man's words. She took a deep breath, smiled, and said, "Hello, my name is Maya. I would love to talk with you." To her surprise, the travelers didn't laugh or make fun of her. Instead, they smiled and encouraged her to keep speaking. They were patient, kind, and happy to help her. Maya realized that learning English was not about speaking perfectly, it was about connecting with others, sharing her thoughts, and learning from them. And so, Maya's journey continued. She traveled to many different places, met people from all over the world, and became fluent in English. But she never forgot the lesson she learned from the old man. Learning is a process, and it's okay to make mistakes along the way. The key is to keep trying, to stay curious, and to never give up. Now, you might be wondering, what does Maya's story have to do with you? Well, the answer is simple. Just like Maya, you too can learn to speak English. You can break through the barriers of fear, embarrassment, and doubt. You can take that first step, no matter how small it may seem, and begin your own journey. The first tip I want to share with you is this: start with what you know. Look around you. There are words you already understand, phrases you already use in your everyday life. Begin by practicing those words out loud. Speak them with confidence. This will help you build a foundation, and from there, you can start learning more. The second tip is to practice every day. Set aside a few minutes each day to speak, read, or listen to English. Consistency is the key to progress. Even if you only practice for 10 minutes a day, it's better than doing nothing. Slowly, you will notice your skills improving. Another important tip is to listen to English as much as possible. Whether it's watching movies, listening to music, or following podcasts, surround yourself with the language. This will help you become familiar with its sounds, rhythm, and patterns. The more you hear it, the easier it will be to speak it. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes are a natural part of learning. They show that you are trying, and each mistake is a stepping stone to improvement. When you make a mistake, don't be discouraged. Learn from it, laugh at it, and keep going. Also, remember that learning English is not a race. It's okay if you don't become fluent overnight. Take your time, enjoy the process, and celebrate every small victory. Whether it's understanding a new word or having your first full conversation, every achievement counts. As you continue on your journey, don't forget to stay motivated. There will be days when you feel like giving up, when the progress seems slow, but keep going. Think about why you want to learn English. Think about the doors it will open for you, the new opportunities, the new friends, and the new experiences. Hold on to that vision and let it drive you forward. By now, I'm sure you're wondering, what if I still feel scared? And that's perfectly normal. Fear is a part of learning. But remember, this courage is not the absence of fear. It's the ability to move forward despite it. The more you push through your fear, the easier it becomes to face the next challenge. If you ever feel discouraged, remember Maya's story. She started with small steps, and now she speaks English confidently. You, too, can achieve the same. You already have the power within you to succeed. All you need is the courage to begin, the determination to keep going, and the belief that you will succeed. So, are you ready to take that first step? Are you ready to let go of your fear and embrace the adventure of learning? Because the world is waiting for you. English will open doors, connect you with amazing people, and give you the tools to unlock your full potential. And just like Maya, you'll look back one day and realize how far you've come. From those first hesitant words to speaking fluently, from the doubts to the confidence, you'll see how learning English has changed your life. Let's continue with some more powerful tips to help you on your English learning journey. These tips are designed to make your learning experience not only easier but also more enjoyable. One of the most important things you can do is immerse yourself in English as much as possible. Surround yourself with the language every day. Read books, listen to podcasts, watch English TV shows, or even follow social media accounts in English. When you surround yourself with the language, you start thinking in it. This is one of the most effective ways to improve your skills without even realizing it. Think about how you learned your first language. You didn't study grammar books all day, you simply heard it all around you, and slowly you understood. Do the same with English, let it become a part of your everyday life. Next, let's talk about speaking with others. I know it's scary to speak a new language. You might fear making mistakes, or that others will judge you. But here's a secret: the more you speak, the better you get. Find someone you can practice with, whether it's a friend, a language exchange partner, or even a teacher. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Everyone starts somewhere. It's perfectly okay to say something wrong. The key is to keep trying. Speaking with others will help you get used to the rhythm and flow of the language, and it will give you the confidence to speak more. Here's a tip that's often overlooked but very powerful: learn with fun activities. Learning doesn't have to feel like a chore. In fact, when you enjoy the process, you'll learn much faster. Play language games, watch your favorite movies in English with subtitles, or even try singing along to English songs. These activities not only make learning fun, but they also help you pick up new vocabulary and improve your listening skills. And guess what? You won't even realize you're learning while you're having fun. Now, let's focus on one very important habit that will take your English to the next level: writing in English every day. Start a journal, write short stories, or even post on social media in English. Writing helps you organize your thoughts and practice new words. It also gives you a chance to experiment with sentence structure, grammar, and vocabulary without the pressure of speaking. Plus, when you look back at what you wrote, you'll see how much you've improved over time. Another tip is to build a strong vocabulary. Learning new words is essential for expanding your ability to express yourself. But how can you remember all those words? The secret is to practice them in context. Don't just memorize a list of words. Instead, try using them in sentences. Write them down, say them out loud, and practice them in real-life situations. You can also use flashcards or apps that help you learn and review new vocabulary. Over time, you'll find that you have a growing list of words at your fingertips. Let's also talk about listening and understanding English. This is a crucial part of learning the language, and it's something that many people overlook. You might be able to read and write English, but can you understand it when someone speaks to you quickly? One way to improve your listening skills is to listen to English content regularly. Start with slow, simple material and gradually work your way up to faster, more complex language. You can also try listening to podcasts or watching YouTube channels that focus on learning English. The more you practice, the better you'll become at understanding the language in different contexts. Here's a very important tip: Don't compare yourself to others. Everyone has their own pace when it comes to learning. Some people may learn faster, and others may take a little longer. But that's okay. The most important thing is to focus on your own progress. Celebrate your small victories, whether it's learning a new word, speaking for the first time without hesitation, or understanding something you couldn't before. Learning English is not a race. It's a journey, and every step forward is a success. Let's talk about something that is often the hardest part of learning a new language: overcoming your fear. It's normal to feel anxious or afraid when speaking English, especially if you're worried about making mistakes. But here's the truth: no one is perfect, not even native speakers. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is not to let those mistakes hold you back. Instead, use them as stepping stones to improve. With every mistake, you are learning something new. Don't be afraid to speak up. In fact, the more you speak, the more your fear will fade away. Just keep going, one conversation at a time. Let's not forget about using technology to your advantage. There are so many tools and apps available to help you improve your English. Use language learning apps like Duolingo, Babbel, or Memrise. They offer interactive lessons that you can do at your own pace. You can also use dictionary apps to help you understand new words and phrases. Another great tool is voice recognition software, which helps you practice your pronunciation and get instant feedback. Technology can make learning easier, more fun, and more interactive. One final tip: stay patient and trust the process. Language learning takes time, and there will be moments of frustration. But remember, every day that you practice, you are getting better. You are getting closer to your goal. The more you practice, the more natural it will feel. You will reach a point where you look back and realize how far you've come. And when that happens, you'll feel a sense of pride and accomplishment that makes the whole journey worthwhile. So now you know the secret to learning English: courage, consistency, and curiosity. You have the power to succeed, and with each step, you are building a stronger foundation. Remember, you are not alone in this journey. Countless others have faced the same challenges, and they've come out stronger on the other side. You can do it too. Keep practicing, stay motivated, and never give up on your dream of speaking English fluently. Your story is just beginning. So, take that first step today and watch how your world begins to change. Because learning English is not just about speaking a language. It's about connecting with the world, opening new doors, and creating a future full of possibilities. Have you ever felt left out in a conversation because you couldn't speak English? Have you ever watched someone talk fluently and thought, "I wish I could do that"? What if I told you that learning to speak English could open doors to endless possibilities? Doors you might not even know existed, but are waiting for you to step through them. Imagine the moment when you say something in perfect English and everyone around you looks at you with admiration. That feeling, my friend, is not far away from you. You can achieve it, and today I'm going to tell you how. Let me take you to a time when I was just like you. It was a bright morning, and I was sitting in a crowded cafe, trying to eavesdrop on a group of tourists speaking in perfect English. They were laughing, talking about places they had been, and I could barely understand half of what they said. I tried to speak to the waiter in English, but the words wouldn't come out as smoothly as I wanted. My heart raced, and I felt embarrassed. Have you ever been in that moment where you feel the words stuck in your throat and you wish you could speak confidently? But here's the thing, learning to speak English is not just about memorizing words or phrases. It's about connecting with people, expressing your ideas clearly, and feeling confident in yourself. English isn't just a language, it's a bridge. A bridge that takes you to new places, introduces you to new cultures, and even opens up better career opportunities. Now, you might be wondering, how can I become fluent? How can I speak confidently well, my friend? Let me tell you that it's not as hard as it seems, and I'm going to take you step by step on this exciting journey. The first thing you need to know is that English, like any language, is learned through practice, patience, and perseverance. It's not something that happens overnight. But the good news is, every time you speak, every time you try, you're getting closer to fluency. It's like learning to ride a bicycle. At first, you might stumble, fall, and get frustrated, but as you keep trying, one day you'll find yourself riding smoothly without even thinking about it. So, how do you begin? You start small. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. In fact, mistakes are your best friends. They teach you more than anything else. I remember when I first started learning English. I would speak to myself in the mirror, repeating phrases, words, and sentences over and over again. It felt strange at first, but little by little, I became more comfortable. You can do this too. Practice is key. Next, immerse yourself in the language. Surround yourself with English. Listen to music, watch movies or shows, and read books in English. At first, it may be difficult to understand, but that's okay. The more you expose yourself to the language, the more familiar it will become. It's like building a house. You need a strong foundation to make it stand tall. English works the same way. The more you immerse yourself, the stronger your language skills will grow. But here's a secret that many people don't tell you: vocabulary is important, but fluency isn't just about knowing a lot of words. It's about knowing how to use those words in the right way. One of the best tips I can give you is to focus on learning phrases, not just individual words. Phrases help you sound more natural when speaking. For example, instead of just memorizing the word happy, learn phrases like I feel happy or that makes me happy. This will help you speak more fluidly and with more confidence. Now, let's talk about confidence. This is the key ingredient to speaking English fluently. You could know 1,000 words, but if you don't believe in yourself, it will be hard to speak them. The trick to building confidence is to take every opportunity to speak. Speak to your friends, your family, or even strangers. The more you speak, the more you'll realize that it's okay to make mistakes. No one is perfect, and everyone is learning. I remember the first time I spoke to a native English speaker. My heart was racing, and I could feel my hands sweating. But once I started speaking, I realized they were just human, like me. They were kind, and they understood that I was learning. That moment was the turning point for me. It gave me the courage to speak without fear. One of the most exciting parts of learning English is when you realize that you can understand more than you ever thought possible. You can watch a movie without subtitles, read a book without checking a dictionary every few minutes, and join conversations that you once thought were beyond your reach. That moment when the words start to flow and you no longer struggle for every sentence, that's when you know you're on the right path. And here's a secret I've learned: it's okay to have bad days. Some days you might feel like you're not improving, like you're stuck. But that's normal. The road to fluency is full of ups and downs. The key is to keep going. Even on the days when you feel like giving up, remind yourself why you started this journey. The dream of speaking fluently is worth every bit of effort you put in. In fact, I believe learning English is a lifelong adventure. Even once you become fluent, there's always something new to learn. English is constantly evolving, and with it, you'll keep growing. This isn't just a skill, it's a way of life. The more you learn, the more you realize how much there is to discover, how much more there is to connect with others. You'll find that your world expands and your confidence soars to new heights. Now, let me tell you about something that changed the way I viewed learning English. There was a moment during a trip to another country where I had to rely on my English to communicate. I was lost, and I had to ask for directions. My heart was pounding, but as I approached a stranger, I said the first sentence that came to mind: "Excuse me, can you help me?" The person smiled, and in perfect English, they gave me directions. It was such a small interaction, but it made me realize something powerful. Language is not just about speaking. It's about connecting with people, sharing experiences, and opening up a world of opportunities. So, I want to challenge you today. If you've ever felt frustrated or discouraged while learning English, I want you to know that you're not alone. keep going. The journey you're on is one that will reward you with experiences, friendships, and opportunities that you never imagined. The key to speaking English fluently is not just practice, it's perseverance. It's the willingness to push through the tough days and celebrate the small victories. And believe me, every step forward is a victory. As you continue on this journey, always remember that you are capable. You are smart. You have the potential to learn, to grow, and to succeed. English is not just a language, it's a tool that will help you unlock your dreams. Whether you want to travel the world, advance in your career, or simply connect with new people, learning English will take you there. Let's dive deeper into the step-by-step process that will help you master English speaking, guiding you through each phase with actionable, simple tips. These steps are not just tricks, they are keys to unlocking your full potential in the language. Trust me, by following these tips, you'll feel a noticeable difference in your speaking skills. Step 1. Build a solid foundation with vocabulary and basic grammar. Before you run, you must learn to walk. The first step in learning any language is building a solid foundation. You need to start with the basics, learn essential vocabulary and grammar. But don't get too caught up in memorizing long lists of words. Focus on practical vocabulary that you will use every day. Start by learning greetings, common phrases, and everyday expressions. For example, hello, how are you? What's your name? Where are you from? I'm doing well. Thank you. These basic phrases will help you start simple conversations right away. In addition to vocabulary, understanding basic grammar is key. You don't need to be perfect, but knowing how sentences are structured will make your speech sound more natural. Focus on understanding the simple present tense, past tense, and future tense first. For example, I eat breakfast every morning, simple present. I ate breakfast yesterday, simple past. I will eat breakfast tomorrow, future tense. Once you have a good grip on the basics, you'll be able to start putting sentences together with confidence. Step 2. Practice speaking every day. If you want to become fluent in English, the most important thing is to practice speaking every day. It's the most effective way to improve your skills. And here's the secret: you don't need a conversation partner to practice. You can speak to yourself. Stand in front of a mirror and practice speaking in English. Tell a story about your day, explain what you're doing, or describe something around you. This may feel awkward at first, but trust me, it works wonders. It's like building muscle in the gym. The more you practice, the stronger you get. Another tip is to record yourself speaking. You can use your phone or any recording device to record short conversations or monologues. Then, listen to the recordings. This will help you identify areas where you need improvement, like pronunciation or grammar mistakes. You'll be surprised by how much you can improve just by listening to your own voice. Step 3. Learn English through movies, music, and podcasts. One of the best ways to learn English is through immersion. And no, you don't have to travel to an English-speaking country to do it. You can start by watching movies, listening to music, and tuning in to podcasts in English. Choose movies or TV shows that you enjoy and watch them with English subtitles. Start with easier content, like animated movies or shows for children. These often use simpler vocabulary and are great for beginners. Over time, challenge yourself with more complex films or documentaries. Music is another fun way to learn. Pick songs that you love and listen to the lyrics carefully. Try to understand the meaning behind the words and sing along. The rhythm and repetition will help you memorize new vocabulary in a fun, relaxed way. Podcasts are also a great tool. Find podcasts that are aimed at English learners or podcasts on topics that interest you. This way, you can listen while you're on the go, whether you're walking, cooking, or commuting. Listening to English in different contexts will expose you to various accents, speaking styles, and vocabulary. Step 4. Focus on pronunciation and intonation. One of the biggest challenges learners face when speaking English is pronunciation. English pronunciation can be tricky because many words don't sound the way they're spelled, but with practice, you'll get the hang of it. A great way to improve pronunciation is by imitating native speakers. Find videos, speeches, or interviews by native speakers and try to mimic their pronunciation. Pay attention to how they stress certain syllables and how they use intonation, the rise and fall of their voice as they speak. If you're unsure of how to pronounce a word, use online dictionaries that have audio examples. Websites like forvo.com let you hear how native speakers pronounce words. Listen carefully and repeat after them. Remember that pronunciation is not about perfection, it's about being understood. So focus on improving your clarity, and with time, your confidence will grow. Step 5. Expand your vocabulary with context. Building a strong vocabulary isn't just about memorizing words, it's about learning how to use those words in context. One of the best ways to remember new words is to learn them in phrases or sentences. For example, instead of just memorizing the word happy, learn phrases like, "I'm happy to meet you. That news made me really happy." By learning words in context, you'll understand not only their meaning, but also how they are used in real-life conversations. Keep a notebook or use an app to write down new words and phrases you come across. Review them regularly to keep them fresh in your memory. Step 6. Engage with native speakers or language exchange partners. You've built your vocabulary, learned grammar, and practiced speaking. But now it's time to take it to the next level, engaging with native speakers. This is where your language skills will truly shine. If you don't have native English speakers around you, don't worry. There are many websites and apps that connect language learners with native speakers for free. You can join language exchange programs or use platforms like HelloTalk or Tandem, where you can chat with native speakers through text, voice messages, or even video calls. Engaging with native speakers will help you practice your skills in real conversations. You'll learn slang, idiomatic expressions, and how to handle informal conversations, things you won't get from textbooks. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Native speakers will appreciate your effort, and you'll improve quickly. Step 7. Think in English. As you grow more comfortable speaking English, start thinking in English as much as possible. This step may feel challenging at first, but it's crucial for fluency. When you think in English, you remove the need to translate from your native language, which slows you down and makes conversations harder. Try to think about everyday things in English. For example, when you see something around you, try to describe it in your head in English. If you're planning your day, try to do it in English. What will I do today? I'll have breakfast, then I'll go to the gym, and later I'll meet my friend. The more you practice thinking in English, the faster you'll be able to speak without hesitation. Step 8. Practice listening and speaking together. Listening and speaking go hand in hand. To improve both, try shadowing. Shadowing is when you listen to a native speaker and immediately repeat what they say. Try to mimic their tone, rhythm, and pronunciation as closely as possible. It's like singing along to a song, but with spoken language. You can shadow podcasts, audiobooks, news reports, or even YouTube videos. This will help you improve both your listening skills and speaking skills simultaneously. Shadowing also trains your brain to process English faster, so you can speak with more fluidity. Step 9. Never stop learning and stay curious. Fluency in English isn't something that happens overnight. It's a journey that lasts a lifetime. Even once you've reached a level of comfort with speaking, there will always be new vocabulary to learn, new idioms to discover, and new ways to improve. Stay curious and keep exploring. One way to stay motivated is to set small, achievable goals for yourself. Whether it's learning 10 new words a day, speaking for 5 minutes in English every morning, or reading a book in English by the end of the month, having goals will keep you focused and excited about your progress. Remember, learning a language is like learning anything else. It's not about perfection, it's about progress. And every little improvement will make you feel more connected to the world around you. Step 10. Enjoy the process. Lastly, remember to enjoy the journey. Language learning isn't just about achieving fluency, it's about enjoying the moments of discovery along the way. Celebrate the little victories, like when you finally understand a joke in English, or when you hold a conversation without needing to pause to find the right words. Step 11. Engage with English media daily. By now, you've probably heard me talk about immersing yourself in English media. But let's take it to the next level. Watching movies and listening to music is great, but you need to challenge yourself with more complex content to deepen your understanding. Start reading books, newspapers, and magazines in English. Choose topics that interest you, whether it's science, history, technology, or current events. If you love sports, follow English sports websites and watch matches with commentary in English. Reading books or articles in English helps you expand your vocabulary and understanding of grammar and context. It also exposes you to different writing styles and helps you improve your comprehension skills. Choose reading material that is slightly above your current level but still understandable. Don't worry if you don't understand everything at first. Focus on the general meaning and look up unfamiliar words later. Over time, you'll notice your vocabulary and understanding growing exponentially. Step 12. Learn idioms and phrasal verbs. One of the most exciting parts of mastering English is learning idiomatic expressions and phrasal verbs. These are parts of the language that make you sound more natural and fluent. Native speakers use idioms and phrasal verbs all the time, so incorporating them into your speech will make you sound more authentic. For example, instead of just saying, "I'm tired," you could say, "I'm feeling worn out," or instead of "I don't understand," you could say, "I'm not following." Phrasal verbs, such as give up, look after, turn down, and run into, are commonly used in everyday conversations. Learning these will not only help you sound more like a native speaker, but it will also help you understand native speakers better when they use these expressions. The key to mastering phrasal verbs and idioms is practice and exposure. Read, listen, and use them in your conversations as much as possible. Step 13. Build your confidence by speaking in public. As you progress in your learning, you might find that speaking English in front of others still makes you nervous. But public speaking is one of the best ways to build your confidence in English. It might sound intimidating at first, but trust me, it works wonders. Start small. You don't need to speak in front of a large audience immediately. Start by practicing in front of a mirror or with a friend. You can even join a group or club where people practice English, like a language exchange club or a Toastmasters group. These environments are designed to help people practice public speaking, and they're very supportive. Speaking in front of others will force you to think quickly and respond confidently. And the more you do it, the more comfortable you'll become. Even if you're not speaking in front of a large group, You can also record yourself giving a short speech or explaining a topic. Playback will help you hear how you sound and identify areas for improvement. Over time, speaking English will feel natural, and you'll be able to do it confidently in any situation. Step 14. Use English for everyday tasks. Make English part of your routine. When you're at home, write your shopping list in English, label items in your house with their English names, or try to think about your day in English. For example, as you're making breakfast, you could think, I'll make some toast and coffee. I need to boil the water. As you're walking down the street, think about the things you see around you in English. There's a car, a dog, some people walking. This habit will help you become accustomed to thinking in English, which is a major step towards fluency. It will also increase your vocabulary in real-life contexts. The more you use English in your everyday life, the more natural it will feel. Step 15. Don't be afraid of mistakes, learn from them. One of the biggest hurdles for many language learners is the fear of making mistakes. But I want you to embrace this truth: mistakes are your teachers. Every time you make a mistake, it's a chance to learn and improve. There's no such thing as a perfect language learner, and that's perfectly fine. Don't be afraid to speak because you're worried about making errors. The more you speak, the fewer mistakes you'll make. And even when you do make mistakes, that's part of the learning process. Native speakers will often appreciate your efforts, and if you make a mistake, they'll likely help you correct it. So don't be afraid to take risks. Each time you push yourself out of your comfort zone, you become a better speaker. Mistakes are not the end of the world, they're the stepping stones to success. Step 16. Engage in real conversations and active listening. Now that you've spent time building your vocabulary, grammar, and pronunciation, it's time to truly immerse yourself in real conversations. Engaging in conversations with native or fluent speakers will help you take your skills to the next level. Don't worry about being perfect, focus on the flow of the conversation, understanding what the other person is saying, and expressing your thoughts clearly. When you're listening to someone, make sure you're actively engaged. This means listening with the intent to understand, not just waiting for your turn to speak. Nod your head, make eye contact, and respond thoughtfully. This will show the other person that you're genuinely interested and involved in the conversation. If you don't understand something, don't be afraid to ask the person to repeat themselves or clarify what they mean. It's much better to ask for clarification than to guess and get it wrong. As you practice active listening, you'll begin to understand different accents, speaking speeds, and slang, which will make you a more well-rounded speaker. Step 17. Keep challenging yourself. By now, you're probably feeling much more confident in your ability to speak English. But remember, Language learning is a lifelong process. The more you learn, the more you realize there's still so much to discover. Keep challenging yourself by setting new goals. Start thinking about advanced speaking topics. You could try discussing current events, giving presentations, or even joining debates in English. The more complex the topic, the better you'll become at structuring your thoughts and expressing them clearly. Your vocabulary will expand, and your ability to communicate effectively will grow. You could also try writing short stories or essays in English. Writing is another fantastic way to solidify your speaking skills. The two are closely connected. Writing helps you think in a more organized way, and speaking helps you get used to expressing your thoughts out loud. Step 18: be consistent and have patience. Fluency doesn't happen overnight, but consistency is key. Even if you can't dedicate hours every day to practicing, just a few minutes of speaking, listening, reading, or writing in English every day will add up over time. Be patient with yourself. It's easy to get frustrated when progress feels slow, but the truth is, you are improving every single day. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small. Remember, fluency is a journey, not a destination. As you continue this journey, keep an open mind. Be curious, stay excited about learning, and keep pushing your boundaries. English is a powerful tool, and with every new word and every new sentence, you're one step closer to mastering it completely. The adventure of learning English never ends. Even when you reach fluency, there's always something new to discover: new expressions, new cultural insights, and new ways to connect with people. So, embrace the excitement of learning. Enjoy every step of the process, and most importantly, keep believing in yourself. The world is waiting for you to speak, to connect, and to shine. Keep going, because your success is just around the corner. Do you ever wonder how it feels to speak English fluently? To express yourself without hesitation, to understand every word, and to talk with confidence? Imagine standing in a room full of people, speaking English as if it were your first language. Can you picture the joy, the excitement, and the sense of accomplishment? But what if I told you this dream is not as far away as it seems? What if I told you that every one of us can speak English fluently, with enough practice and the right mindset? I'm sure many of you are thinking, but I struggle with my English. I make mistakes. I can't speak as fast as others. I don't know enough vocabulary. Well, you're not alone. I've been there. Let me tell you a story that may just change the way you think about learning English. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Alex. He was a hard-working student, but no matter how much he studied English, he couldn't speak fluently. He spent hours in front of books, memorizing grammar rules and vocabulary. He tried watching English movies, listening to songs, and even reading aloud. But still, when it came to speaking, he froze. His mind would go blank, and his words would stumble. Alex was frustrated. He thought he would never speak English fluently, just like his friends who seemed so confident. One day, Alex decided to meet his mentor, a wise old man who was known for his incredible wisdom and experience in learning languages. Alex poured his heart out, explaining his struggles. The old man smiled gently and said, "Let me tell you something important, my young friend. Fluency in a language is not just about knowing words or perfect grammar. It's about the courage to speak, the will to keep going even when it seems hard, and the patience to allow yourself to make mistakes. Fluency is a journey, not a destination." The next day, the old man took Alex to a small cafe. There, he introduced him to a group of tourists who didn't speak Alex's language. The challenge was clear. Alex had to speak English with them, even though he was nervous. At first, Alex was hesitant. What if they didn't understand him? What if he made mistakes? But the mentor's words echoed in his mind. Fluency is a journey. With a deep breath, Alex started speaking. He made mistakes, of course. He stumbled over some words, mispronounced others. But something amazing happened. The tourists didn't care about his mistakes. They appreciated his effort, and they started to talk with him. Alex soon realized that fluency didn't mean speaking perfectly. It meant communicating with others, sharing ideas, and being brave enough to speak, no matter what. After that day, Alex practiced every single day. He spoke with anyone who would listen. He joined English clubs, watched movies without subtitles, and kept speaking, even if it was just to himself. Over time, his confidence grew. The words started flowing more naturally, and he began to speak faster. Alex no longer worried about making mistakes. Instead, he focused on expressing himself, and fluency followed. Now, you might be wondering, what's the secret to speaking English fluently like Alex? It's simpler than you think. The secret is practice. The more you speak, the more fluent you become. The key is to stop being afraid of making mistakes. Every mistake is a lesson. Every conversation is an opportunity to improve. When you practice speaking English, you're not just memorizing words or learning grammar. You're training your brain to think in English. The more you practice, the faster your brain will adapt. Your thoughts will start forming in English, and speaking will feel natural. The words will flow easily, and soon, you'll be able to speak without even thinking about it. It's like learning to ride a bike. At first, you wobble and fall, but with every try, you get better. You build muscle memory. And one day, without realizing it, you're riding the bike effortlessly. That's exactly how speaking English works. Now, let's talk about some tips that can help you become fluent. First, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Mistakes are part of the process. They're the stepping stones to fluency. If you're speaking and you make an error, just laugh it off and correct yourself. The more mistakes you make, the closer you are to success. Second, listen a lot. Listening is just as important as speaking. Surround yourself with English as much as possible. Watch English movies, listen to podcasts, and pay attention to how native speakers use the language. Notice the rhythm, the intonation, and the way they form sentences. This will help you understand how English sounds and how to speak it naturally. Third, practice speaking every day. You don't need to wait for the perfect opportunity. Speak to your friends, your family, or even strangers. If you can't find anyone to talk to yourself. Speak about your day, your thoughts, your plans. The more you speak, the more confident you will become. Fourth, be patient with yourself. Learning a language takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. But with consistent practice, you will see progress. Every small improvement counts. Celebrate your victories, no matter how small they seem. Lastly, stay motivated. Set goals for yourself and reward yourself when you reach them. Maybe your goal is to hold a 5-minute conversation in English, or to watch an entire movie without subtitles. Whatever it is, keep challenging yourself. The more motivated you are, the easier it will be to keep going. And remember, you are not alone on this journey. Everyone who speaks English fluently once struggled with it. Even the greatest speakers and writers of the language had to start somewhere. They didn't wake up fluent. They worked hard, made mistakes, and practiced every day. You can do the same. So, are you ready to start your journey toward fluency? The road might be long, and the path may seem difficult at times. But every step you take brings you closer to your goal. Every word you speak adds to your confidence. And one day, you'll look back and realize that the fluency you've dreamed of is no longer a dream, it's your reality. Now, imagine yourself speaking English fluently. Imagine the confidence, the freedom, and the opportunities that will open up for you. Fluency in English is not just about speaking well, it's about connecting with the world. It's about expressing yourself, sharing your ideas, and building relationships. The world is waiting for you to speak. Don't wait for the perfect moment. Start speaking today. Practice every day and never give up. Fluency is within your reach. The only thing standing between you and your goal is your willingness to keep trying. You've already taken the first step by deciding to learn. Now, take the second step, start speaking. Speak to everyone you meet. Speak to yourself. Speak to the world. Every conversation will make you stronger, and before you know it, you'll be speaking English fluently. I promise you, it's not as difficult as it seems. The journey is exciting, and every day brings a new opportunity to improve. So take a deep breath and speak with confidence. The world is waiting to hear your voice. As you take those first steps, I want you to remember one very important thing: perseverance is key. It's easy to get discouraged when things don't seem to improve quickly. It's natural to feel like you're not making progress, especially when the journey seems long. But let me remind you, every expert, every fluent speaker you admire, they've all faced moments of doubt. What makes them successful is that they didn't give up, even when it felt hard. They kept going, day after day, and slowly their confidence grew. Imagine, just for a moment, the countless opportunities you will have when you can communicate fluently. Whether it's in your career, while traveling, or when making new friends, speaking English fluently will give you the power to open doors that may have once seemed closed. It will connect you to people from all around the world, allow you to experience new cultures, and give you the tools to understand new ideas and perspectives. But here's the thing: fluency isn't just about speaking well, it's about thinking in English. When you reach the point where you no longer translate from your native language to English in your mind, you'll know you've reached a significant milestone. This is when you stop pausing mid-sentence, wondering how to say something. You will start to think, dream, and even feel in English. This is when the magic happens. So, how do we get to that level? How do we train our minds to think in English instead of always translating? One powerful tool is immersion. Surround yourself with English as much as possible. Watch movies, listen to podcasts, and read books in English. Try to learn new vocabulary from what you see and hear. But, more importantly, don't just passively absorb, engage with the content. Pause the movie and repeat sentences aloud. Try to mimic the accents, the speed, and the tone of the speakers. This will train your mouth and mind to naturally form sentences in English. Another important tool is speaking regularly, even when you're not sure of your vocabulary or grammar. Let me tell you a secret: nobody speaks perfect English all the time. Even native speakers make mistakes. The key is to be fearless. The more you practice speaking, the easier it will become. You will start to notice patterns in the language, and soon enough, you will be able to use them without even thinking. Sometimes it might feel like you're not progressing fast enough. But remember, fluency is a marathon, not a sprint. Just like the small steps you take when learning to walk, or the practice it takes to become a good musician, your progress in English is built on consistency and time. Keep speaking, keep practicing, and in time, you will see improvement. As you grow more confident, you will also notice that speaking English will become a natural part of your daily routine. You'll start using English to express your thoughts, your feelings, and even your dreams. It will no longer be something you do only during language lessons. It will be something that's part of who you are. Fluency will become an extension of your personality. But don't stop there. Keep challenging yourself. Try speaking in more complex situations, such as when explaining your ideas or opinions. Engage in debates, discussions, or even give short speeches to a small group. Each time you do this, your fluency will improve and your ability to express yourself will grow. One powerful tip is to think in English as much as possible. For example, when you are walking down the street, try describing your surroundings in English. I see a big tree with green leaves. There is a shop selling colorful scarves. The sun is shining brightly. This exercise helps you think directly in English instead of relying on translation. You'll begin to form simple sentences without even realizing it. Your brain will start to process information in English, making it easier to speak fluently over time. I understand that at times you might feel like giving up, especially when progress seems slow. But let me tell you this: never underestimate the power of persistence. Every small step you take brings you closer to your goal. If you practice just a little bit every day, whether it's speaking for 5 minutes, reading a paragraph, or learning 5 new words, that effort will accumulate over time. 1 year from now, you'll be amazed at how far you've come. Every time you speak, whether it's to a stranger or to your reflection in the mirror, you are improving. Each conversation, each sentence, each word that you speak builds the confidence and skills necessary to become fluent. Even when you don't notice it, your brain is absorbing everything you expose it to. Be kind to yourself. Celebrate your progress, even if it seems small. Now think of this journey not just as a way to learn a language, but as a way to connect with the world. Every time you speak in English, you're opening doors to new friendships, experiences, and opportunities. English is not just a tool, it's a bridge that connects you to people from different cultures, backgrounds, and walks of life. It's a way to be part of a global conversation, to share your thoughts with the world, and to understand the thoughts of others. Are you ready to continue on this journey? I believe in you. The path to fluency is not always easy, but with dedication and practice, it's more than achievable. It's a gift. You're giving yourself a gift that will stay with you for the rest of your life. The ability to speak English fluently will open up endless possibilities. So, Take a deep breath, speak with confidence, and enjoy the journey. The world is waiting for you to speak your truth. Never stop practicing and never stop believing in yourself. You are capable of so much more than you think. Keep practicing, keep speaking, and never give up. Fluency is within your reach. Keep moving forward, and soon you will realize that speaking English isn't just a dream. It's your reality. The journey might take time, but every moment is worth it. Keep practicing, and one day you'll look back, smile, and realize just how far you've come. Fluency is not just about speaking perfectly, it's about speaking with heart, with confidence, and with the courage to keep going. So, start now. Speak today. Speak tomorrow. Speak every day. Let every word you say bring you one step closer to your goal. You can do this. The journey is yours. Do you want to speak English fluently in just 30 minutes? Yes, you heard that right. 30 minutes? But how is it possible? It's almost too good to be true, isn't it? Imagine standing in front of a crowd or talking to a group of people, and suddenly the words come out effortlessly in perfect English. It feels like magic, but I promise you it's not. Stick with me for the next few minutes, and I'll share with you a story that will change the way you look at language and communication forever. Have you ever felt nervous when speaking English? Have you ever been in a situation where you wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words? Or worse, you didn't have enough confidence to speak? Maybe you've tried practicing but still couldn't get it right. Well, this story is for you. Let me take you back to a time when I was just like you, scared of speaking a language that seemed so difficult to master. I was in a new city, and I had to speak English all the time. I felt awkward. I was scared to make mistakes. I worried that people would judge me. One day, while I was sitting in a cafe, I overheard a conversation between two people. They were speaking in English, and I couldn't believe how natural and confident they sounded. It was as if they had been speaking English their whole lives. But here's the twist. One of them wasn't a native speaker. She was from a country where people spoke a completely different language. I was stunned. How was it possible? How could someone speak English so confidently, without hesitation, without worrying about mistakes? I felt a surge of curiosity. I wanted to know how she did it. So, after their conversation ended, I gathered all my courage and walked up to her. "Excuse me." "I couldn't help but notice how amazing your English is," I said. "I've been struggling with it, and I really want to speak like you. Can you share your secret?" She smiled at me warmly. "There's no secret," she said. "It's all about practice, but most importantly, it's about changing the way you think about English." Her words hit me like a thunderbolt. Changing the way you think? What did that even mean? She went on to explain something that I'll never forget. She said, most people think that speaking English fluently means memorizing a lot of grammar rules or vocabulary. But that's not true. Fluency is about being confident, not perfect. It's about thinking in English, not translating from your native language. And the key is to make English a part of your life. At that moment, something clicked in my mind. The problem wasn't my lack of grammar knowledge. It was my lack of confidence. It was my fear of making mistakes. But here was the big revelation: it was okay to make mistakes. In fact, mistakes were part of the process. They weren't something to be afraid of, they were something to learn from. I asked her, but how do I start? How do I change my thinking? She told me something even more powerful: you don't need to spend hours studying. In fact, you can start speaking English fluently in just 30 minutes if you know how. I could hardly believe it, but she had a plan. She said that in the first 30 minutes of speaking, you could achieve more than you would in hours of traditional study. But it all depended on how you approached it. Here's what she shared with me. 1. Stop translating in your mind every time you think in your native language and then translate to English. You slow yourself down. Instead, try to think directly in English. It's like switching on a new mindset. The more you practice thinking in English, the more natural it will feel. 2. Learn phrases, not words. Words alone don't help you communicate effectively. What really matters are the phrases you use. Think about common expressions, greetings, and questions people use every day. These are the building blocks of fluent speech. 3. Speak, speak. Speak. The only way to get better at speaking is to speak. The more you talk in English, the easier it will become. Don't wait for the perfect moment or the perfect sentence. Just start speaking and don't be afraid to make mistakes. 4. Focus on communication, not perfection. Fluency is not about speaking perfectly, it's about being understood. If people can understand you, you're doing great. Keep the conversation going and focus on getting your message across. 5. Use technology to your advantage. Use apps, online videos, podcasts, and even voice assistants to practice speaking. The more you surround yourself with English, the more natural it will become. As I listened to her, I felt a spark of excitement. This wasn't some complicated method. It was simple and practical, and I could start right away. And you can, too. So, how did my story end? After that conversation, I practiced every day. I made mistakes, I stumbled over words, but I kept going. Little by little, I noticed a change. I started to think in English. I stopped worrying about being perfect. I embraced my mistakes as lessons, and over time, my confidence grew. Within a few months, I was able to have full conversations in English without fear. I felt proud, not because I was perfect, but because I had learned to enjoy speaking without holding back. And you can do the same. Imagine yourself, just 30 minutes from now, speaking confidently in English. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be real. Your journey toward fluency starts with a single step. Speak, even if it's just a few words, but speak with confidence. The more you practice, the more fluent you'll become. And soon, you won't even notice the difference. It will just feel like a part of you. And that, my friend, is how you speak English fluently in 30 minutes. This isn't a magic trick or a quick fix. It's a mindset shift. It's about embracing the journey, not focusing on the destination. Every step forward counts, and each word spoken is a victory. So, the next time you feel nervous about speaking English, remember this fluency is not about perfection, it's about progress. It's about the courage to speak, the confidence to learn, and the excitement to keep going. As you take that first step into the world of English, you'll start to feel a transformation, not just in your speaking skills, but in your mindset. It's as if you've unlocked a door, and beyond that door is a world full of new possibilities. Imagine being able to have a conversation with anyone, anywhere, without hesitation. That's the power of speaking English fluently. But it all starts with action. Now, let me share another crucial element that often gets overlooked: motivation. You need a strong why to keep pushing forward. What is your reason for wanting to speak English? Is it to travel the world, to advance in your career, or to connect with new people? Whatever it is, keep that reason close to your heart. When you have a purpose, the journey becomes much easier, even when it gets tough. I remember a time when I was struggling with my own motivation. I wanted to speak English fluently, but I felt like I was running in circles. I wasn't improving as fast as I hoped. But then, I asked myself this simple question: why do I want this? The answer came to me clearly. I wanted to connect with people from different cultures, understand different perspectives, and open doors to new opportunities. That realization reignited my passion. Every time I felt discouraged, I reminded myself of my why, and it kept me going. So, as you embark on this journey, ask yourself, why do I want to speak English? Your answer will be your fuel. But motivation alone won't get you to fluency. You need to develop a consistent routine. Consistency is key. In the same way that a plant needs water every day to grow, your English skills need daily practice. This doesn't mean spending hours at a time. Even just 15 to 30 minutes a day can make a huge difference. And remember, it's not about cramming information or memorizing endless lists of words. It's about actively engaging with the language. Find ways to incorporate English into your daily life. Watch English movies or TV shows. Listen to English podcasts or songs. Read books or articles in English. Surround yourself with the language, and you'll start to notice patterns and phrases that will help you speak more naturally. Another powerful technique is shadowing. Shadowing means mimicking what you hear. When you hear someone speak in English, repeat what they say immediately, trying to match their tone, rhythm, and pronunciation. It's like training your mind and mouth to speak in sync. But let's be honest for a moment. No journey is without its challenges. There will be times when you feel like giving up. Maybe you'll make a mistake that makes you feel embarrassed or frustrated. But here's the thing, these moments are your greatest teachers. Every mistake you make is an opportunity to grow. Think about it, some of the greatest speakers in the world made plenty of mistakes along the way. The key is to embrace them, laugh them off, and keep moving forward. Perfection is not the goal, progress is. I once spoke with a man who had spent years learning English. He wasn't a native speaker, but he was fluent, and he spoke with such confidence. I asked him what the secret was to his success. He told me that the biggest lesson he had learned was to stop being afraid of mistakes. You'll never be perfect, he said, but you can always improve. And that's enough. Isn't that such a freeing thought? The pressure to be perfect can be overwhelming, but when you let go of that fear, you open yourself up to real growth. Fluency isn't about speaking without error, it's about speaking with confidence and clarity. The next tip I want to share with you is one that can completely change the way you approach speaking English. It's called deliberate practice. This means you focus on the specific areas you struggle with and work on improving them. Are you having trouble with pronunciation? Focus on sounds and repeat them until they feel natural. Struggling with sentence structure? Try to practice building sentences out loud. Remember, it's about making small, consistent improvements. This kind of focused practice will lead to faster results than simply practicing in a scattered way. And here's something I want you to truly understand: fluency doesn't happen overnight. It's a process, a journey that takes time. But don't get discouraged. Each day that you practice, you're getting closer. Each word you speak, each sentence you form, is another step toward fluency. So, let's put it all together. The first step is to stop translating and start thinking in English. Then, practice speaking as much as you can. Use technology to immerse yourself in English and focus on phrases that are commonly used in conversations. Remember, you don't need to be perfect, just communicate clearly. Stay motivated by keeping your why in mind and commit to practicing every day, even if it's just for a short time. And finally, embrace mistakes as part of the learning process. They are not failures, they are stepping stones. With all of these tips, you'll be well on your way to speaking English fluently. But here's the best part. It's not just about language. It's about the confidence you'll build, the doors you'll open, and the new relationships you'll create. Speaking English fluently will not only change the way you communicate, but also the way you see the world. Now, let me leave you with one last thought. English is not just a language, it's a bridge. It's a bridge that connects people from all corners of the world. A bridge that allows you to share your ideas, dreams, and emotions with others. When you speak English fluently, you're not just speaking a language, you're opening up new worlds, new experiences, and new opportunities for yourself. So, are you ready to take that first step? Are you ready to embrace the power of English and speak with confidence? Remember, it only takes 30 minutes to get started. After that, you'll be amazed at how far you can go. And the journey doesn't end here. Each time you speak, each time you practice, you'll move one step closer to fluency. You'll feel a sense of pride and accomplishment. You'll realize that the only thing standing between you and your goal was the courage to start. So, don't wait any longer. Speak English today and watch as your world opens up in ways you never imagined. The road to fluency may seem long, but every journey begins with a single word. So speak now, and let English be the key that unlocks your future. Have you ever dreamed of speaking English without thinking? Have you imagined yourself talking in English, but the words just come out like magic? No pauses, no stress, just smooth and beautiful English? What if I told you there is a secret, one so simple but so powerful, that it can make this dream come true? Before I share this secret, let me take you to a small, quiet town. A boy named Arun lived there. He wasn't rich, he wasn't a genius, but he had one big dream: he wanted to speak English. Why? Because he believed English could open doors to the world. He saw people on TV talking confidently in English, and he thought, will I ever be like them? One day, something magical happened. His uncle came to visit from a big city. His uncle was like a superstar in the family, charming, confident, and fluent in English. Arun's eyes sparkled when he saw him speak. Everyone listened with respect. Arun thought, this is what I want to be. So, Arun asked his uncle, how do you speak English so well? His uncle smiled and said, I don't just speak English. I think in English. Arun was confused. Think in English? What does that even mean? He didn't understand then, but it was the beginning of something amazing. Now, I want to ask you, do you know what it means to think in English? Most people think they need perfect grammar, a dictionary, or big words to speak English fluently. But no, the secret is simpler. It starts inside your mind. Think about it before you speak any language. Where do the words come from? They come from your thoughts. If you think in your native language and try to translate every word, your brain gets tired. It's slow and it feels heavy. But if you think directly in English, the words flow like a river. No stopping, no blocking. Arun didn't know this at first, but he was ready to learn. One day he tried a little game. When he looked at his dog, he said to himself in English, "My dog is happy." When he went to school, he thought, "I am walking to school." These were small sentences, simple words, but they were in English. And slowly, something incredible happened. Do you want to know what it was? His mind started to switch. The voice in his head wasn't speaking in his native language anymore. It was speaking in English. Arun felt like he had a secret superpower. He didn't need to translate words. English became his friend, not a stranger. And here's the exciting part: you can do this too. Imagine waking up in the morning. Instead of saying in your mind, "What should I eat today?" in your language, you say, "What will I have for breakfast?" in English. When you see the sun, think, "It's a sunny day." When you're walking, think, "I'm walking to the park." These small thoughts are the seeds of big change. But let me tell you, Arun's journey wasn't always easy. There were days he felt shy. When he tried speaking, people laughed at his mistakes. It hurt, but he didn't stop. He thought, mistakes are not failures, they are my teachers. And every mistake made him stronger. One day, at a school event, Arun was asked to speak in English. His hands were shaking, his heart was racing, but he remembered his uncle's advice: don't think of people, think of your thoughts. So he started. The words came out, one after another, and when he finished, there was silence. Then, applause. Big, loud applause. Arun smiled. He had done it. Now, close your eyes for a moment. Imagine yourself speaking English like Arun. How does it feel? Wonderful, right? But how do you start? Here's your first step: talk to yourself in English. Yes, it might feel silly, but it's powerful. When you wake up, say, "Good morning." Self, when you brush your teeth, think, "I am brushing my teeth." Talk about everything you see, even if it's simple. Second, listen like a baby. Babies don't start with grammar books. They listen to their parents, their surroundings, and the sounds of the world. Listen to English songs, watch English movies, or follow English YouTube channels. Don't worry about understanding every word. Just let your ears soak in the language. Third, be fearless. Speak even if you make mistakes. Remember, every great speaker was once a beginner. And finally, fall in love with English. Make it a part of your life. Treat it like a friend, not a subject. Play games, sing songs, and enjoy the journey. Let me end with a thought that will stay with you. Every language is a door. English is one of the doors to the world. Open it, and you'll find endless possibilities. When Aaron decided to think in English, he didn't realize how it would change his life forever. At first, it felt strange. His mind was used to his native language, so thinking in English felt like trying to walk on a tightrope. But Aaron had a little trick he made English fun. Do you know what he did? He started to name everything around him in English. When he saw his bed, he would say, "This is my bed." When he saw a tree, he would think, "That tree is tall." Every small object became part of his practice. It was like turning his world into a classroom, but it didn't feel like studying. It felt like a game. Let me ask you this: do you love games? Games are fun because they challenge us, but they also reward us. Arun created his own reward system. If he thought 10 sentences in English during the day, he gave himself a treat: a cookie, a short video, or even a little break to relax. These small rewards kept him excited. What about you? Would you try this game? And then something amazing happened. Arun's little sister noticed his efforts. She was only 6 years old, but she wanted to copy him. She began asking, "What is this in English?" Arun laughed and said, "This is a chair soon." They both started playing a game called "What is it in English?" They named things, made sentences, and even acted out short conversations. Here's the beautiful thing about learning: when you share it, it grows. Arun's sister started learning faster because of his help, and Arun's confidence grew because he was teaching. Have you ever thought about teaching someone else what you know? Teaching is one of the best ways to learn. Even if you know just a few words in English, share them with someone. Tell your friend, your sibling, or even your pet. The more you say the words out loud, the more natural they will feel. One day, Arun decided to push himself further. He joined a local English club. It was a small group of people who wanted to practice speaking English. At first, he was nervous. He thought, "What if I make mistakes? What if they laugh?" But when he arrived, he realized everyone was just like him. They were learners, not experts. The first time Arun spoke in front of the group, he said only a few sentences. They weren't perfect, but the group clapped and encouraged him. Slowly, Arun became more comfortable. He made friends, laughed at his mistakes, and even helped others. Do you know what he learned from this? That people don't judge you as much as you think. Most people are kind, and they understand how hard it is to learn something new. Arun realized that making mistakes wasn't scary, it was necessary. Every mistake brought him closer to fluency. Now, let's talk about you. Imagine yourself walking into an English club. Imagine saying your first sentence in English. Maybe your voice shakes a little, but the group smiles and claps. How does that feel? Exciting, right? Let me tell you another secret: you don't need a physical club to practice. Today, you can find people online. Join a language exchange app, a social media group, or even leave comments in English on videos or posts. The internet is full of opportunities to connect. But here's a key tip when you practice: focus on real conversations. Don't try to sound perfect. Instead, think about what you want to say. Imagine you're talking to a friend. Use simple words, simple sentences. Over time, you'll naturally grow. One day, Arun's uncle returned to visit. This time, something different happened. Arun greeted him confidently in English. They talked, laughed, and shared stories all in English. His uncle was amazed. He said, "Arun, you've grown so much. I'm proud of you." That night, Arun sat by his window, looking at the stars. He thought about his journey. It wasn't just about learning English. It was about becoming a better version of himself. He felt strong, confident, and ready for the world. And now, my friend, it's your turn. You have the same potential as Arun. It doesn't matter where you start. What matters is that you take the first step. Start small. Start today. Talk to yourself, listen to English, and most importantly, think in English. Let me leave you with one final thought. Every step you take in learning English is a step toward your dreams. Don't wait for the perfect time, because the perfect time is now. Start thinking in English and watch your life transform. So, how do you begin thinking in English if it feels too hard? Let me take you back to Arun's story. After his uncle left, Arun faced a big challenge. School exams were near, and he barely had time to practice English. He felt stuck, and that little voice in his head started doubting him. Maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'll never speak fluently. Have you ever felt like this? That little voice telling you to stop, that you'll never make it? But here's the thing: Arun didn't stop. He remembered his uncle's advice: if you want to think in English, you have to surround yourself with it. So, even during his busy days, Arun made English part of his life in small, creative ways. When he walked to school, he whispered sentences in English. Instead of thinking, the weather is nice in his language, he thought, it's a beautiful day. When he wrote notes for himself, he wrote them in English. These were small changes, but they were powerful. Let me tell you a little secret. The brain is like a sponge. It absorbs whatever you give it. If you fill your day with even tiny bits of English, your brain will start to get used to it. It's not about studying harder, it's about living with the language. Now, here's an exciting exercise for you. Are you ready? Think about your favorite hobby. Maybe you love cooking, playing a sport, or even drawing. Now, start connecting English to that hobby. For example, if you love cooking, watch recipes in English. Say the steps out loud in English first. I chop the onions. Then I fry them. When Arun tried this with his hobby playing cricket, he started saying things like, I need a bat. I will hit the ball. At first, it felt silly, but then he noticed something incredible. He wasn't just practicing English, he was having fun. And here's another idea: use sticky notes. Arun wrote English words on sticky notes and put them around the house. On his mirror, he wrote, You look great today. On his door, he wrote, Open the door. Every time he saw a note, he smiled and read it aloud. Slowly, these small actions added up. But do you know what made the biggest difference? It wasn't just about thinking in English. It was about feeling the language. One day, Arun decided to listen to English songs. At first, he didn't understand the lyrics, but he loved the music. He started humming along, guessing the words, and enjoying the rhythm. Music became his new teacher. He realized that even if he didn't understand every word, he was training his ears. And guess what? After a few weeks, he started catching familiar words and phrases. Songs like Don't Stop Believing became his personal mantra. What about you? Do you love music? If you do, start with songs you enjoy. Don't worry about understanding everything. Let the music flow into your mind. Over time, you'll notice how much you've learned without even trying. But Arun didn't stop there. He wanted to challenge himself more. So, he started watching short videos in English. At first, he used subtitles in his native language. But soon, he switched to English subtitles. And then, one day, he watched without any subtitles. It wasn't perfect, but he felt proud. Now, imagine yourself doing this. Picture yourself understanding an entire movie in English. Feels exciting, right? Let me tell you something beautiful about the journey of learning. It's not about how fast you go, it's about enjoying the process. Arun learned this when he made a new friend online. Her name was Maria, and she was from Spain. They didn't speak the same native language, so they had to communicate in English. At first, their conversations were simple. Maria would say, "How are you?" and Arun would reply, "I am good." And you? But over time, their chats became longer and deeper. They shared stories about their cultures, their dreams, and even their struggles with English. Arun realized something magical. English wasn't just a language, it was a bridge. It connected him to people from around the world. And what about you? Have you thought about making a language partner? It's easier than you think. There are apps, websites, and communities where you can find people who want to practice English too. Just like Arun and Maria, you can learn together, support each other, and grow. One day, Arun wrote in his diary today, "I spoke English for 10 minutes without stopping. It wasn't perfect, but I did it." He looked at those words and smiled. He wasn't the same boy who was too shy to speak. He had become someone who believed in himself. And here's the most important lesson Arun learned: progress is not about being perfect, it's about being brave. Every time you think in English, every time you say a sentence, even if it's small or wrong, you're taking a step forward. Now, let's try something together. Close your eyes and imagine your future self. You're sitting in a coffee shop, talking to someone in English. The words come easily, the conversation flows, and you feel confident. How does that feel? This future is possible. And it starts now. Let me leave you with one last thought. Every word you speak in English is like planting a seed. Water it with practice, sunshine it with patience, and watch it grow into a beautiful tree. If this inspired you, like this video, subscribe and share it with someone who dreams of speaking English too. Together, let's grow this beautiful tree of language and connection. Do you know where the best conversations start? Is it in a grand hall, on a busy street, or in a big meeting? No. It starts at home. Have you thought about this before? The home is the first place where we learn to talk. It is where we first share our feelings, our thoughts, and our dreams. Now, let's explore this step by step, shall we? At home, there is no need to be shy. You can be yourself. Do you remember the first word you ever said? Maybe it was mama or papa. That small word made someone smile. It showed that you could express yourself. Words are powerful, aren't they? Think of the dinner table. It is not just a place to eat. It is a place to talk. Families share stories about their day. Maybe Dad tells a funny story from work. Maybe your little sister talks about her drawing. What do you like to share at the dinner table? Talking at home is not just about sharing stories. It is about learning too. When you ask questions, you learn new things. If you ask, "Why is the sky blue?" someone might explain. If you ask, "How does this work?" someone might teach you. Do you like asking questions? Sometimes there are serious talks at home. For example, when someone is sad, others try to help. They say kind words. They listen. Talking can make us feel better. Do you think listening is as important as speaking? Let's think about when there are problems at home. Maybe someone forgot to clean up. Maybe there was an argument. How do families solve these problems? They talk. They say, "I'm sorry," they say. "Let's fix this." Talking can make things better, don't you think? And talking at home can also be fun. Imagine laughing over a silly joke or playing a word game. What games do you play at home? Laughter and words can bring people closer. They can turn a bad day into a good one. Do you agree? Now, let's talk about how talking at home can help in other places. When you practice speaking at home, you become better at speaking outside. You learn how to express yourself. You gain confidence. Have you ever felt braver after a good talk at home? Sometimes people don't feel like talking. That's okay too. Quiet moments can be nice. But if you feel sad or lonely, talking helps. You can say, "I need to talk, someone will listen." Does this idea make you feel warm inside? Talking is not just about words. It is about showing love and care. When mom says, "Good job," it feels nice, right? When dad says, "I'm proud of you," it feels great. Let's keep going. Talking at home is not just for family members. It can include everyone living there. Maybe a cousin, a grandparent, or even a close friend. Do you have someone special at home to talk to? Think about morning time. When you wake up, someone might say, "Good morning, how does that make you feel?" Those two simple words start the day with kindness. Do you say good morning back? It's a small way to show you care. Now think about the evening. After a long day, everyone comes back home. This is a good time to ask, "How was your day?" It's nice to hear stories about school, work, or fun events. Do you share your day too? It feels good when someone listens, doesn't it? Let's imagine a little more. What happens when a new member joins the family, like a baby or a pet? Everyone gathers to talk about names, care, and love. Talking helps everyone feel involved. Have you ever helped name a pet or a toy? Sometimes talking can teach lessons. Imagine your mom or dad telling a story about their childhood. Maybe it's about a funny mistake they made or a lesson they learned. These stories make you think. What is the best story you've heard at home? Let's not forget celebrations. Birthdays, holidays, or special days are filled with talks, laughter, and joy. At these times, everyone gathers. They say things like, "Happy birthday" or "Congratulations, what is your favorite celebration at home?" Talking at home also helps solve puzzles in life. If you don't understand homework, who do you ask? Maybe an older sibling or a parent. They explain, and suddenly, the puzzle becomes clear. Isn't that helpful? Even during quiet times, talking can happen in little ways. A smile, a nod, or a simple yes or no says a lot. Do you think actions can speak like words? Now, let's talk about showing respect while speaking. When someone else is talking, we listen. We wait for our turn to speak. This shows we care about their words. Do you think listening shows kindness? Sometimes, people don't agree at home. That's normal. Maybe you want to watch one show and someone else wants another. What happens next? You talk. You find a solution, like taking turns. Talking helps, right? Now let me ask you a big question. What would happen if no one talked at home? It would feel empty, wouldn't it? Words bring life to a home. They connect people. They make everyone feel they belong. Do you think so too? Did you know that talking at home can create traditions? Think about bedtime stories. Maybe someone reads to you every night. Maybe you say goodnight in a special way. Like sweet dreams, these little habits become family traditions. Do you have any traditions like this? Talking also builds memories. Imagine sitting together and looking at old photos. Someone might say, "This was your first birthday," or "This was the day we went to the park." Sharing these stories brings smiles. What's your favorite family memory? Sometimes words at home can inspire you. Maybe your mom says, "You can do it," or your dad says, "I believe in you." These words make you feel strong. Have you ever felt brave because of someone's words? Let's think about sharing feelings. When you are happy, you say, "I'm so excited." When you are sad, you say, "I feel bad today." Talking helps others understand how you feel. They can cheer you up or celebrate with you. Do you think sharing feelings makes you closer? Now, what about special words like thank you and please? These words show respect and kindness. If someone helps you, you say, "Thank you." If you need something, you say, "Please." These simple words keep a home happy. Do you use these words often? Imagine someone new visiting your home, like a friend or neighbor. Talking with them makes them feel welcome. You might say, "Come in," or "How are you?" Your words can make someone feel part of the family. Isn't that nice? Talking is also about learning from each other. Maybe your grandparent teaches you a recipe. Maybe your sibling shows you a new game. Sharing ideas helps everyone grow. What's the last thing you learned at home? Sometimes, home is where big dreams begin. You might say, I want to be an artist, or I want to travel the world. Family members listen and support you. They might say, go for it, or you'll do great. Have you shared your dreams at home? Talking also helps build teamwork. Imagine cleaning the house together. Someone says, let's start with the kitchen, and everyone agrees. Working together becomes fun when you talk. Do you like helping at home? Finally, talking at home creates a feeling of safety. When someone says, I'm here for you, it feels comforting. You know you are not alone. Do you feel safe when someone listens to you? Wonderful. Let's dive even deeper into how talking at home shapes our lives. Have you ever noticed how every home has its own way of talking? Some homes are full of jokes and laughter. Others are calm and quiet. Your home has its own special language too. What's the vibe in your home? Talking at home also teaches us how to deal with emotions. Imagine you are angry because something went wrong. Someone might say, let's talk about it. They help you calm down and find a solution. Talking helps emotions feel lighter. Has this ever happened to you? What about the small talks we often forget? Like when someone says, do you need help? Or what would you like to eat? These little questions show care. They remind us that someone is thinking about us. Do you enjoy these small talks? Let's think about laughter again. Funny moments often happen at home. Maybe someone tells a silly joke, or something unexpected makes everyone giggle. Laughter connects people. Can you remember a time when you laughed so much your stomach hurt? Talking at home can also be creative. Imagine making up a story with your family. One person starts, once upon a time, and everyone adds a part. It becomes a funny, magical, or exciting tale. Have you ever done this? Sometimes, talking means sharing big news. Maybe someone says, we're going on a trip, or guess what? I got a new job. These moments bring joy and excitement. What's the happiest news you've heard at home? Now let's talk about how we show kindness through words. Saying I'm sorry can fix a hurt feeling. Saying I love you makes someone feel special. Kind words are like little gifts. Do you agree that words can be gifts? Talking at home also teaches us about respect. Imagine two people want different things. Instead of shouting, they talk. They say, let's find a way that works for both of us. Talking with respect makes everyone feel heard. Have you seen this happen? There's another way we talk at home with stories. Stories about family, about traditions, or even about things long ago. These stories connect the past to the present. Maybe your parents or grandparents share them. Do you like hearing family stories? Let's not forget about secrets. At home, we might whisper a surprise like, "Don't tell mom we got her a gift." Secrets at home can be fun when they're about good surprises. What's the best secret you've kept? Talking at home also helps us grow. When someone says, "You did a great job," it builds confidence. When they give advice, like "keep trying, you'll get it," it teaches patience. Have words at home ever helped you grow? Let's talk about saying thank you at home. Imagine someone makes your favorite meal. Saying, "Thank you for the food," shows you care about their effort. Kind words can make someone smile. Do you notice how thank you makes people happy? What about dreams? At home, you can share your biggest dreams without fear. Maybe you say, "I want to be an astronaut," or "I want to write a book." Your family listens and encourages you. They might say, "You can do anything if you try." What's a dream you've shared? Now think about how we talk to solve problems. If something breaks, someone might say, "Let's fix it together." If there's an argument, someone might say, "Let's find a way to understand each other." Words help us find solutions. Have you seen problems solved this way? Talking at home also helps us learn about each other. Maybe your sibling loves drawing. Maybe your parent enjoys gardening. By talking, you discover things you didn't know before. Have you learned something new about someone at home? Let's imagine the power of encouraging words. Picture this: you're nervous about trying something new. A family member says, "You've got this." Suddenly, you feel braver. Words like these can lift you up. Can you remember a time when words made you feel strong? Sometimes, talking at home means saying sorry. Maybe you made a mistake or hurt someone's feelings. Saying, "I'm sorry," helps heal that hurt. It shows you care about making things better. Do you find it easy to say sorry? Now think about special phrases your family uses. Maybe your mom always says, "Be safe" when you leave the house. Maybe your dad says, "Proud of you" after you do something good. These words stay in your heart forever. Do you have special phrases like that? What about quiet talks before bed? Maybe someone says, "Good night, sleep well." These words make you feel calm and ready to rest. Talking at the end of the day is like closing a book on today's story. Do you enjoy bedtime talks? Let's talk about how home is a safe place to express yourself. If you're upset, you can say, "I need a hug." If you're excited, you can say, "Guess what happened today at home?" You don't have to hide your feelings. Do you feel safe to share your feelings? Finally, let's imagine a home without talking. It would feel lonely, wouldn't it? Words fill a home with love, laughter, and connection. Talking brings life to a house. It makes it a true home. Do you agree? Are you ready to know the secret of success? What if I told you anyone can succeed? Would you believe me? Success is not a gift. It is something we earn. step by step. So let us start this journey together. Are you curious to know more? Would you like to explore further? Type yes or no. If you choose yes, let us take the first step. Success starts with a dream. Do you have a dream? A dream is like a star. It shines bright in the night and shows us the way. Dreams make us strong. They push us to do better every day. But dreams alone are not enough. We need hard work. Do you know what hard work means? Hard work means trying again and again. Even if we fall, we stand up and try once more. The more we try, the closer we get to success. Do you remember the last time you tried hard for something? How did it feel when you achieved it? Wasn't it great? Success feels the same. It feels even better because we earn it with effort and patience. Now, let us talk about learning. Learning is the key. Every mistake teaches us something. If we listen and learn, we grow. Successful people learn every day. They learn from books, from people, and from life itself. Have you ever learned from a mistake? Did it make you wiser? If yes, you are already on the path to success. But wait, there is more. Success needs focus. It is easy to get distracted. Phones, games, and other things take our time. But if we focus on our goal, we move faster toward success. Do you know what helps with focus? A good plan. A plan is like a map. It tells us what to do next. If we follow the map, we reach our goal. Do you have a plan for your dreams? Let us talk about patience. Sometimes success takes time. It does not happen in one day. But if we wait and keep working, it will come. Have you ever waited for something good? Was it worth it? Success is worth waiting for. What about helping others? Do you think helping others can make us successful? Yes, it can. When we help others, we grow as a person. People remember kindness. They help us back when we need it. Let us not forget health. Can we work hard if we are not healthy? No. Eating good food, exercising, and sleeping well are important. A strong body and mind help us on the road to success. Do you see how all these steps connect? Dream, work hard, learn, focus, plan, be patient, help others, and stay healthy. These are the bricks that build the house of success. Failure. It sounds like a bad word, doesn't it? But what if I told you failure is not the end? Failure is a teacher. It shows us what went wrong so we can do better next time. Have you ever failed at something? How did it feel? Failure feels bad at first, but if we look closely, we see it is not all bad. Every time we fail, we learn. Every time we learn, we grow. And every time we grow, we move closer to success. Think about a baby learning to walk. The baby falls many times, but does the baby stop trying? No. The baby keeps trying until it can walk. That is how we should be with our goals. Do you remember a time when you kept trying even after failing? Did you feel proud when you finally succeeded? That pride is what makes the effort worth it. Let us talk about the fear of failure. Many people are afraid to try because they fear they will fail. But do you know what is worse than failing? Not trying at all. If we do not try, we lose before we even begin. Successful people are not afraid of failure. They take risks. They try new things. If they fail, they try again. This is how they win. How do we face failure? First, we accept it. We say, yes, I failed, but it is okay next. We think about why we failed. What can we do differently next time? Then we try again. Do you know the story of Thomas Edison? He failed many times before he invented the light bulb. When someone asked him about his failures, he said, "I did not fail. I found 10,000 ways that did not work." This is the mindset we need. Failure is not the opposite of success. It is a part of success. Now, let us talk about staying positive. It is easy to feel sad or angry after failing, but a positive mind helps us move forward. Can you think of one good thing you learned from your last failure? That one good thing can lead to many successes. Friends and family also help. When we fail, they support us. They remind us of our strengths. Do you have someone who encourages you? If yes, thank them. They are your strength. Remember, failure is like a storm. It comes and goes. After the storm, the sun shines brighter. Your success will shine even brighter after failure. Let us talk about small steps. Have you heard the saying, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step"? This is so true. Big dreams can feel scary, but if we take small steps, they become easier to reach. Think about climbing a mountain. Would you try to jump to the top in one big leap? No, you would take it step by step. Each small step brings you closer to the top. Do you have a big dream? If it feels too big, break it into smaller parts. For example, if you want to learn a new skill, start with the basics. Practice a little every day. Soon you will see progress. Small steps are powerful because they build habits. If we do something every day, it becomes a part of our life. These habits lead to success. Let us think about time. Do you have 5 minutes each day? 5 minutes might not seem like much, but it adds up. If you use 5 minutes to practice or learn something new, imagine how much you can achieve in a month or a year. Do you know why small steps are easier? They do not feel scary. They do not take too much time or energy. This makes it easier to stay consistent, and consistency is the secret to success. Can you think of one small step you can take today? Maybe it is reading a page of a book, writing down a goal, or practicing a skill. Small actions like these can make a big difference over time. Successful people know this secret. They do not rush. They do not try to do everything at once. Instead, they focus on doing a little each day. Have you ever heard of the story of the tortoise and the hare? The hare was fast but careless. The tortoise was slow but steady. In the end, the tortoise won the race. This story teaches us the power of small, steady steps. But small steps need patience. Sometimes we want results right away. When we do not see them, we feel like giving up. Have you ever felt this way? If yes, remember that success takes time. Imagine planting a seed. You water it every day. At first, nothing happens, but under the soil, the seed is growing roots. One day, it breaks through the soil and grows into a big tree. Success is like that. Small steps are like watering the seed. Believing in yourself is the heart of success. Do you think you can succeed? The answer is important. If you believe you can, then you are already halfway there. Think about this. Would you follow someone who says, "I cannot do it"? No, you would follow someone who says, "I can do it." That is the power of belief. When you believe in yourself, others believe in you too. Have you ever told yourself, "I can't"? How did it make you feel? Now think about a time when you said, "I can." Didn't it feel much better? That is because belief gives us strength. Belief is like a fire inside us. It keeps us warm when things get tough. It lights the way when it gets dark. Do you want this fire to burn bright? But sometimes we doubt ourselves. Doubt is like a cloud that blocks the sun. It makes us think we are not good enough. Have you ever felt this way? It is okay. Everyone does. The trick is to chase the clouds away. How do we do that? Start by thinking about your strengths. What are you good at? Maybe you are a good listener, a fast learner, or a kind friend. These are your strengths. Hold on to them. Another way is to remember your past successes. Think of a time when you achieved something. How did it feel? That memory is proof that you can do great things. Do you know the power of positive words? When you wake up, tell yourself, "I am strong. I am capable. I can do this." These words may seem small, but they have great power. What about mistakes? Do they make you doubt yourself? Remember, mistakes do not define you. They are just lessons. You are not your mistakes, you are what you learn from them. Surround yourself with people who believe in you. Their belief can make your own belief stronger. Do you have someone who supports you? If yes, thank them. If not, be your own biggest supporter. And confidence grows with practice. The more you try, the more you believe in yourself. Start small. Each small success will make your belief stronger. Imagine yourself as a tree. Belief is your root. the stronger the root, the taller the tree grows. Do you want to grow tall and strong? Then start by believing in yourself. Staying motivated every day is like keeping a car's engine running. Without motivation, it is hard to keep moving. So, how do we stay motivated? Let us find out. First, let us talk about goals. Do you have a goal? Goals give us a reason to wake up and try. But here's the trick: make your goal clear and simple. For example, instead of saying, I want to be successful, say, I want to learn one new skill this month. Clear goals keep us focused. Have you ever made a list of your dreams? If not, try it now. Write them down. Seeing your dreams on paper makes them feel real. Every time you feel unmotivated, look at your list and remind yourself why you started. Next, let us talk about progress. Progress keeps us motivated. Even small progress feels good. Do you remember a time when you completed something small? How did it feel? That feeling pushes us forward. Here's a tip: track your progress. If your goal is to read 10 books, write down every book you finish. Watching the list grow will make you feel proud and inspired. Do you know what helps a lot? Rewards. Promise yourself a reward when you achieve something. It does not have to be big. A treat, a break, or even a happy dance can be a reward. Rewards make work fun. But sometimes we feel tired. On those days, remember this: it is okay to rest. Motivation is like a battery. Resting charges it. Have you ever felt better after taking a break? Rest is not giving up, it is preparing to try again. Surrounding yourself with positive people also helps. Do you know someone who inspires you? Spend time with them. Their energy will lift you up. If you cannot find someone nearby, read stories of successful people. Their journey can light a spark in you. Music can also motivate us. Do you have a favorite song that makes you feel strong? Play it when you feel low. Music is like a friend that cheers us up. Let us talk about challenges. Sometimes challenges feel too big. But instead of feeling scared, see them as adventures. Every challenge is a chance to grow stronger. Do you remember a time when you faced a tough situation and came out stronger? That is the power of challenges. Finally, remember your why. Why do you want to succeed? Is it for your family, your dreams, or your happiness? Keep your why close to your heart. It will keep you moving when things get tough. Motivation is not something you find once and keep forever. It is something you build every day. With practice, you can stay motivated even on the hardest days. Gratitude is a secret key to success. Do you know what gratitude means? It means being thankful for what we have. When we are grateful, we see the good in our life. This fills us with positivity and energy to keep moving forward. Let us start with a question: what are you thankful for today? Maybe it is your family, your friends, or the food on your plate. When we notice these things, life feels better. Gratitude is powerful because it changes our mindset. Instead of focusing on what we do not have, we focus on what we do. This makes us happier and more motivated. Have you ever said thank you to someone? How did it feel? Gratitude is like a smile. When you share it, it comes back to you. Do you know what successful people do every day? They take a moment to count their blessings. Some write them down in a gratitude journal. Have you tried this? Write down 3 things you are grateful for each day. It is a small step that can bring big changes. Gratitude also helps us handle tough times. When things go wrong, it is easy to feel sad or angry. But if we look for something to be thankful for, it gives us strength. For example, if you face a failure, you can still be grateful for the lesson it taught you. Do you have big dreams? Gratitude can help you achieve them. When we are thankful, we attract positive energy. This energy helps us stay focused and work harder. Let us talk about people who help us. Can you think of someone who has supported you? Maybe a teacher, a friend, or a parent. Take a moment to thank them. A simple thank you can make their day and strengthen your bond. Gratitude is also good for our health. Studies show that grateful people sleep better, feel less stress, and are more optimistic. Would you like to feel this way? Start by saying thank you for the little things. Have you noticed how gratitude connects us with others? When we show thanks, we build stronger relationships, and strong relationships are a big part of success. Remember, gratitude is not just for the good times. Even in bad times, there is always something to be thankful for. The sun rises, a new day begins, and we get another chance to try. Improving your English speaking skills can feel like a big task, right? Have you ever thought about why some people speak English fluently while others struggle? Is there a secret to it? Could it be something you're missing? Imagine this: you're in a room full of people and they're all speaking English. They sound confident. They don't hesitate. They express their thoughts clearly. You might feel nervous or unsure about speaking up. But what if I told you that you can be just like them? What if there was a way to improve your speaking skills? Wouldn't that be amazing? Now, I know you might be wondering, how can I do that? What steps do I need to take? It's a good question, and I'm glad you asked. The answer is not as difficult as it may seem. Let me take you on a journey. Step by step, I will show you how you can improve your English speaking skills. Are you ready? Let's begin. The first thing you need to do is practice. Yes, practice is key. But it's not just about saying words over and over. It's about using English every day. Find small ways to practice. You can start by speaking to yourself. Say something in English every day, even if it's just for a minute or two. Look around your house. What do you see? Describe it in English. For example, if you're sitting in a room, you might say, I am sitting in a room. There is a table in front of me. On the table, there is a cup. Even simple sentences like these help. The more you speak, the better you get. This is the first step to improving your English. Now, the next thing to focus on is listening. You might be wondering, why should I listen? I'm trying to speak, not listen. But actually, listening is just as important as speaking. When you listen to English, you learn how native speakers talk. You hear the rhythm of the language, the way words are pronounced, and how sentences flow. There are many ways to practice listening. You can watch movies, listen to songs, or follow podcasts in English. Start with something simple. Maybe a children's show or a podcast designed for learners. The more you listen, the more you will understand. It will help you get used to the sounds and the patterns of the language. Don't worry if you don't understand everything at first. Over time, you will catch more words, phrases, and expressions. This will help you when it's your turn to speak. So, how do you improve your speaking skills? By listening first, and then trying to speak in the same way. If you hear someone say a sentence, try repeating it. Don't worry about making mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, even native speakers. The third important step is building your vocabulary. The more words you know, the more you can say. But remember, knowing many words is not enough. You need to know how to use them correctly in sentences. The goal is not just to learn new words, but also to learn when and how to use them. A great way to build your vocabulary is by reading. Find simple books or articles that interest you. Don't worry about reading difficult things right away. Start with easy content that you enjoy. When you come across a word you don't know, write it down. Look up its meaning and then try to use it in a sentence. For example, if you learn the word exciting, you might say, "This movie is exciting," or "The match was very exciting." The more you practice using new words, the more they will become part of your everyday speech. One helpful tip is to learn phrases, not just words. Phrases are groups of words that are commonly used together. For example, how are you or what's going on? Instead of just learning individual words like good or happy, learn these useful phrases. They will help you speak more naturally. The fourth step to improving your English speaking skills is practicing with others. While practicing alone is useful, speaking with others is where the real magic happens. This is where you can test your skills, get feedback, and learn new things. It's also where you can make mistakes, which is perfectly fine. Making mistakes is a part of learning, and it's how you improve. One way to practice with others is to find a language partner. This could be someone who speaks English or someone who is also learning English. You can practice speaking with them, listen to them, and correct each other. This type of exchange is incredibly helpful because you learn from each other's mistakes and successes. If you don't have a language partner, don't worry. You can also join online groups or language exchange apps. There are many platforms where you can chat with people from around the world. Whether it's through text, voice messages, or video calls, these platforms can connect you with others who are learning or who already speak English fluently. Another option is to join local or online English speaking clubs. These groups allow you to practice speaking in a supportive environment. The more you speak with others, the more confident you'll feel. So, do you see how practicing with others helps? It's like playing a sport. The more you play, the better you get. The fifth step is working on your pronunciation. You may know a lot of words and phrases, but if you don't say them clearly, it can be hard for others to understand you. Improving your pronunciation is key to speaking confidently and being understood by others. There are many ways to improve pronunciation. One method is to listen and repeat. As you listen to English, pay close attention to how words are pronounced. Then, try to say them out loud, just like the speaker. Start with words that are difficult for you and repeat them until they feel more natural. You can also use apps or websites that focus on pronunciation. Many of them allow you to listen to native speakers and then try to imitate the sounds. Over time, this practice will help you sound more like a native speaker. Another way to improve your pronunciation is to record yourself speaking. It may feel strange at first, but it's very helpful. Record a short conversation, listen to it, and then compare it to how native speakers talk. Notice where you might sound different and try again. By doing this, you can see your progress and focus on areas that need improvement. A good tip is to focus on intonation and stress. Intonation is the rise and fall of your voice while speaking. Stress is how you emphasize certain words in a sentence. Both of these can change the meaning of a sentence. For example, the question "you're coming" right sounds different from the statement "you're coming." Right, the first one has a rising intonation, and the second has a more neutral tone. The sixth tip for improving your English speaking skills is thinking in English. This might sound a little strange at first, but it's one of the most powerful things you can do. When you learn a new language, it's easy to fall into the habit of translating everything from your own language into English. But this takes time and can slow you down. Instead, try to think directly in English. When you're walking down the street, for example, try to describe what you see in English without translating it from your first language. If you see a dog, Instead of thinking, I see a dog in your language, just think, I see a dog in English. This helps you speak more naturally and without hesitation. Thinking in English also helps you remember words faster. The more you practice thinking in English, the more it will become second nature. You'll be able to speak with more confidence and fluency because your brain will start to connect English words to your thoughts, not to translations. One way to help with thinking in English is to immerse yourself in the language. Watch English TV shows, read books, or listen to music. Try to stay in environments where English is spoken. This constant exposure will help you get used to thinking in English, even when you're not actively practicing. The 7th tip is expanding your confidence. One of the biggest challenges when learning a language is the fear of making mistakes. It's normal to feel nervous about speaking in English, especially if you're worried about saying something wrong. But let me tell you something, mistakes are part of the learning process. Everyone makes them, even native speakers. The key is to embrace your mistakes. Don't let fear stop you from speaking. Every time you make a mistake, you're actually learning. You're discovering what works and what doesn't. The more you speak, the better you get. So the first step is to believe in yourself. You're already doing great by trying to improve. One trick to build confidence is to start with small conversations. If you're shy, you don't need to jump into a big discussion. Start by speaking to one person, maybe a friend or a teacher. You can even practice with your family members or classmates. If you feel nervous, take a deep breath and remember it's okay to make mistakes. The more you practice, the less nervous you'll feel. Another way to boost confidence is to set achievable goals. For example, tell yourself, today, I will learn 5 new words, or this week, I will speak for 5 minutes in English every day. Having small goals helps you focus and gives you a sense of accomplishment. As you meet each goal, your confidence will grow, and you'll want to keep speaking more. Remember, confidence is built over time. The more you speak, the stronger you'll become. So go ahead and start speaking without fear. You're doing great. The 8th tip to improve your speaking skills is using English in real-life situations. It's one thing to practice in a classroom or with a language partner, but it's another thing entirely to use English when you're out and about in the world. This is where your skills can really shine. Try to find real-life opportunities to use English. If you're in an English-speaking country, practice speaking with store clerks, waiters, or people in your neighborhood. If you're not in an English-speaking country, you can still find opportunities. For example, when you're traveling, you can use English to ask for directions or order food. Or, if you're in an online community, chat in English whenever you can. Using English in real life is helpful because it's not just about knowing the words, it's about understanding the context in which the words are used. For instance, you might learn how to order food in a restaurant or how to ask for help in an emergency. These are practical skills that will help you in everyday life. If you're not in a situation where you can practice speaking face-to-face, you can practice through online conversations. There are many websites and apps where you can talk to people around the world, whether it's through text, voice messages, or video calls. Real-life practice is the key to improving your speaking. Another helpful way to use English in real life is to immerse yourself in English-speaking content. For example, you could read English news articles, write in an English journal, or watch tutorials on YouTube. This will allow you to hear and see how native speakers communicate in different situations, helping you become more comfortable with real-life English. The 9th tip for improving your English speaking skills is being patient and consistent. Learning any new skill, especially a language, takes time. You might not see quick results at first, and that's completely okay. Patience is key. It's important to stay consistent with your practice, even when it feels hard or slow. One of the best ways to stay consistent is to set aside a little bit of time every day for speaking practice. Even if it's just for 10 or 15 minutes. Regular practice will help you improve faster than if you only practice once in a while. You don't need to spend hours speaking every day. Small, consistent efforts add up over time. Try not to compare your progress to others. Everyone learns at their own pace. Some days you might feel like you're not improving. But remember, this is normal. Don't get discouraged. Over time, you'll start to notice that you can understand more, speak more easily, and feel more confident. Another important part of consistency is setting realistic expectations. You're not going to become fluent overnight. But if you continue practicing regularly and stay patient with yourself, you'll see steady improvement. You can also create a study routine. For example, practice speaking on Mondays, listen to English on Tuesdays, and read on Wednesdays. By sticking to a routine, your skills will grow without feeling overwhelming. Improving your English speaking skills can feel like a big task, right? Have you ever thought about why some people speak English fluently while others struggle? Is there a secret to it? Could it be something you're missing? Imagine this: you're in a room full of people and they're all speaking English. They sound confident. They don't hesitate. They express their thoughts clearly. You might feel nervous or unsure about speaking up. But what if I told you that you can be just like them? What if there was a way to improve your speaking skills? Wouldn't that be amazing? Now, I know you might be wondering, how can I do that? What steps do I need to take? It's a good question, and I'm glad you asked. The answer is not as difficult as it may seem. Let me take you on a journey. Step by step, I will show you how you can improve your English speaking skills. Are you ready? Let's begin. The first thing you need to do is practice. Yes, practice is key. But it's not just about saying words over and over, it's about using English every day. Find small ways to practice. You can start by speaking to yourself. Say something in English every day, even if it's just for a minute or two. Look around your house. What do you see? Describe it in English. For example, if you're sitting in a room, you might say, I am sitting in a room. There is a table in front of me. On the table, there is a cup. Even simple sentences like these help. The more you speak, the better you get. This is the first step to improving your English. Now, the next thing to focus on is listening. You might be wondering, why should I listen? I'm trying to speak, not listen. But actually, listening is just as important as speaking. When you listen to English, you learn how native speakers talk. You hear the rhythm of the language, the way words are pronounced, and how sentences flow. There are many ways to practice listening. You can watch movies, listen to songs, or follow podcasts in English. Start with something simple. Maybe a children's show or a podcast designed for learners. The more you listen, the more you will understand. It will help you get used to the sounds and the patterns of the language. Don't worry if you don't understand everything at first. Over time, you will catch more words, phrases, and expressions. This will help you when it's your turn to speak. So, how do you improve your speaking skills? By listening first and then trying to speak in the same way. If you hear someone say a sentence, try repeating it. Don't worry about making mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes, even native speakers. The third important step is building your vocabulary. The more words you know, the more you can say. But remember, knowing many words is not enough. You need to know how to use them correctly in sentences. The goal is not just to learn new words, but also to learn when and how to use them. A great way to build your vocabulary is by reading. Find simple books or articles that interest you. Don't worry about reading difficult things right away. Start with easy content that you enjoy. When you come across a word you don't know, write it down. Look up its meaning and then try to use it in a sentence. For example, if you learn the word exciting, you might say, "This movie is exciting," or "The match was very exciting." The more you practice using new words, the more they will become part of your everyday speech. One helpful tip is to learn phrases, not just words. Phrases are groups of words that are commonly used together. For example, how are you or what's going on? Instead of just learning individual words like good or happy, learn these useful phrases. They will help you speak more naturally. The fourth step to improving your English speaking skills is practicing with others. While practicing alone is useful, speaking with others is where the real magic happens. This is where you can test your skills, get feedback, and learn new things. It's also where you can make mistakes, which is perfectly fine. Making mistakes is a part of learning, and it's how you improve. One way to practice with others is to find a language partner. This could be someone who speaks English or someone who is also learning English. You can practice speaking with them, listen to them, and correct each other. This type of exchange is incredibly helpful because you learn from each other's mistakes and successes. If you don't have a language partner, don't worry. You can also join online groups or language exchange apps. There are many platforms where you can chat with people from around the world. Whether it's through text, voice messages, or video calls, these platforms can connect you with others who are learning or who already speak English fluently. Another option is to join local or online English-speaking clubs. These groups allow you to practice speaking in a supportive environment. The more you speak with others, the more confident you'll feel. So, do you see how practicing with others helps? It's like playing a sport. The more you play, the better you get. The fifth step is working on your pronunciation. You may know a lot of words and phrases, but if you don't say them clearly, it can be hard for others to understand you. Improving your pronunciation is key to speaking confidently and being understood by others. There are many ways to improve pronunciation. One method is to listen and repeat. As you listen to English, pay close attention to how words are pronounced. Then, try to say them out loud, just like the speaker. Start with words that are difficult for you and repeat them until they feel more natural. You can also use apps or websites that focus on pronunciation. Many of them allow you to listen to native speakers and then try to imitate the sounds. Over time, this practice will help you sound more like a native speaker. Another way to improve your pronunciation is to record yourself speaking. It may feel strange at first, but it's very helpful. Record a short conversation, listen to it, and then compare it to how native speakers talk. Notice where you might sound different and try again. By doing this, you can see your progress and focus on areas that need improvement. A good tip is to focus on intonation and stress. Intonation is the rise and fall of your voice while speaking. Stress is how you emphasize certain words in a sentence. Both of these can change the meaning of a sentence. For example, the question "you're coming" right sounds different from the statement "you're coming." Right, the first one has a rising intonation, and the second has a more neutral tone. The sixth tip for improving your English speaking skills is thinking in English. This might sound a little strange at first, but it's one of the most powerful things you can do. When you learn a new language, it's easy to fall into the habit of translating everything from your own language into English. But this takes time and can slow you down. Instead, try to think directly in English. When you're walking down the street, for example, try to describe what you see in English without translating it from your first language. If you see a dog, Instead of thinking I see a dog in your language, just think, I see a dog in English. This helps you speak more naturally and without hesitation. Thinking in English also helps you remember words faster. The more you practice thinking in English, the more it will become second nature. You'll be able to speak with more confidence and fluency because your brain will start to connect English words to your thoughts, not to translations. One way to help with thinking in English is to immerse yourself in the language. Watch English TV shows, read books, or listen to music. Try to stay in environments where English is spoken. This constant exposure will help you get used to thinking in English, even when you're not actively practicing. The seventh tip is expanding your confidence. One of the biggest challenges when learning a language is the fear of making mistakes. It's normal to feel nervous about speaking in English, especially if you're worried about saying something wrong. But let me tell you something, mistakes are part of the learning process. Everyone makes them, even native speakers. The key is to embrace your mistakes. Don't let fear stop you from speaking. Every time you make a mistake, you're actually learning. You're discovering what works and what doesn't. The more you speak, the better you get. So the first step is to believe in yourself. You're already doing great by trying to improve. One trick to build confidence is to start with small conversations. If you're shy, you don't need to jump into a big discussion. Start by speaking to one person, maybe a friend or a teacher. You can even practice with your family members or classmates. If you feel nervous, take a deep breath and remember it's okay to make mistakes. The more you practice, the less nervous you'll feel. Another way to boost confidence is to set achievable goals. For example, tell yourself, today I will learn 5 new words, or this week I will speak for 5 minutes in English every day. Having small goals helps you focus and gives you a sense of accomplishment. As you meet each goal, your confidence will grow, and you'll want to keep speaking more. Remember, confidence is built over time. The more you speak, the stronger you'll become. So go ahead and start speaking without fear. You're doing great. The 8th tip to improve your speaking skills is using English in real-life situations. It's one thing to practice in a classroom or with a language partner. But it's another thing entirely to use English when you're out and about in the world. This is where your skills can really shine. Try to find real-life opportunities to use English. If you're in an English-speaking country, practice speaking with store clerks, waiters, or people in your neighborhood. If you're not in an English-speaking country, you can still find opportunities. For example, when you're traveling, you can use English to ask for directions or order food. Or, if you're in an online community, chat in English whenever you can. Using English in real life is helpful because it's not just about knowing the words, it's about understanding the context in which the words are used. For instance, you might learn how to order food in a restaurant or how to ask for help in an emergency. These are practical skills that will help you in everyday life. If you're not in a situation where you can practice speaking face to face, you can practice through online conversations. There are many websites and apps where you can talk to people around the world. Whether it's through text, voice messages, or video calls, real-life practice is the key to improving your speaking. Another helpful way to use English in real life is to immerse yourself in English-speaking content. For example, you could read English news articles, write in an English journal, or watch tutorials on YouTube. This will allow you to hear and see how native speakers communicate in different situations, helping you become more comfortable with real-life English. The 9th tip for improving your English speaking skills is being patient and consistent. Learning any new skill, especially a language, takes time. You might not see quick results at first, and that's completely okay. Patience is key. It's important to stay consistent with your practice, even when it feels hard or slow. One of the best ways to stay consistent is to set aside a little bit of time every day for speaking practice, even if it's just for 10 or 15 minutes. Regular practice will help you improve faster than if you only practice once in a while. You don't need to spend hours speaking every day. Small, consistent efforts add up over time. Try not to compare your progress to others. Everyone learns at their own pace. Some days you might feel like you're not improving. But remember, this is normal. Don't get discouraged. Over time, you'll start to notice that you can understand more, speak more easily, and feel more confident. Another important part of consistency is setting realistic expectations. You're not going to become fluent overnight. But if you continue practicing regularly and stay patient with yourself, you'll see steady improvement. You can also create a study routine. For example, practice speaking on Mondays, listen to English on Tuesdays, and read on Wednesdays. By sticking to a routine, your skills will grow without feeling overwhelming. Here are the secrets to improve your English. Here's how you can improve your English speaking skills. 1. Practice every day. The most important way to improve your speaking is through daily practice. It helps you get better over time. You can practice with friends, family, or even talk to yourself in English. For example, try saying simple phrases like hello, how are you, or I am fine, thank you. This is a great way to start. 2. Listen to English every day. Listening is key to improving your speaking. The more you listen, the more you learn new words, how to pronounce them, and how to form sentences. You can listen to English songs, watch movies, or even listen to English radio and podcasts. This will help you improve your listening skills and get familiar with different accents. 3. Read English books. Reading is an excellent way to learn new words and understand sentence structures. Try reading easy books, children's books, or even newspapers. Reading out loud will help you practice speaking too. You can also read with a friend and practice together. 4. Write in English. Writing helps you learn how to form sentences and use new vocabulary. You can write a diary, letters, or emails in English. The more you write, the better you'll become. Don't forget to challenge yourself by using new words you've learned. 5. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Making mistakes is a natural part of learning. Everyone makes mistakes. When you do, ask for help from teachers, friends, or family. They can guide you on how to say things correctly. Just keep speaking. Mistakes will help you learn. 6. Think in English. Thinking in English helps you speak more naturally. Start with simple things like thinking, "This is a chair," or "I am hungry." The more you think in English, the easier it will be to speak. 7. Learn new words every day. The more words you know, the more you can express yourself. Use a dictionary to find new words and write them down in a notebook. Try using them in sentences to remember them better. 8. Speak slowly. When you're learning, speaking slowly can help you pronounce words more clearly. It also makes it easier for others to understand you. Take your time. Think about what you want to say, and then say it. 9. Join an English class. Taking an English class is a great way to learn. You'll get new words, grammar tips, and plenty of speaking practice with classmates. You can also ask your teacher for help when you need it. 10. Have fun learning. Make learning fun. Play games, watch funny movies, sing songs, or chat with friends in English. The more fun you have, the more you'll enjoy learning and the faster you'll improve. 11. Use technology. There are many apps and websites to help you learn English. You can practice speaking, learn new words, and work on your pronunciation. Technology can be a big help, so use it to your advantage. 12. Make English-speaking friends. Having friends who speak English is a great way to practice. They can help you with mistakes, teach you new words, and you can learn about their cultures. Speaking with them regularly will make you more confident. 13. Watch English news. Watching the news in English helps you learn about the world, pick up new words, and hear how people speak in different situations. You can watch the news on TV or online to improve your listening and speaking. 14. Join an English-speaking club. Joining an English-speaking club lets you practice speaking with others. It's a great way to meet new people and improve your skills in a fun and supportive environment. 15. Travel to English-speaking countries. Traveling to a country where people speak English is a great way to practice. You'll have to speak English in places like hotels, restaurants, and shops, which will give you lots of opportunities to use what you've learned. 16. Use flashcards. Flashcards are a great way to memorize new words. Write a word on one side and its meaning on the other. Review them every day and practice saying the words out loud. 17. Record yourself speaking. Recording yourself helps you hear how you sound. You can listen to your recordings, find mistakes, and work on improving your pronunciation. Ask friends or a teacher to listen to, and they can help you. 18. Mimic native speakers. Listening to native speakers and trying to mimic them can help you sound more natural. Copy their pronunciation, rhythm, and intonation. This will help you speak more fluently. 19. Read aloud. Reading aloud is a great way to practice speaking. It helps you with pronunciation and fluency. When you read aloud, focus on how words sound and practice speaking with the right rhythm. 20. Practice with a partner. Find a partner to practice English with. You can help each other with mistakes and learn from each other. Practicing conversations with a partner is a great way to improve your speaking skills. 21. Use a mirror. Speaking in front of a mirror can help you. You can watch your mouth move and check your facial expressions. It's a fun way to practice speaking and build confidence. 22. Participate in online forums. Join online forums where people talk about different topics in English. Writing comments and answering questions will help you practice your writing and vocabulary. And 23. Write scripts for conversations. Writing out what you want to say can help you feel prepared. Practice saying your script out loud, and it will help you feel more confident in real conversations. 24. Learn about different cultures. Understanding how people use English in different cultures can help you communicate better. It also helps you learn about how people greet each other and speak in various situations. 25. Set goals. Set small, achievable goals. For example, try learning 5 new words every day, or practice speaking for 10 minutes each day. This will keep you motivated and give you something to work towards. 26. Reward yourself. When you reach your goals, reward yourself. Treat yourself to something special when you accomplish your learning goals. This can make studying more enjoyable. 27. Be patient. Learning a language takes time. You won't be fluent overnight, but if you practice every day, you'll improve. Be patient, keep trying, and don't give up. 28. Use English in your daily life. Try using English as much as possible in your daily life. Write your shopping list in English, think in English, or even talk to your pets in English. The more you use English, the better you'll get. 29. Find a language exchange partner. A language exchange partner is someone who wants to learn your language. You can practice speaking English with them and help them learn your language too. 30. Join online language communities. Join online groups or communities for language learners. You can ask questions, share tips, and practice speaking with others who are learning English. 31. Use language exchange apps. There are apps specifically for language exchange. You can find partners who speak English and practice with them through chat, voice calls, or even video calls. 32. Practice pronunciation. Focus on how words are pronounced. English pronunciation can be tricky, so practice saying words slowly and clearly. Try to mimic the correct pronunciation from native speakers. 33. Learn common phrases. In addition to learning individual words, it's helpful to learn common phrases used by native speakers. This will make your speech more natural and fluent. 34. Immerse yourself in English media. Surround yourself with English media like movies, TV shows, podcasts, and music. This helps you get used to different accents and improves both listening and speaking skills. 35. Track your progress. Keep track of how much you've improved. Celebrate your progress and look back at what you've learned. This will keep you motivated to keep going. 36. Attend English speaking events. Look for English speaking workshops or events in your area. These are great places to practice speaking and learn new things. 37. Focus on fluency. While it's important to speak correctly, don't worry too much about making occasional mistakes in everyday conversation. Prioritize fluency and just keep talking. The more you practice, the more natural you'll sound. 38. Practice speaking in different situations. Try practicing English in different situations, like ordering food, making phone calls, or giving presentations. This will help you become more confident and flexible when using English. 39. Get feedback from native speakers. Seek feedback from native speakers. They can point out areas for improvement, such as pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. 40. Stay motivated. Learning a language takes time, but stay committed. Set realistic expectations and be patient with yourself. Keep practicing and enjoy the journey of mastering English. In conclusion, improving your English speaking skills takes dedication and consistent practice. Use these tips and step by step, you'll get closer to fluency. Keep practicing, keep learning, and most importantly, have fun. Thank you. How can you improve English speaking? Listen this full story at once. Once upon a time, there was a young learner named Alex who was determined to improve their English speaking skills. They knew that English was an important language spoken by people around the world, and if they could speak it well, they could make new friends, travel, get a good job, and connect with people from different countries. But how could Alex improve their speaking? Alex decided to follow a step-by-step approach to learn English better. The first step was simple practice every day. They knew that the more they practiced, the better they would become. So Alex started talking to themselves in English, saying phrases like, Hello. How are you? And I am fine. Thank you. At first, it felt strange, but soon it became a natural part of their day. The second step was listening to English every day. Alex realized that listening was just as important as speaking. By listening to English songs, watching English movies, and tuning into English radio stations, Alex began to pick up new words and phrases. They also noticed how different people spoke in various situations, helping them understand English better. The third step was to read English books. Alex discovered that reading helped improve vocabulary and sentence structure. They started reading children's books and simple articles. They even read out loud to practice pronunciation. Sometimes Alex would read with a friend, making it a fun and interactive experience. Next, Alex focused on writing in English. Writing a diary, sending emails to friends, and writing short stories in English helped Alex practice forming sentences. They even made an effort to use new words in their writing, which helped them remember them more easily. However, Alex knew that mistakes were part of the learning process. Making mistakes is okay, everyone does it. Whenever Alex made a mistake, they didn't feel discouraged. Instead, they asked their teacher, friends, or family for help to correct it. With each mistake, Alex learned and improved. Another key step was thinking in English. Alex learned that the more they thought in English, the easier it became to speak it. They started by thinking about simple things like, "This is a chair," or "I am hungry." It felt like a small change, but it made a huge difference in their fluency. Alex also decided to learn new words every day. They kept a notebook of new words they came across, and by using a dictionary, Alex learned to make sentences with these new words. This not only expanded their vocabulary, but also improved their ability to express themselves. One day, Alex realized that speaking too quickly made things harder. They made a decision to speak slowly. By taking their time and thinking before speaking, Alex was able to say words more clearly and be understood better. As time passed, Alex joined an English class. In class, they learned valuable lessons about grammar, sentence structure, and new vocabulary. They also practiced speaking with classmates and asked their teacher questions whenever they felt uncertain. To keep things fun, Alex made sure to have fun while learning English. They played word games, sang songs, watched funny English movies, and chatted with friends in English. When learning was enjoyable, Alex felt motivated to keep improving. In addition to all this, Alex made good use of technology. There were plenty of apps, online courses, and websites that helped with English practice. Technology made learning easier and more convenient, and Alex used it to improve their speaking, vocabulary, and pronunciation. One of the best ways Alex improved their English was by making English-speaking friends. They found people who spoke English fluently and spent time with them. By practicing with their friends, Alex learned more about the language and culture while having fun. Another great learning tool was watching the news in English. This not only helped Alex stay informed about world events, but also exposed them to new words and phrases, as well as different accents and ways of speaking. Alex also joined an English-speaking club, where they practiced conversation with others who were also learning. The club gave them the chance to meet new people, ask questions, and get tips from others. After some time, Alex decided to take a bold step and travel to an English-speaking country. While traveling, they had to speak English every day, ordering food, asking for directions, and communicating with locals. This immersive experience helped Alex practice their speaking skills in real-life situations. To make learning more engaging, Alex used flashcards. By writing down new words on one side and their meanings on the other, they could review them daily. Flashcards helped Alex remember words and improve pronunciation. Alex also started recording themselves speaking. By listening to their own recordings, they could hear mistakes and work on correcting them. Friends and teachers listened too, giving helpful feedback. Another fun way Alex learned was by mimicking native speakers. By copying their pronunciation, rhythm, and intonation, Alex felt more confident and started sounding more natural when speaking English. Alex also found that reading aloud was a great practice. They read books, articles, and even scripts out loud. This helped improve their speaking, pronunciation, and rhythm. Sometimes, Alex practiced with a partner. They would take turns speaking, asking questions, and answering them. It was helpful to have someone else to correct mistakes and support each other in learning. Using a mirror was another useful trick. Alex would speak in front of the mirror, watching their mouth movements and practicing facial expressions. This helped them refine their speaking skills. Alex also joined online forums to practice writing in English. By participating in discussions, reading others' posts, and commenting, they improved their writing and vocabulary. To feel more prepared, Alex started writing scripts for conversations. They would plan what to say and practice saying it out loud. This built their confidence for real-life conversations. One thing that helped Alex a lot was learning about different cultures. They discovered that language isn't just about words, it's also about understanding customs, greetings, and social norms. This helped Alex feel more comfortable speaking in different situations. To stay motivated, Alex set small goals. Whether it was learning 5 new words a day or practicing for 10 minutes each morning, setting goals kept them on track and focused. And when they reached those goals, they rewarded themselves with a treat, which made learning feel even more enjoyable. Alex learned that patience is key. Learning English took time, and there were days when progress seemed slow. But by staying patient and persistent, they saw improvement over time. Using English in their daily life was another great strategy. Alex began thinking, writing, and even talking to their pets in English. By incorporating the language into everyday activities, they got better at using it naturally. In addition, Alex found a language exchange partner. By practicing with someone who was learning Alex's native language, they helped each other improve and shared tips for language learning. Alex also joined online language learning communities where people could ask questions, share resources, and support each other on their language learning journey. To practice speaking with native speakers, Alex used language exchange apps where they could chat, voice call, and even video call with people from different countries. One of the most helpful skills Alex worked on was pronunciation. They practiced speaking slowly, listening carefully to native speakers, and mimicking their pronunciation to make their speech clearer and more natural. Alex also learned some common phrases and expressions used by native speakers. This made their speech sound more fluent and natural in everyday conversations. They made sure to immerse themselves in English media, watching movies, listening to podcasts, and reading articles. Surrounding themselves with English language media helped Alex understand different accents and improve their overall speaking and listening skills. Alex kept a journal to track their progress. Every time they improved, whether it was speaking more fluently or learning new vocabulary, they celebrated their success. This helped them stay motivated and focused on their goal. Lastly, Alex attended English speaking events and workshops. These provided opportunities to practice speaking with others and receive feedback from fluent speakers. Throughout this journey, Alex realized that the key to improving English speaking was practice and staying consistent. By speaking in different situations, receiving feedback, and focusing on fluency over accuracy, Alex became more confident and fluent in English. And so, with dedication and perseverance, Alex mastered English one step at a time, becoming fluent and enjoying every moment of the learning process. Reading is important because it helps us learn new things. When we read, we get information and knowledge. Reading can be fun too. It helps our brains grow stronger and makes us smarter. In this essay, we will talk about why reading is so important in our lives. 1. Reading helps us learn. When we read books, newspapers, or anything written, we learn new ideas. We can learn about the world, people, animals, and many other things. Books teach us about different places, countries, and cultures. They help us understand how people live and how they think. The more we read, the more we read. 2. Reading improves vocabulary. Every time we read, we find new words. These new words help us speak better
and write better. When we understand more words, it is easier to talk to people. We can use new words when we explain something or tell a story. A bigger vocabulary helps us understand what others say too. 3. Reading makes us smarter. Reading is like exercise for our brains. Just like how we exercise our bodies to stay strong, reading exercises our minds. It helps us think better and faster. It also helps us solve problems. People who read a lot are usually better at thinking clearly and making good decisions. 4. Reading improves imagination. Books let us go to different worlds. When we read stories, we imagine the people, places, and things described. This helps our brains create pictures and stories. The more we read, the more we can imagine. Imagination is important because it helps us think of new ideas and solutions. 5. Reading helps us focus. When we read, we need to pay attention. This helps us practice focusing on one thing for a long time. It's good for school, work, and life. Reading teaches us to focus on details and to remember information. People who read a lot are usually good at focusing on their tasks. 6. Reading gives us different ideas. Reading is a way to hear different voices. Every author has their own ideas and experiences. Reading books from different authors helps us see the world in many ways. This helps us think in new ways too. Sometimes we may read something that makes us change our mind or see things differently. 7. Reading helps with writing. When we read, we see how sentences and stories are written. We learn what works well in writing and what does not. Reading helps us write better, too. We can use good ideas from books to make our own writing stronger. This helps in school and in life, where writing is important. 8. Reading helps us relax. Reading can be a way to relax after a busy day. Many people read stories to escape from their problems. Reading about other people's lives or adventures can take our minds off our own. It can be fun, and it helps us forget about stress. 9. Reading makes us better people. When we read, we understand people better. We learn about their feelings, problems, and dreams. This makes us kinder and more caring. It helps us connect with others and be more thoughtful. Reading helps us become better at talking to people and understanding them. 10. Reading helps us succeed. People who read are more successful in life. They do well in school, work, and even in their personal lives. Reading helps us be prepared for the future. When we read, we learn skills that help us get good jobs and make smart choices. It opens many doors for us. 11. Reading helps with language skills. Reading helps us understand how languages work. It teaches us how sentences are built, how grammar works, and how words connect. People who read well can also speak better. They know the right words to say in the right place. This is important for school, work, and making friends. 12. Reading helps us understand history. Books about history teach us about the past. When we read about history, we learn about how people lived long ago. We learn from their mistakes and successes. Understanding history helps us make better choices today. It also helps us understand the world better. 13. Reading helps us think more clearly. Reading helps us organize our thoughts. When we read, we practice thinking about what we read, and we ask ourselves questions. This makes our brains sharper. The more we read, the easier it is to think clearly and understand problems. 14. Reading builds confidence. When we read, we learn a lot of new things. This knowledge makes us feel good about ourselves. It helps us talk to others about interesting topics. The more we read, the more we can share with others. This makes us more confident in what we know and what we can do. 15. Reading encourages curiosity. When we read, we often want to know more about what we read. This makes us curious. We ask more questions and try to find the answers. This curiosity is important because it helps us keep learning throughout our lives. People who are curious read more and learn more. 16. Reading helps us grow emotionally. Books help us understand our feelings. We can read about characters going through different emotions and situations. This helps us understand our own emotions. It can also help us cope with difficult situations in life. Reading helps us grow stronger and more balanced emotionally. 17. Reading can be social. Reading does not always have to be alone. We can read together with friends or family. We can talk about the books we read and share ideas. This is a great way to spend time with others and learn together. Reading can help us connect with the people around us. 18. Reading teaches us about the world. Books teach us about the world beyond our own home. They show us different countries, people, animals, and cultures. Reading helps us see the world through the eyes of others. This helps us understand different viewpoints and be more open-minded. 19. Reading helps us solve problems. When we read, we learn about different ways to solve problems. Books show us how other people faced challenges and overcame them. We can use these ideas in our own lives. Reading helps us think of creative solutions to our own problems. 20. Reading is fun. Reading can be fun. There are many different types of books to enjoy, from adventure stories to funny tales. When we read for fun, we can relax and forget about our worries. Books can take us to magical places and exciting adventures. Reading for fun is important too. Conclusion. Reading is important for many reasons. It helps us learn, grow, and understand the world better. It helps us become smarter, more creative, and better at talking to others. Reading is not only fun, but it is also a way to make our minds stronger. Whether we are reading for fun or to learn, reading is always important.
In a small village nestled between tall mountains and a vast, quiet forest, there was a place where the trees seemed to talk. The village was called Whispering Pines, named after the soft rustling sounds the pine trees made when the wind passed through their branches. It was a peaceful place where everyone knew each other's name, and the air smelled fresh, like clean earth and wood. The houses in Whispering Pines were made of warm, golden wood, and each had a small garden with colorful flowers that bloomed all year round. Children played in the streets, their laughter echoing in the crisp air. Old women sat in rocking chairs, knitting scarves and telling stories. The men worked in the fields or in the forest, carefully cutting the trees to make sure they grew back strong. But there was something strange about the village. The people always spoke in whispers, even though they smiled and talked to each other. It was as if the words never reached their ears loudly enough. The whispers were soft, gentle, almost as if the trees themselves were listening. At the heart of the village there stood a large oak tree. It was older than anything in the village, with wide branches that stretched out like arms. The villagers often gathered around it to celebrate special days or to tell stories. Some said that the oak tree had lived for hundreds of years and that it held secrets in its roots, deep under the ground. One evening, as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, a young girl named Elara sat by the oak tree. She was curious, always asking questions about the village and its strange ways. Tonight, she had a feeling that something was about to happen, something that no one had ever spoken of before. She watched as the leaves of the oak tree shimmered in the fading light. Suddenly, there was a whisper, louder than the others. It was a voice low and deep that came from the tree itself. Elara, it said, and she froze, her heart beating faster. How did it know her name? The voice continued, "The time has come for you to learn the truth of Whispering Pines." Elara stood up slowly, her eyes wide. She looked around, but no one else seemed to have heard the voice. The village was still, and the trees were silent again. But she felt it an unspoken promise, something waiting to be uncovered. Elara took a deep breath and stepped closer to the oak tree. The voice had faded, but something in the air felt different now, charged with mystery. She gently placed her hand on the rough bark of the tree, and to her surprise, it felt warm, as though it had been waiting for her touch. As she touched the tree, a soft glow began to appear between the cracks in its bark. Elara pulled her hand back, startled. The glow grew brighter, and before she could react, the tree's bark split open, revealing a narrow, glowing pathway. The light pulsed softly, as if calling her to step forward. Without thinking, Elara took a step into the tree. As she walked down the glowing path, she felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the village faded away. The pathway seemed to stretch on forever, curving like a tunnel deep within the earth. Every step Elara took made the glow brighter, lighting up the walls that seemed to pulse with energy. After what felt like hours, the path opened up into a large, hidden room beneath the earth. The walls of the room were made of stone, but they were covered in strange markings, glowing faintly. In the center of the room stood a pedestal with a small stone on top. The stone was smooth with symbols carved into it, and it seemed to hum with power. Elara approached the pedestal carefully, her heart racing. She could feel that the stone was important. This was what the voice had wanted her to find. As she reached out to touch it, a shadow flickered across the room. Elara froze. The shadow was tall, with glowing eyes that shimmered like stars. "Who are you?" Elara whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The figure stepped forward slowly, its face hidden in darkness, but its eyes gleamed brightly. "I am the guardian of the secrets of Whispering Pines," the figure said in a deep, rumbling voice. "You are the chosen one, Elara. The stone holds the key to the village's past, and only you can unlock its power." Elara's mind raced. What did this mean? Why her? And what secrets were hidden in Whispering Pines? The guardian raised a hand, and the stone on the pedestal glowed brighter. "The path ahead will not be easy," the figure warned. "You will face challenges, but the truth is waiting. Are you ready to learn it?" Elara looked at the stone, then back at the guardian. She felt a strange sense of determination. She had always wondered about the village's secrets, and now she had the chance to uncover them. She nodded. "I'm ready," Elara said. With a smile that almost seemed like a shadow of a grin, the guardian stepped aside, and the stone began to rise slowly from the pedestal, floating in the air before her. The markings on the stone glowed brighter, and Elara could feel the power of the stone in the air around her. But before she could touch it, the room shook, and a loud, rumbling sound echoed through the underground space. A voice familiar but darker reached her ears. "Do not touch the stone, Elara." Elara's heart skipped a beat as the voice echoed through the chamber. It was sharp and cold, full of warning. She turned quickly, her eyes searching the shadows of the room. The guardian's face was still hidden, but the voice, this new, darker voice, came from the far corner of the room. Out of the darkness stepped another figure. This one was different from the guardian. It was tall, but its form was wreathed in a mist, as though it was only partly solid. The figure's eyes glowed like fire, and its presence drained the warmth from the room. Elara instinctively took a step back, feeling the weight of the cold in the air. "You do not understand," Elara, the figure said, its voice like ice scraping against stone. "The stone is not meant for you. It holds the power to destroy, not to heal." Elara's mind raced. Who was this? And why was it so determined to stop her? She glanced at the glowing stone that hovered above the pedestal. It pulsed with a soft light, as if calling her to make a choice. The guardian stepped forward, their form barely visible in the dim light. "You are wrong," the guardian said firmly, their voice calm but full of authority. "The stone is not a weapon. It is the key to the village's salvation." The mist-wrapped figure sneered. "Salvation or destruction? Do you truly believe the stone has only good in it? It is cursed, created long ago by those who wished to control the forest and the village. It is not meant for the hands of the unworthy." Elara stood frozen, torn between the two figures. The air felt thick with tension, and the room seemed to grow colder with every passing second. Her hands clenched into fists, but she could feel the heat of the stone in the air, pulling her closer. The guardian spoke again, their tone urgent. "You must trust me, Elara. The stone was hidden to protect the village. The power it holds can stop the darkness that grows around us." The misty figure's eyes flared, and the ground beneath Elara's feet trembled. "Do you really think you can trust a stranger, Elara? A creature who knows nothing of the power that is waiting for you?" Elara felt a shiver run down her spine. She wanted to believe the guardian, but the misty figure's words made her doubt. Her instincts told her there was something deeper at play, something hidden beneath all the secrets. With a deep breath, Elara stepped forward, her fingers inches from the floating stone. The moment she touched it, the room went silent. The stone pulsed with an intense light, and the shadows seemed to shrink back. Then, in an instant, the floor beneath her gave way, and she fell, the stone still in her hand. Darkness surrounded her, and for a moment Elara felt completely weightless. She braced herself for impact, but the fall seemed to go on forever. Just as panic began to rise in her chest, the ground beneath her feet solidified, and she landed softly in a strange glowing forest. The trees here were unlike any she had ever seen, tall, with leaves that shimmered like silver. The stone in her hand burned brightly, illuminating the path ahead. In the distance, a figure appeared, standing silently beneath a glowing tree. It was a woman with long flowing hair and eyes that gleamed like the stars. Elara took a cautious step toward the figure, the stone still pulsing with energy in her grasp. "Who are you?" Elara asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman smiled, a mysterious and knowing smile. "I am the keeper of the forest," she said softly. "And you, Elara, are the one who will decide its fate." Elara's heart raced as she stared at the keeper of the forest, her mind swirling with questions. The forest around her was silent, its trees glowing softly, as though waiting for something. She held the stone tightly, feeling its warmth, but also a weight in her chest. The keeper's words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. "The fate of the forest," Elara repeated, her voice trembling slightly. "What do you mean?" The keeper's eyes sparkled, but there was a sadness in her gaze. Long ago, this forest was a place of balance, where the land and the people lived in harmony. But the stone you carry holds both light and darkness, and it was the source of our downfall. It must be used wisely, or it will tear everything apart. Elara swallowed, feeling the burden of the stone in her hands. She could sense the immense power within it, but also a danger she didn't fully understand. "How can I use it? What should I do?" The keeper stepped closer, her voice soft and kind. "The path is not clear. You must make the choice yourself. The forest will either thrive or it will wither. It is in your hands, Elara." The stone pulsed again, brighter than before, and Elara could feel the tension in the air. She looked at the keeper, searching for answers, but the woman only smiled gently and nodded, as if accepting that Elara would have to find her own way. The forest whispered in the distance, its branches swaying, and the stars above twinkled, as though watching closely. Elara took a deep breath, her fingers tightening around the stone. What would she do? The weight of the decision felt heavy, but she knew this was only the beginning of something much bigger. And as she stood there, the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her choice.
English stories help us learn, dream, and grow. Stories make English easy to enjoy, understand, and practice. Listening to stories improves speaking, writing, and imagination. They teach us about life, inspire our hearts, and show us new ways to think. Today's story is magical, filled with wonder and hope. It reminds us that dreams can shape reality and change lives. Let's dive into a tale you'll never forget. It was a cold,
quiet night in Boston. Michael, a young man with messy brown hair and tired eyes, walked alone on the empty streets. He had lost his job last week and his bills were piling up. Every step felt heavy and his mind was full of worry. Suddenly, he noticed a tiny glowing sign at the corner of an alley. Dreams for sale, the sign read. Michael's heart skipped a beat. What kind of shop sells dreams? He hesitated but felt a strange pull. The glow of the shop's light was warm, almost magical. He stepped closer, curiosity growing stronger. Inside, the shop was filled with tiny glass jars, each glowing softly. An old man with a kind smile stood behind the counter. His name tag read Mr. Thomas. "Welcome, Michael," Mr. Thomas said, even though Michael hadn't introduced himself. Michael froze. "How do you know my name?" Mr. Thomas chuckled softly. "This is a place where dreams come true. I know what you need." Michael's breath quickened. He wanted to leave but couldn't. There was something soothing about Mr. Thomas's voice, something reassuring. Michael's life was falling apart, but this shop, this moment, felt like a tiny spark of hope. "What kind of dreams do you sell?" Michael asked, his voice trembling. Mr. Thomas gestured to the glowing jars. "These are not just dreams for sleep. They can change your reality. Some bring success, others bring love, confidence, or happiness. Choose wisely, for the dream you pick will shape your life." Michael stared at the jars. One glowed golden, labeled confidence, another shimmered silver, named New Beginnings. A deep blue jar caught his eye. It was called Courage. Michael reached for the blue jar. "How does it work?" he asked. Mr. Thomas smiled. "Drink it before bed. As you sleep, the dream will guide you. When you wake, your life will begin to change." "What's the price?" Michael asked, fearing it might be too expensive. "The price is trust," Mr. Thomas replied. "You must believe in the dream. Without belief, it will not work." Michael hesitated. Could this really help him? He was desperate, and desperation often leads to risks. He finally nodded and took the jar. That night, Michael sat on his bed, staring at the blue jar. He thought about his failures, his fears, and the emptiness inside him. Then, with a deep breath, he opened the jar and drank its contents. The liquid was warm, like a hug. Soon, Michael fell asleep, and a vivid dream began. In the dream, he was standing on a tall mountain, facing a fierce storm. A voice whispered, "Take a step forward." "Trust yourself," Michael's heart pounded, but he stepped into the storm. As he walked, the wind calmed, and the sun broke through the clouds. When Michael woke up, he felt different. The heaviness in his chest was gone. For the first time in months, he felt strong. He spent the day applying for jobs, walking into offices with a confidence he never had before. By evening, he had 2 interviews lined up. Days turned into weeks, and Michael's life began to transform. He got a new job, started smiling more, and even helped a neighbor who was struggling. One night, he returned to the dream shop to thank Mr. Thomas, but the shop was gone. The alley was empty, as if it had never existed. Michael realized the dream shop wasn't just about magic. It was about believing in the power of change. The dreams were tools, but the real work came from within. This story reminds us that we all have the power to dream and change. Dreams inspire action, and action shapes reality. If you want to improve your life, start by believing in yourself. Take small steps, trust your journey, and never give up. As Michael stood there in the empty alley, the realization slowly sank in. He had found something far more important than just a magical shop. He had discovered a new belief in himself. It wasn't the shop that changed his life, it was the courage to take action, to believe that change was possible, no matter how impossible it seemed at first. Every dream Michael had, from that day on, was rooted in that same belief. Dreams weren't just about wishing for something to happen, they were about finding the strength inside to make it happen. The shop had given him the spark, but his journey was his own. Days turned into months, and Michael's life became a reflection of his newfound confidence. He worked hard at his new job, but he didn't stop there. He began helping others who had lost their way, just like he had. He mentored young people who were struggling with their own challenges and shared his story. One evening, while sitting in a cafe, Michael overheard a conversation between 2 friends. One was talking about how he felt stuck in life, unsure of his future, and the other friend was offering advice. Michael listened closely and realized that the advice was the same kind of advice he had once needed. He couldn't help himself, he joined the conversation. "You know," Michael said gently, "sometimes the most important step you can take is the one that scares you the most. It's all about believing that things can change and having the courage to take that first step." The 2 friends looked at him, curious. "What do you mean?" one asked. Michael smiled, remembering the journey he had taken. "I mean that sometimes we need to dream big, but the real magic comes when you start working toward those dreams, even when it feels like nothing is changing." His words resonated with them, and soon they too started taking steps toward their own goals. It became a ripple effect, one person sharing a spark of hope, which inspired others to take action. Michael had found a new purpose to help people see that their dreams were not as far away as they thought. He started hosting workshops, helping people work through their fears and build the confidence they needed to make their dreams come true. He shared his story of how he had walked into a magical shop, but also made sure they understood that the magic wasn't in the shop, it was in the belief they had in themselves. Through these workshops, Michael met people from all walks of life, young, old, rich, poor. It didn't matter what their background was, they all shared one thing, a desire for change. They wanted to live their lives to the fullest, but they were too afraid to take the first step. Michael shared his experience with them, letting them know that fear was natural, but courage was what turned dreams into reality. One young woman, Sarah, came to him after one of his workshops. She was shy, unsure of herself, and afraid of failure. "I want to start a business," she told Michael, "but I don't know where to begin." Michael smiled. The first step is always the hardest, but it's also the most important one. Take that step, no matter how small. And remember, every failure is just a lesson that brings you closer to success. Sarah took his advice to heart. She started her business with the little she had, and slowly it began to grow. Years later, she returned to one of Michael's workshops, but this time, she wasn't just a participant, she was a speaker, sharing her own story of how belief and action had changed her life. Michael's journey had come full circle. What started with a single step into a magical dream shop had turned into a movement of people who were ready to believe in themselves and change their lives. The lessons he learned were simple, yet profound. Believe in yourself without belief. Dreams remain just dreams. When you believe in your potential, you open the door to endless possibilities. Take action. Dreams are not fulfilled by wishing, they are fulfilled by doing. Every step forward, no matter how small, brings you closer to your goals. Embrace failure. Failure is not the end, it's a part of the journey. Each failure teaches you something valuable and brings you one step closer to success. Inspire others. The greatest joy in achieving your dreams comes from helping others achieve theirs. Share your story, offer support, and watch as the ripple effect of kindness and inspiration spreads. As Michael's story continued to inspire others, he realized that the dream shop had given him more than just confidence, it had given him purpose. The world was full of people who needed to believe in themselves, and Michael was ready to be their guide. He often thought back to that night when he had first entered the shop. If someone had told him then that he would one day help others change their lives, he wouldn't have believed it. But that's the beauty of life sometimes. It's not about how big the dream is, it's about how willing you are to take that first step. In the end, Michael didn't need a magical shop to change his life. What he needed was the courage to dream, the belief that those dreams could become reality, and the determination to take the first step. The rest followed naturally. Dreams are the stars we reach for, he would say, but the path to them is built one step at a time. This is the power of dreams, they show us the way, but it's our courage that makes them real. And so, dear listener, let me ask you, what dream are you holding on to? What first step have you been afraid to take? The journey to your dreams begins with belief, with courage, and with action. Don't wait for magic to happen, create it yourself. The magic is not in the dream itself, but in the courage to make it come true. If you enjoyed this story, remember to like, share, and subscribe for more tales that inspire you to dream bigger, work harder, and believe in yourself. You are capable of achieving incredible things, and your dreams are just waiting to become your reality. Keep dreaming, keep believing, and keep stepping forward. The world is yours. Stories teach us life lessons in a simple way. They inspire and guide us to become better. The topic, don't show off. The art of quiet success is important because showing off can make others uncomfortable. While quiet success earns respect, listening to English stories also helps you learn new words and improve your understanding. So, let's enjoy a story that will make you think and grow. The night was quiet, and the small town of Maplewood was sleeping peacefully. Inside a modest little house, 12-year-old Lucy sat on the floor of her bedroom, staring at an old wooden box she had found in the attic. The box had the initials JW carved on it and a lock that seemed almost ancient. Lucy's curiosity burned as she wondered what secrets it might hold. Could it be treasure? Letters? Something magical? Her heart raced as she held the box. And just then, her mother called her downstairs for dinner. Coming, Lucy shouted, hiding the box under her bed. She couldn't wait to return to her room and open it later. At dinner, her older brother Michael was bragging about the new bike he had bought with his summer job money. "It's the best bike in town," he said proudly, listing all the features to their parents. Lucy watched her parents smile politely, but she could tell they weren't very impressed. Her dad simply said, "That's great, Michael. Just remember, actions speak louder than words." Lucy didn't understand what her dad meant at first. She thought about the box upstairs, wondering if it might teach her something about actions and words. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, Lucy tiptoed to her room and took the box out again. She used a hairpin to pick the old lock. It clicked open with a soft sound. Inside, she found a journal. Its pages were yellowed with time, but the handwriting was neat and careful. The first line read, "The story of John Walker, the man who succeeded in silence." Lucy began reading eagerly, and soon she was pulled into John Walker's world. John Walker was a quiet man who lived in Maplewood many years ago.
He wasn't wealthy or famous, but he had one thing everyone admired: wisdom. He was a carpenter by trade, building beautiful furniture. But what set him apart was how he carried himself. John never boasted about his skills. Even when he created something amazing, like a chair so comfortable it felt magical, he let his work speak for itself. One day, a wealthy man named Mr. Grayson visited John's workshop. Mr. Grayson was known for his arrogance and loved to show off his riches. He came to order a table for his grand dining room. "Make me the finest table this town has ever seen," he demanded. "And when it's done, I'll tell everyone it's from my design." John smiled quietly and agreed. He spent weeks crafting the table, putting all his heart and skill into it. The table turned out to be a masterpiece. But instead of seeking praise, John simply delivered it and thanked Mr. Grayson for the opportunity. When Mr. Grayson held a grand party to show off the table, people were amazed. They asked who had made it, but Mr. Grayson took all the credit. However, as time passed, the truth came out. People discovered John's quiet craftsmanship, and they respected him even more. Lucy stopped reading for a moment and thought about her brother Michael. He was always talking about his achievements, but people didn't seem to admire him the way she thought they would. She wondered if her dad's words about actions speaking louder than words were connected to John Walker's story. The journal continued with more stories about John Walker, each one teaching a lesson. There was the time he helped rebuild the school after a fire without asking for recognition, or when he repaired the town's clock tower, quietly leaving it to surprise everyone. Each time, John gained respect not by boasting, but by letting his actions shine. The next day, Lucy decided to try something new. At school, instead of telling everyone about the cool things she had done during the weekend, she focused on listening to her friends. She noticed how happy they were when she gave them her full attention. At home, when her mom asked her to clean her room, she did it without complaining. Her mom smiled and said, "Thank you, Lucy. That means a lot." Lucy felt good. She realized that being humble and focusing on her actions, like John Walker, made her happier. As Lucy finished reading the journal that night, she found one last piece of advice written by John Walker: success is not about what you say, but what you do. Let your work speak for itself, and you will earn true respect. Lucy smiled and closed the journal. She decided she would follow John Walker's example and practice the art of quiet success. This story teaches us that showing off may get attention for a moment, but quiet success lasts forever. When we focus on our work, people notice our actions. To live this way, you can. Let your work shine instead of talking about how great you are. Show it through your actions. Stay humble, remember, there's always more to learn. Help others quietly, good deeds don't need an audience. The most beautiful thought to take away is this: true success doesn't need a spotlight. It glows naturally, touching the hearts of others. Lucy's discovery of John Walker's journal sparked a fire within her. She couldn't stop thinking about how someone so humble could leave such a lasting legacy. That night, as the moonlight filtered through her window, she decided to look for more lessons in her everyday life. The next morning, a new story began to unfold, this time closer to home. At school, her teacher, Mrs. Bennett, announced an art competition. The winner's artwork will be displayed at the town library, she said. Lucy loved drawing, but her best friend Mia was even better. Mia, however, didn't believe in her talent. You should enter, Lucy encouraged Mia after class. Mia shook her head. What's the point? I'm not good enough. Lucy remembered John Walker's quiet confidence. Instead of arguing, she decided to help Mia without making a big deal about it. Over the next week, Lucy stayed after school with Mia, giving her encouragement and helping her perfect her drawing. On the day of the competition, Mia's painting of a serene forest won first place. Everyone clapped for her, but Mia's eyes were full of gratitude as she hugged Lucy. I couldn't have done this without you, she whispered. Lucy smiled. She hadn't entered the competition herself, but helping Mia succeed felt even better. She realized another lesson sometimes. True success is lifting others up without expecting anything in return. Meanwhile, in the quiet town of Maplewood, another story was quietly brewing. James Carter, a middle-aged man who worked at the local grocery store, was known for his reserved nature. He wasn't the type to talk about his life or boast about his achievements. Few people knew that James had been secretly paying off debts for families struggling in the community. Every week, he'd set aside part of his modest paycheck to help someone anonymously. One day, the mayor announced a special award for acts of kindness in the town. People began speculating about who would win. Some thought it might be Mrs. Palmer, the bakery owner who gave free bread to children. Others guessed it might be Mr. Harris, who fixed bicycles for free. When James's name was called at the award ceremony, the crowd gasped in surprise. James stepped onto the stage, his face red with embarrassment. I don't deserve this, he said softly into the microphone. But the mayor smiled. You may not think so, James, but your actions have touched so many lives. Thank you for showing us the true meaning of generosity. That night, James returned home with a heart full of gratitude. He hadn't sought recognition, but it found him because of his quiet kindness. Lucy read about James Carter in the town newspaper the next day. It felt like John Walker's story had come to life right in her own neighborhood. Inspired, she decided to practice even more acts of quiet success. One evening, Lucy saw her elderly neighbor, Mr. Thompson, struggling to carry groceries into his house. Without a word, she ran over to help. "Thank you, young lady," Mr. Thompson said with a smile. "What's your name?" Lucy shrugged playfully. "Just someone who likes to help." That small act of kindness made her day. She realized that quiet success wasn't about being famous, it was about making someone else's day better. Lucy also noticed her brother Michael starting to change. After hearing their dad's words about actions, Michael stopped bragging so much about his bike. Instead, he began offering rides to friends who didn't have one. Soon, his classmates started calling him the nicest guy in school. One day, Michael came home smiling. "You know, Lucy, it feels better to do something good without talking about it. People notice anyway." Lucy grinned. "I told you so." Another memorable story came from Lucy's classmate Ethan. Ethan was quiet and often sat alone at lunch. Many assumed he didn't have much to say, but Lucy saw him sketching intricate designs in his notebook one day. "Wow, Ethan. These are amazing," Lucy said. Ethan blushed. "Thanks, but they're just doodles." "They're more than that," Lucy said. "You should enter the school's design contest." Ethan hesitated, but Lucy's encouragement gave him the courage to try. Weeks later, Ethan's design won the contest, and he was invited to present it at a local art fair. Ethan's quiet success inspired the whole school, proving that even the shyest person can shine when their work speaks for itself. As Lucy grew older, she continued living by the lessons she had learned. She didn't need to brag about her grades or accomplishments. Instead, she let her actions and kindness define her. And slowly, she noticed how people respected her not because she talked about her achievements, but because they could see her values in everything she did. Here are more tips to practice the art of quiet success. Listen more. Speak less, pay attention to what others say. Listening makes people feel valued. Do good without expectation. Acts of kindness are more meaningful when done selflessly. Stay focused on growth instead of seeking attention. Focus on improving yourself. Success will follow. Celebrate others' wins, cheer for others' achievements without jealousy or comparison. Be patient, quiet. Success takes time, but it's always worth the wait. In life, we meet many types of friends. Some are rich and some are poor. Friendship between rich and poor shows how love and care can be more important than money. This topic is important because it teaches us to respect people for who they are, not what they have. Listening to English stories helps us learn simple words, grow our knowledge, and enjoy new ideas. Late one cold night in New York, the city lights sparkled, but the streets felt empty and quiet. In a small park, two boys, Jake and Adam, sat under a dim street light. They were best friends but lived very different lives. Jake was from a wealthy family with everything he could ever want: big houses, fast cars, and fancy clothes. Adam, on the other hand, had a simple life. He lived in a tiny apartment with his mom, who worked 2 jobs just to pay the bills. Their friendship was strong, but no one understood it. How can someone like Jake, with all his riches, be friends with Adam, who has nothing? People often whispered. But Jake and Adam never cared about what others said. They had a bond that was stronger than money or status. One day, something unusual happened. Jake invited Adam to his mansion for the first time. Adam hesitated, feeling out of place. "Are you sure I should come?" Adam asked shyly. "Of course. You're my best friend," Jake replied with a big smile. When Adam arrived, he couldn't believe his eyes. The mansion was massive, with golden lights shining everywhere. The rooms were filled with expensive things: paintings, sculptures, and even a huge piano that no one played. Jake showed Adam around, but Adam felt uncomfortable. He thought about how different his life was compared to Jake's. Later that evening, Jake's parents joined them for dinner. The table was full of delicious food, but Adam could only eat a little. Jake's father asked, "Adam, what does your father do?" Adam looked down and said softly, "I don't have a father. It's just me and my mom." The room became silent. Jake quickly changed the topic to make Adam feel better. That night, when Adam went home, he told his mom about the dinner. She smiled and said, "Remember, Adam, real friends don't care about money. They care about your heart." The next weekend, Jake visited Adam's small apartment. It was very different from his mansion: no fancy decorations, no big rooms. But Jake felt something special there. Adam's mom welcomed him with a warm hug and served simple food. Jake smiled and said, "This is the best meal I've had in a long time." Jake noticed how happy Adam's family was, even though they had so little. They laughed, shared stories, and made Jake feel like part of the family. Jake realized that happiness wasn't about money or big houses. It was about love and kindness. One winter day, something terrible happened. Jake's father's business faced big problems, and they lost most of their money. The mansion was sold, and Jake's family had to move to a small house. Jake was heartbroken, but Adam stood by him. "Don't worry, Jake," Adam said. "I'm here for you, just like you were there for me." Jake's life changed completely. He had to adjust to living without luxury. Adam taught him how to live simply and appreciate the small joys of life. Jake learned how to cook, clean, and even ride the bus. Their friendship grew even stronger during this tough time. Jake saw the world through Adam's eyes and realized how much he had taken for granted. Adam showed Jake how to be grateful and stay positive, even in hard times. One day, while walking in the park, Jake said, "Adam, I never knew life could be so beautiful without all the fancy things. Thank you for teaching me what really matters." Adam smiled and replied, "And thank you for being my friend when no one else believed in me." Tips for a strong friendship between rich and poor. Respect each other. Money should never define a person. Share experiences, learn from each other's lives. Stay kind. True friendship is about love, not gifts or wealth. Be there in hard times. Support your friends when they need you most. Focus on the heart. A good heart matters more than anything else. This story teaches us that friendship is not about what you have, but who you are. Rich or poor, true friends stand by each other no matter what. They share, laugh, and learn together. Remember, money can buy things, but it can't buy real love or trust. Life is better with good friends. So always value your friendships and be the kind of friend who makes others feel special. If you enjoyed this story and want more inspiring tales, make sure to like this post and subscribe to Alok IQ for more amazing content. Listening to stories in English is important because it helps us learn the language in a fun and easy way. Stories teach new words and how to use them. They make us think and feel, so we remember better. I Go to New York is a topic many people dream about. It's a place of hopes, dreams,
तो
and
भाई लोग,
surprises.
सोनू सूद स्टारर मूवी आई है फतेह नाम से,
Listening
जो
to such
सोनू सूद की
stories
पहली
can
डायरेक्टोरियल
inspire
एंड
you,
इवन ए रेटेड मूवी है.
teach life
यस,
lessons,
ए रेटेड ब्रूटल
and
एक्शन
improve
वाली.
your
आजकल बहुत
English.
ज्यादा चल रही है ए रेटिंग्स एंड ब्रूटल एक्शन वाली
I
मूवीज.
woke
हाल
up
ही में
one
मार्को
morning
ने भी
feeling
बवाल मचा दिया था,
strange.
और एनिमल के बाद तो
Something
ब्रूटल
was
एक्शंस में
different.
हर कोई हाथ डाल ही
My
रहा है.
phone
तो कैसी है
buzzed,
ये मूवी, आइए
and when
जरा
I
बात कर
picked it
लेते
up,
हैं. वेल हेलो, मेरा नाम है योगी और
I
हमारी
saw a
मुलाकात
message,
बार बार
pack your
होगी. देखो,
bags.
मूवी बेस्ड है साइबर
You're
फ्रॉड
going
के
to
ऊपर,
New York.
जहां फतेह का कैरेक्टर निभाया है सोनू
It
सूद
was
ने,
from
एंड
my
उनके
friend
गांव से
Jake.
एक लड़की गायब है. इसी साइबर फ्रॉड के
planned
चलते। तो
everything.
फतेह का अब ये
But he
मिशन बन
didn't
चुका
tell me
है
why.
उस लड़की को बचाना एंड
My
साइबर
heart
फ्रॉड के
raced.
गिरोह का सूपड़ा साफ करना।
Was
इसके
this a
आगे नहीं
joke?
बताऊंगा, बाकी चीजें आप मूवी
Why
में
New
ही
York?
एंजॉय करना। लेकिन जिस तरीके का कैरेक्टर सोनू
The
सूद ने प्ले
curiosity
किया है,
kept
आई
me
विश
from
के ऐसे
asking
रोल्स
too
में
many
हम उनको
questions.
पहले भी देखते। आई मीन इसके पहले
Instead,
ज्यादातर हमने उनको
I packed
विलन टाइप
quickly,
रोल्स में ही देखा है, बट यहाँ
imagining what could be waiting
झंडे
for
गाड़
me.
दिए है सोनू भाई ने। स्पेशली इसको देखने लोग
When I
इसलिए जा रहे
reached
हैं
the
क्योंकि यार
airport,
एक तो वो दिल से जुड़े
Jake
हुए
was
हैं और
already
दूसरी
there.
ये ए रेटेड है,
He
ब्रूटल
had a
एक्शन
big
वाली मूवी
smile
एंड
on
ऊपर
his
से फर्स्ट
face,
डे
but
के
wouldn't
टिकट
say
सिर्फ
much.
99 रुपीस की रखी गई है। लेकिन सिनेपोलिस को
Trust me,
छोड़कर भाई मैंने
Emily, he
सिनेपोलिस में
said.
देखी 200 रुपीस में।
This trip
ये
will
कैसा
change your
भेदभाव है
life.
सोनू सर?
Those words kept
बट जाने दो,
echoing in
उसका
my
रीजन भी
mind.
है कि सोनू सूद चाहते हैं कि
Changed
इसके
my
फर्स्ट डे
life?
कलेक्शन का सारा पैसा चैरिटी में
How?
डोनेट हो। भाई इतना सोचने वाले बहुत
The plane
कम लोग
ride
होते हैं।
felt like
पहले सोनू सूद
forever.
भाई ने पैंडेमिक में सबकी मदद
As
की
I
और
looked out
अभी
of
फिर
the
से चैरिटी
window,
का
I
ही सोच
thought
रहे
about
हैं।
all the things New
ग्रेट।
York is
एनीवेज,
famous
ये
for.
उनके
Times
फिल्म बिजनेस
Square,
के लिए कितना प्रॉफिटेबल है
Statue
ये
of
तो मैं नहीं
Liberty,
जानता, पर वो लोगों के
and
दिलों में
Central
जगह
Park.
जरूर बना चुके हैं ये सब करके। बाकी फिल्म
I
का
was
यूएसपी है
excited
इसका
but
एक्शन, लेकिन
nervous.
अगर एनिमल या मार्को जैसी फिल्म्स नहीं
Could I
आती
handle such a
तो
big
जाके इस
city?
फिल्म का एक्शन नया लगता, क्योंकि भले ही
When we
इसमें ब्रूटल
landed,
सीन्स दिखाए गए हो, पर
the
बात बात
air
में
was
आपको कभी
different.
जॉन विक की याद,
It felt
क्योंकि
alive.
इसमें जॉन विक का वो पेंसिल किल
Jake
जैसा
grabbed
पेन
my
किल है,
hand and
एनिमल की
said,
याद क्योंकि इसमें
"Come
सेम
on.
कॉरिडोर वाला फाइट सीक्वेंस
We
है,
don't
एंड
have
मार्को
time
की
to
याद
waste."
क्योंकि
He
इसमें
flagged a yellow
सेम
cab,
सीढ़ियों वाला
and
वन टेक
soon
एक्शन शॉट है। तो अगर
we were
आप
speeding
ऐसे
toward
ब्रूटल
the
एक्शन वाले
city.
कंटेंट ऑलरेडी देख चुके हो तो
The skyscrapers
नयापन नहीं
seemed to
मिलेगा आपको,
touch
बट
the
अगर नहीं
sky.
देखा है तो भाई ब्रूटैलिटी की जन्नत दिखेगी आपको
Lights
इसमें। फिल्म
flashed
सिर्फ 2
everywhere,
घंटे की है एंड
even
स्टार्ट
in
ही
the
होती
middle
है
of the
मूवी ब्रूटल
day.
एक्शन सीन से, फिर
It
बीच
was
में
like
अगेन
a
स्टोरी लाइन
dream.
चलती रहती है, जहां इंटरवल आते
Jake
आते लगता है
finally
भाई
revealed his plan
देयर इज एक्शन यार,
when we
उसको देखने
stopped
आए
in
थे
front
ना,
of a
क्योंकि आई
huge
फेल्ट कि
building.
स्टोरी लाइन को बिल्ड अप करने में थोड़ा
This is where your
ज्यादा टाइम लग
story
गया। बट
begins,
भाई
he said.
इंटरवल ब्रेक में एक स्लेट आती
It was
है
a
जो किसी
famous
धमाकेदार
theater.
इंटरवल एक्शन सीन से कम
You're
नहीं था।
here
जस्ट
for an
लिखा
audition.
आया ब्रेस योरसेल्फ, यू
My
विल
heart
नीड
skipped
दिस
a beat.
ब्रेक। आई फेल्ट भाई साहब
An
अब सेकंड हाफ
audition?
में आएगा असली मजा, क्योंकि ट्रेलर टीजर में
didn't
जो
even
कुछ भी
know I
देखा है
wanted
वो तो अब
one.
तक पिक्चर में दिखाया ही नहीं।
But
एंड
Jake
जैसे ही
believed
सेकंड
in me
हाफ
more
शुरू
than I
होता
believed
है
in myself.
फिर से स्टोरी लाइन ही सामने
I
आती है
can't do
एंड
this, I
एक्शन सबसे
whispered.
लास्ट क्लाइमैक्स में। इसके
But Jake
निगेटिव में
shook his
एक और
head.
बात ऐड करना चाहूंगा मैं, इसके विलन्स
Emily,
2 लोग हैं, एक है
the only
नसरुद्दीन
thing
शाह
stopping
एंड
you
एक
is
है
fear.
विजय राज, एंड दोनों का
Go
कैरेक्टर काफी
inside and show them
फीका
what
फीका
you've
सा
got. His
लिखा गया
words
है।
were
उन्होंने
simple
एक्टिंग
but
अच्छी की है,
powerful.
लेकिन कैरेक्टर वाइज उनका जो कैरेक्टर लिखा
Sometimes
गया है
all we
बहुत
need
फीका
is
लगा,
someone to
जिसकी वजह
push
से उनका
us.
किरदार एज मेन विलन उतना उभर कर
I
सामने
walked
नहीं
into
आता।
the
बट पूरी
theater,
पिक्चर अपने
my
कंधों पे उठा
legs
के चलते हैं
shaking.
सोनू सूद, एंड इसके लिए
The
मैं
room
जरूर
was
उनकी तारीफ
filled with
करूंगा। ही
people who
नेल्ड
looked
हिज रोल
so
इन एक्शन
confident.
मोड, एंड आई होप कि आगे और भी
I
ऐसे
almost
मेन
turned
लीड वाले
back,
स्टोरीज में
but
हम
then I
उनको देखें।
remembered
बाकी
why I
ओवरऑल
was
देखते हुए
here.
आई फेल्ट इट्स अ गुड अटेम्प्ट,
Jake
जिसकी वजह
believed
से
in
मेरी
me,
तरफ से मूवी को 3 आउट ऑफ
and
5
deep
स्टार्स। इट्स
down
अ
I
गुड
wanted
मूवी,
to
आप
prove
फैमिली के
something
साथ।
to myself. The director called my name. Emily Brooks. I stood up,
Hello,
took a
everyone.
deep breath,
My name is Aria,
and walked
and
to the
today I want to
stage.
talk to you about something very close to my
The
heart.
lights were bright,
How to talk in
and my
English.
heart pounded like a
Eng-
drum. Whenever you're ready, the director said. I closed my eyes, took another deep breath, and began. The audition was over in a few minutes, but it felt like hours. As I walked off the stage, I felt different. I had done something I never thought I could do. Jake was waiting outside. How did it go? He asked. I shrugged. I don't know, but I feel amazing. Jake smiled. That's all that matters sometimes. It's not about winning or losing. It's about trying and learning. We spent the rest of the day exploring New York. Jake showed me Times Square, and it was like nothing I had ever seen. Lights, sounds, and people everywhere. This city never sleeps, Jake said, laughing. It's full of energy. Just like you, his words made me smile. The next day we went to Central Park. It was peaceful, a world away from the busy streets. Life is like this park, Jake said. Sometimes you need to slow down and enjoy the moment. While in New York, I learned more than I ever expected. I learned to be brave, to trust myself, and to embrace new experiences. I even made a few friends who shared their own stories of chasing dreams in the big city. New York taught me that life is full of surprises and every day is a chance to grow. It doesn't matter if you're scared or unsure. What matters is that you try. If you want to improve your English, listen to stories like this. They teach you words, inspire you, and help you dream big. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Speak, listen, and learn every day. Remember, life is a story, and you're the writer. Write your own adventures, dream big, and never stop learning. If you liked this story, don't forget to like and subscribe to my channel for more inspiring tales. The next morning, I woke up to a call from the theater. My heart raced as I answered. A calm voice on the other end said, "Emily, we were impressed with your audition. We'd like you to come back for a second round." My jaw dropped. I had made it. I couldn't believe my ears. I immediately called Jake to tell him the news. "That's amazing, Emily," he said. I knew you could do it. His confidence in me made me feel invincible. But now, there was another challenge ahead, preparing for the second audition. Jake took me to a small cafe near the theater. It was cozy and filled with artists discussing their dreams. This is where I come when I need inspiration, Jake said. He handed me a notebook and a pen. Write down what you feel right now. Don't think, just write. At first, the words didn't come. But then, I started to write about my fears, hopes, and what brought me here. By the time I finished, the page was full. Jake looked at it and smiled. "See, you've already got what it takes. Now, let's work on your performance." The next few days were a blur of rehearsals. Jake helped me polish every detail. "Confidence isn't about being perfect," he said. "It's about believing in yourself." Even when you're not sure, his words stuck with me. When the day of the second audition arrived, I felt more prepared. The theater was busier this time, with more people vying for the same role. I reminded myself of Jake's advice: focus on what I could control and leave the rest to fate. I stepped onto the stage again, but this time I felt a calmness I didn't have before. I poured my heart into the performance. When it was over,